Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there. Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you are welcome to a very special episode of Culture Report on a Saturday. Yes, my name is Laura and we're reporting live from Edu360, organized by Union Bank here in Surulere, Lagos. Now, as you know, it has been an amazing 2-day, it's third day actually, the past 2 days has been quite amazing, and I've had the opportunity to have conversations that are regarding and surrounding education. I am excited. There's going to be conversations, guest interviews, and speakers alike. So you don't want to go anywhere because we're about to have fun. Yes, it is the final day. We've been talking tech, education, making education better, infusing ways to make it even more than what it is at the moment. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. My first guest is sitting right here waiting for me, and you'll be as excited as I am to have a conversation with her. Still Laura, Pop Central TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank. The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of closed deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Welcome back. Yes, it is still Pop Central Culture Reports happening live at the Edu360 organized by Union Bank here in Surulere, Lagos. Now, do not forget that we are live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, Pop Central TV. I have my very first guest, Kechi Okuchi, sitting right here. My fellow Mwaba.
Yes.
Right?
Mwaba.
Yes, that was correct. How are you?
I'm good, Laura. Thank you.
You're pretty here bright and early, looking amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
I like the jacket. It's just that it's not going to be my size.
Yeah, you won't.
For just hand it over when you go and can't be that hard.
That's cut it in half.
Wow! First shot of the day. They will cut the jacket in half. It's all right. I'll take it still. I could make it a crop jacket.
There you go.
You get it?
For that.
Exactly. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling good, ready for this. I'm excited to be here.
Now, since the time they approached you to be, a speaker today, how have you prepared for it?
It's been really fun because education is something that's been, I guess it's really part of like most Nigerian kids, like we get so into it because, it's the culture. And so it's a big deal to me. It was a big deal to me when I was here before the accident, remained a big deal after. So the fact that I get a chance to highlight that part of my life, this is probably one of the first times that I'm focusing on talk about education, so I'm excited to do that, really, yeah.
Now, we know that education has evolved in so many ways since the first time that we went to school.
True.
From our primary to secondary, university, a lot of things has changed. But what do you think that we're still lacking, if we can ask that question?
Honestly, and I'm going to talk a bit about that today, but honestly, one thing I think I would really appreciate is if I see more of like tech use in classrooms from as early as possible. People, we know that there's a huge saturation of that. Like, kids these days, they start way early with like iPads and all that, and there's like a fear that, they get too attached to screens. But in the right setting, I think that they can be useful, So it's not about social media and all that, but it's about engaging them in ways that teaches them that there's a lot more out there beyond the textbooks that they see in school. They need to know as early as possible that they have access to a world of information, like literally at their fingertips, you know? So I think that kids, once they know that, then they can start learning as early as possible to use those tech in those ways, like research and, things you can learn on YouTube, like so many things. And I think the earlier they know that, then they know more ways to explore the internet and instead of just, social media and other things.
Now, with that being said, do you think, or would you say that the old method of education or educating students has outlived its usefulness?
No, I wouldn't say that, because there's a discipline that comes with the way that the structure that we have right now set up, which is pretty much a setup anywhere else in the world, at least where I live in America. Like, that formal education is something that I think is still very relevant, because it's, for me, that's how I learned discipline, that's how I learned responsibility, and, doing my work on time. At first, you have to be forced by teachers, but then as time passes, you learn that it's important to manage your time better. And I think there's no better place to learn that than in that structure that school has given us, But it's important that we know that there's a lot more beyond that, and that's why Edu360 is so important, because especially the theme this year, being invited to talk about education beyond the walls, I think it's so cool, because that's the truth. The formal education still has its role to play, but there's a lot more out there that we need to be aware of.
Now, you have witnessed both tertiary institution here in Nigeria and you have witnessed, education abroad.
True.
What would you say is the gap between us and them?
Honestly, I think so our textbooks.
Right.
When I encountered textbooks in America, I found that they were way more current, a lot more steeped in, like even the topics that they discuss, like examples they give are things that I can relate to, because I'm aware of their existence. They happen in my lifetime, and so I can relate to them better and therefore understand the material better.
Yes.
And so I feel like that's something that schools here may be lacking. I don't want to speak for sure.
Yeah.
Because I know that
I
there are a
totally
lot of
understand,
elementary schools that are implementing tech and just exposing their kids to more current ways of like learning now. But I think from my experience in secondary school, at least here, I went to LGC in Abuja,
Yes.
and I feel like the textbooks were so dated, and I was very constricted to what I had in those pages, and so going out to school there, because I was actually also did a bit of my high school in America. I got to see, like, compare literally how people are learning there versus how they're learning here, and I felt like we are really amazing because we use limited resources to do as well as we could. But out there, they have everything available to them, and if we had that here, like, the sky is literally the starting point for us, because we're very ambitious, I think, as just people. And so I think, if we could implement just more current, reading materials in our high schools, at the very least, in our secondary schools, I think that the kids that learn here their minds will be way more expanded, I think, even before they get to college.
Now, having said that, what
Yeah.
would you think that an effective classroom should look like? If you were to create an effective classroom, what would it look like from your point of view?
An effective classroom would have a screen projector, for one thing. I think access to videos, internet, for the teachers at the very least, I think that those can make classes way more interesting, way more involving, and connecting, really. You won't have kids that are like just lying there bored about the material, but you can actually bring to life the material in the textbooks if you can show them examples from like TV, or you can show them examples from like a YouTube video that's literally demonstrating whatever the books are talking about. So if you engage kids in that way, I think you get them to be a little more excited about what they're learning, I think. I mean, at the end of the day, education is what it is, and at that secondary school level, we don't want to be there because, it's like stressful, there's so much reading. But so anything to really just make the kids a little more interested in the material, I think would be really helpful. At least it would have been for me.
So let's say you are the Minister of Education.
Yes.
Kechi Okuchi, Minister of Education for Nigeria.
Yes.
What will your plans be?
So I'm going to, first of all, I think I'll tackle high schools first, secondary school, because I think, so another difference, between here and like America is that in America, the public school system is what the majority of people go to. Because that's what is good. That's the government funds it, and because the government funds it is reliable. Yeah. But here, if you don't go to a privatized secondary school, you're viewed as, you're seen as like kind of lacking a bit in your education, and so there's this, it's like a completely different dynamic here, like switched up. I feel that as Minister of Education, my first thing would be to fund government schools because it's expensive. Like when I was in school, my parents were going through it. I didn't realize it at the time, but they went through it to put me through LGC, for real. And I think things have definitely tripled, like cost-wise, by now. So I think if people had more access to government goods, like the education that we get in private schools, like if they had that in government schools, and at like a fraction of the cost because the government is taking care of it, I think that would just revitalize the system so much. Kids, it wouldn't just be kids that went to private school that would, be viewed as having opportunities outside of the country. Everyone would flourish, everyone would have access to the same level of education, and I think that would just make our youth in general so much more ambitious than we already are. And I think we're already doing so well with what we have. So, I just think that there's just so much to build on, for our youth. And I think starting in secondary school, funding those government schools would be the first thing I would do, for sure.
What would you say were the miscreant things that you did back in school?
Miss what?
Miscreants, like, the miscreants, misfits. What would you see? That laugh is big. When you hear that laugh, something happened. It went down.
Look,
so you gotta tell me.
I have, I don't want to say regrets, but I definitely did not apply myself as well as I should have while I was in LJC, for sure. I did for a few semesters, a few years, just 2, just 3.
Yeah.
Those were my thriving years.
When we were still just entering.
I was, I was like, trying to show that I could learn, I could do all this. But like, by the time I got to SS, I was literally just okay being average. I just wanted to stay, like, just maintain status quo. As long as I'm passing a certain level and I'm making my parents happy, then that was it. I did not push myself further than that because I had so many other things that were distracting me that I was so interested in that were definitely boys. Definitely.
We all were interested in boys.
Look.
Let's not lie about that. There were some boys that you were looking at.
Look, distraction everywhere. I won't even lie. It was a mess.
and stuff like that.
Look, as in, I'm just, oh gosh, I just want to knock Ketchy's head, Ketchy of the past. But honestly, I feel like I literally had a second chance after the accident for sure, because the accident happened while I was in the middle of my final year, like of SS3. So I had to redo that entire year in America, and I just saw that as an opportunity to do everything I was supposed to do while I was in LJC.
I feel like
so,
that kind of just, things like that just kind of show you a perspective.
Exactly.
I had the
it was a
same
complete
experience.
switch. Yeah. Oh wow. Really?
Yeah, I had an accident last year, October the 1st.
Oh my God.
The car flipped 3 times.
What?
Yes, exactly. And then there were a lot of things that I used to
You're a survivor.
think in a certain way. And then when it happened, I'm like, you know what? Girl, would you have lived your life like that? Better make a switch and make things better. So basically, that kind of just, I totally understand where you come from as regards to changing perspective, as regards to how you look at things, the way you relate to people and stuff.
Everything.
So that kind of works.
And it definitely affected how I viewed school. I wanted to put my all into it. And now I had no distractions. All I had after that was surgery. So I literally had nothing else to do except school. So I focused so much on it. I did everything, like even subjects that scared the heck out of me. I was like, look, like it's the same brain, I can do this, and I applied myself twice as hard to math and biology. Those were the hard ones for me in LJC. Good for you. I suffered so much in life. Look. But yeah, I mean, I did my best, and I did really well in the SATs. I was really proud of myself, and I got scholarships to college. Like I wanted to make things easier for my parents, and so that switch definitely made me feel like, I mean, it also helped me prove to myself that I could do what I set my mind to. So
well, I'm going to hopefully not be talking to somebody when you're speaking, because I really want to hear what you're saying. Big ups to you, girl.
Thank you, girl. You too. Survivor. I love it.
We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, more conversations, more discussions as regards to education, making it better, and ways that we can infuse everything that has been spoken about in this 3-day event to make it better. So don't go anywhere until Culture Reports. Ketch is going to go talk. We'll have bits and clips, showing when you're having a conversation. So you might want to stay and see that. Don't forget that we're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, Pop Central TV. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Bye.
Hi there, I am Ungozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank. The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of closed deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union,
Welcome back to a very exciting episode of Culture Report on a Saturday morning. It's never happened before, which means it is important that we are here at Edu360, organized by Union Bank, live in Surulere, Lagos. Now, I'm here with one of the panel and speakers, Bola Tinubu. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to say doctor or Mrs. or madam or something like that.
Just Bola Tinubu.
Just Bola Tinubu.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
You're here pretty bright and early, which means being here was
Yes.
important to you.
Oh yes, definitely.
Now, for an organization like this or an event like this, how important is it that we have it every now and then?
It's absolutely critical. I think any organization that brings the stakeholders together where education is concerned is doing the right thing. Our education is the fundamental thing for the children in our country. And the topic that I'm going to be talking about today
Yes.
is particularly
Reading the signs, having the talk and reading the signs.
Indeed.
Yes. So what does that mean literally?
Well, see, for us, I run an organization called the Chichiara Foundation, and our goal is to ensure that children remain the innocent little children
That they are.
and they're protected from sexual abuse. And one of the areas where we feel adults and society in general is failing the children is in the protection. And education is a huge part of that prevention awareness. It's all about ensuring that the children are armed, they are empowered
Yes.
in order to protect themselves. And that's our job as adults.
Actually, I'm speaking of that. A certain man was just recently convicted and given 60 years in prison. So big ups to everybody who did that. That was a great step. Now, with education in Nigeria, I know that we have come a long way from when, back in the day when education was what it was and now where it is now. What do you think that we're missing and where do you think we should, take it from here?
I think what's missing are the old values. When I was younger, we could go outside and play.
Yes.
We would feel safe, and we had we had the freedom, but yet we had the security. as
Yes,
well.
in the back of your mind, you
And
felt
that's
that
what's
way.
missing. There's a lot being thrown at children, a lot that they're actually unable to cope with. So apart from media and technology, there are everyday safety issues.
It's exactly true that,
And
absolutely
one
true.
of which is abuse. So there's a lot, not that the abuse hasn't gone on for decades and
It has.
decades, but the acceptability now is what we want to address. We can't continue to allow abuse to be our norm and to allow the children to continue being harmed. We must do something about it and we must take responsibility.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, from back in the day when you were in school, there's got to be something that you remember. There's got to be something that you remember that, maybe one of your mischievous ways or fun things you used to do back then that would always, like in the back of your head, you're like, I miss those days.
I'll tell you one thing that I still remember to this day. I was in boarding house in Queen's College for 5 years. And every Saturday morning we would line up for donuts and a banana. Yes. And every Saturday, that was my highlight of the week. And I still remember it to this day. Brilliant.
I hope they still give them the notes and bananas.
I don't think so. And I think there's a lot of work to be done to try and ensure that the standards that we had then, we regain them. The standards have definitely fallen. We see it in the job market. When we see students that are coming out of universities, I don't believe that on average we can't compare them to the projects that we had 20 years ago.
Yes, this goes back to a conversation I had with the setting Dr. Mo as regards to the results that are being churned out now with WAEC and all of that, and you see a decline. So, but would you say that the old method of education has outlived its usefulness?
I wouldn't say so. I would say that the best hands, the best teachers, the best professors are no longer around. But a great deal of them, should I say. when I was at the University of Ife, where I did my second degree, I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of lecturers because I was a mature student. I had lecturers as friends. And by the time I spent 3 years there, by the time I left, at least 7 or 8 of the lecturers that I knew that were brilliant minds that the government had sponsored abroad to have amazing education, they'd all left to teach abroad. And when you have that brain drain, there has to be an effect on our system, and that's what you're seeing. And then, of course, the government hasn't kept up the standards. So when a teacher says, I'm a teacher, yes, what qualifications do you actually have? What standards are you being held up to? Those are the questions that we need to be asking our leaders.
Now let's say tomorrow, new Minister of Education, Bola Tinubu. What would you do? What would you change? What would you invest in? What would you impute? What would you revamp? And what would you take away?
I think the first thing I would do would be, I would do a thorough analysis of the educational landscape first. I would call in stakeholders. I would want to find out where things are going drastically wrong. Yes, we see the overcrowding. Yes, we see the loss of standards. But what's the root cause? Those are the questions that I'll be looking for. And literally rolling my sleeves up and getting into it. But ensuring that the funding is there. There's no point in being appointed a Minister of Education if you don't have the financial backing to go with it. So you need to see your federal, the federal government as well as the state governments put their money where their mouth is and fund education in the way that other countries all over the world are funding it.
So how viable is our education sector?
How viable? Well, our education sector will continue to trug along. That's the way I see it, unless something drastic happens. I think there's a crisis in our educational system, particularly in the secondary and the tertiary education. And then when you go up north, and then it's the whole range, right from the primary, where I'm sure you're aware of our stats as regards out-of-school children.
Yes, over 10 million kids.
Yes, so these are the things that should be a priority for any government. If you don't teach children, or you don't start children from as young as they are, then what hope do we have for the future?
Okay, so now with the future of education, we're here talking about tech, infusing technology into education, making it more, diversified. But there's also the problem of how much freedom can children get for the internet. You have the tablets, you have the iPads, you have the phones. So sometimes, even I will not lie, sometimes I bring out my phone, oh, I want to read, and then before you know it, I've drifted apart. How do you think that can be controlled?
It's a tough one, isn't it?
It is a tough one, because even as an adult, I am struggling with that.
You are right. I actually told myself I would ban myself from social media for 2 months. It's that difficult for adults, not to talk about children. Now with children, the parents have to come in. They have to set those limits and guidelines. So it's not just a matter of saying, oh, you're not going to use your tablet, or I'm not going to expose you to technology. Technology is here to stay. But what you need to do as a parent is to ensure that that technology is being used in a purposeful way. So you're monitoring them in a way that doesn't put their backs up. You're looking at things together and you're explaining to them why you're reining them in as to what they're exposed to. There's a lot of content out there that is totally unsuitable for them and that can literally warp their attitudes and values. And unless you know that you are right there at the forefront of protecting your child, it's very easy for that child to be exposed to.
As far as the governments, right, we have organizations like this putting up things like this. So how important is it that, we can always call on the government, but also we as people should do something. So how important is it that gatherings like this, events like this are put together every year as regards to education, not just entertainment. We always say there's always a concert here, there's always a this happening, that happening, but how important is it for us to focus on this, even as a people and as, people who have organizations that can make this happen?
I call it a 360-degree approach. It's not just the government, it's everyone, including the children. Everyone has a role to play. It's education, and yes, the government is supposed to provide free education to a certain degree, but it's your education. You need to take control of it so that you as a child, you as an adult, you as a parent, a caregiver, whoever you are, you should care about the education of all the people around you. And it's all for our collective good. So it's brilliant that Union Bank has chosen to focus not on entertainment, not on fashion, not on stuff that makes people simply happy.
Just partying and being...
This is purpose-driven.
Yeah.
I think this will make a huge difference. I can see throngs of normal, everyday people walking in. And that was the first thing I saw. And that literally just gladdened my heart. I said, brilliant. This is for everyday people who need it. It is critical, and I really applaud Union Bank.
Now, before you go on, what would you say an effective classroom should look like?
Effective classroom. You have a listening teacher, a teacher who's engaged, children who are happy within the classroom and ready to learn.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to take a break from here and go to, have a conversation, or watch you have your conversation, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of things to learn with her demeanor, the way she talks. It's like she's not yelling at you, but she's being firm about what she's saying. I like that. I absolutely love that. You can actually have a conversation, and then before you know, you're probably sleeping over, and then you hear the voice again. We're going to go on the quick break, and when we come back, more conversations going on, more things happening. It is day 3 of Edu360, organized by Union Bank, which is absolutely amazing and brilliant so far. So stick around, don't go anywhere. You want to stay around for the next conversation.
An idea is a beautiful thing, powerful enough to disrupt culture, evolve humanity, and create a new way of life. Our way of life, one that strives to be more, try more, achieve more, and become more. Relentlessly pursuing innovation, excellence, and greatness must be nurtured, which is what the Union Bank Tech Ventures platform does, to nurture your ideas to fruition. The Tech Ventures platform by Union Bank has 3 packages. The Nurture package provides young tech companies with collateral-free loans, a mentorship program, access to technical and business mentors from Union Bank and their Tech Hub network, as well as access to office space, utilities, and fast internet. And when greatness has been nurtured, it needs to be scaled. Our Scale package helps tech ventures looking to scale their business models by furnishing them with business advisory services, funding, and access to relevant partnership areas to scale their business in areas like accounting, human resources, payroll, and logistics. And when greatness has been scaled, it becomes strong and sturdy like the unicorn, ready to take on the world. Furthermore, you can still bank on us to keep you going with our Unicorn package, which provides mature tech companies with unique partnerships as well as access to our distribution channels and customers. This package also provides business advisory and a mix of credit options to drive your business. Working with our specialized team will keep you focused on what truly matters, changing the world with your idea. Because Union Bank is ready to go with you and enable your success all the way. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Welcome back to another exciting episode of Culture Reports here at Edu360, organized by Union Bank Live in Surulere. Yes, we are doing a live report, and I have with me a very beautiful lady. Yes, I'm going to call her that. She's a mom, a teacher. She's been a teacher for a very long time, and she was at some point, when she retired, I wasn't born. But then at some point, she was set up to manage and look out for everything that has to do with teachers. Am I correct?
Correct.
I'm sitting with Mrs. Bolaji Adenubi. I practiced your name in my head over and over and over and over. So how did I do?
It came out beautifully.
Thank you very much. Yes. How are you today?
I'm good.
How are you feeling about an event like this?
I'm very excited about it because I've been retired a long time, and it is not often that I get out to attend things like this. So to be here, to have people talk about education now, I retired in 1990, you can
I wasn't
understand,
born
a
yet.
long time ago.
A very long time
And
ago.
I stopped teaching 1983 and went into administration. So coming here to see teachers and have them, listen to them, how it is they teach teachers now, it's really wonderful to see what's
Now,
going on.
From when you were teaching and now, and from when you were basically involved in education and now, what is different?
What I will say I think is different is what I hear. Even before I retired, people were saying, oh, education in Nigeria is so bad. But when you travel abroad and you talk to people who, Nigerians perhaps, who are learning there, or even the schools they attend, they're very pleased about the product of Nigerian education.
Yeah.
My daughter went to school, she went to Queen's College here with another girl from Queen's College. They went to Harrogate College to do their A-level. We went to the graduation day. The first two people called on stage were those two girls. Of course, I mean, I got excited and said my daughter was the first. My husband said, well, stands to reason. Her name begins with an A. But that's not really.
Well, nobody's thinking about that.
But they won the maths prizes and the science prizes. Fantastic. And you find that when you talk about Nigerians abroad, they are doing very well educationally.
True,
and it's the background here, and it continues to be so. We complain about the educational system. Yes, maybe they're not as good as we thought they should be, but they're very good. The system is fantastic, and they're doing very well. The students themselves, in my time, used to go on strike that we were belaboring them, giving them too much work to do and things like that. But they benefited when they went abroad. They found they were able to do much better. Some of them who went for degree programs abroad found they were able, particularly in America, they were able to take more units in one semester than natives
because
there.
they're used to it.
Because they're used to it, and they have done many of these things. So really, I can tell you that I'm not happy about berating our educational system. We can be better, I know.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is mainly with public schools, and it has to do with funding. If these schools are properly funded and teachers are regularly paid, they will not digress to make money outside of teaching, to make a living. After all, they have to also live. So I taught teachers, so I want them to be appreciated. So it's important that we pay attention to these things. Public schools need to be properly funded and properly supervised.
Now, being an educator yourself and having experience in that, what would you say that a conducive classroom should look like?
Interesting. I observed classrooms in the United States. I was a research assistant at Stanford. And some of the things we observe in classrooms include who is leading the class, the student or the teacher. Is the class, the teaching learning process, teacher-oriented or student-oriented? It was discovered, well, in the research done by, she was actually my advisor, Elizabeth Cohen. She was a sociologist, educational sociologist. She was interested in finding out whether a student-centered classroom was more successful. The teaching learning was more successful there than a teacher-oriented one. Well, it was discovered that a student-centered teaching environment is more successful because the students are involved. It's not that they lead it, but they come out wanting to know more or have learned more themselves and want to express what it is they know and let the teacher know, or get more information on what it is. So the teacher is really more, not a person giving information, well, teaching, but giving information, more information on what it is they want to know. So when it is student-centered, when the students are involved in learning, teaching learning process, the process is more successful.
I have one final question before I let you go. Before we were having a conversation before we came on air, and you said something about kids with special needs. Is there a particular way that you think that a child with special needs should be taught?
It depends on the needs of the child. Sometimes the needs are physical, sometimes the needs are emotional, sometimes academic, I was going to say, educational. That has to be identified. I worked in 1966, maybe long before your parents were born,
Yeah,
in the child guidance clinic, where children here in Lagos, where children on Herbert Macaulay doesn't exist anymore, where children were brought from schools with learning problems and behavior difficulties. They were called clinic children. And then we had to identify what the problem was. We had a psychometrist. We had remedial teachers. We had doctors who came to find out whether their problems were just sight problems or hearing problems. Because sometimes when it's just sight problems, you cannot see what is on the board in the classroom. And if it's hearing problem, they cannot hear. And you know, in situations like that, the teacher puts the people they call don'ts. They put them at the back, which compounds their problem. You cannot see, you are sitting at the back of the class, it makes it more difficult to see. You cannot hear, you are at the back of the class, it makes it more difficult to hear. So you have to identify those things. And in the child guidance clinic in those days, I'm running over myself, we had remedial teachers who brought those students, the pupils brought to the clinic, brought them up to the standard of learning in the classroom they left. And when at the end of the year we returned them to the schools,
they were doing way better.
They should do better, but the teachers don't let them. When the teacher asked, Irene, 4 and 4, what will 4 and 4 make? And the student says 8. The teacher will say, impossible. You don't. You must have learned that from somebody. You must have looked over somebody's book. They make it so difficult for these children to prove that they can achieve, that they just decide it is more comfortable to be a don't than to try to show that I can achieve. So the following year when we go, they send us the same pupils, and they say they haven't done anything. So I went to learn to teach teachers, because I felt teachers were not sufficiently sensitive to the needs of their pupils.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. It was a great conversation that we had. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, more conversations. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget, we're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, Pop Central TV. My name is Laura, still Pop Central. We'll be right back.
Look at that.
Corruption no know ethnic group or religion. Yet, now we dey do ourselves pass. Lecturer dey oppress student them. Mechanic dey dribble cow na. Bus driver dey show passenger where. Tailor dey make omoge cry on Saturdays. Mr. Bank manager no go support our common man business. Local government people are terrifying local government people. Campaign people will come and go. Grammar people will remain. So now, many people have become Uncle Thomases, unwilling to desire, believe, or work for a better nation. What will be left for the children of this precious nation?
person here with us. She is, in every word of it, a survivor. And trust me when I say this, I cannot begin to comprehend. I can only relate, but I can't begin to comprehend how she has been able to pick up the pieces, how she has been able to rediscover herself. And that's why she will be here this morning talking about Against the Odds. That's our keynote address this morning. And for those of you who know who I'm talking about already, show me that you know who I'm talking about with a round of applause. So we have a number of activities here, but today is mostly for the family. So if you have children, you have kids, we have a lot in store for them. And we also have partner activities from our sponsors, which I'll share with you. But without wasting too much of your time, welcome once again officially to Day 3, which is the last day of Edu360. It has been an incredible journey, not just for the teachers, the students, the speakers, but for the bank as a whole. And I think I will not be mincing words if I say they're extremely proud of each and every one of us and happy that we're able to pull this off. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to introduce a singer, an inspirational speaker. She is a burn survivor and an anti-bullying advocate. She's a self-taught singer and found her true voice when she survived a plane crash that took the lives of 107 people out of 109. This was in 2005. A plane crash. Not an Okada accident, not a car crash, a plane crash. She graduated summa cum laude with BA in economics and began to sing and perform at her church. And of course, burn trauma fundraisers and at family events. But that's not even the story. She took all that pain and all she's been through and did something remarkable with it. She ended up becoming the finalist of America's Got Talent. Who knows that game show? Who knows the show? Who has seen me on the show before? You don't remember? I'm the guy sitting next to Simon Cowell. You can't, we should change your TV. I don't know, man. Maybe it's not HD or something. But the point is, she made it to the finals of America's Got Talent, which means that her talent was judged to be the best of the best out of thousands of entries. She also got, again, another chance with the Championship 2019 Samuel Cowell Golden Buzzer. And it's not just about her talent as a singer, it's her story, her life story. And we are so, so happy and honored to have her here with us to share her story. She is Nigerian. She is our daughter. She is a product of a lot of pain, a lot of happiness, a lot of lessons. And I'm sure you will have 1,000,001 questions for her. And her truest dream was realized on America's Got Talent as a singer. On June 10th, 2018, she released her first single, Don't You Dare, on all digital musical platforms. And she's currently pursuing an MBA in her alma mater, University of St. Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not appreciate life, if you do not appreciate anything at all, please appreciate this hero as she makes her way to give her keynote address, the one and only Kechi Okwichi. Please make some noise for her. If you are sitting down, you are on a very what? Great to have you with us. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Good morning. I am so honored to be here right now at Edu360. I am just really, really grateful to have been invited to be part of this incredible event put on by Union Bank and to be speaking on the same stage as so many amazing caliber speakers. So this honor is really all mine. Thank you guys so much for coming this morning too. So like they already said, my name is Kechi Okuchi. I am born and raised in Nigeria. I'm 29 years old. I'm actually going to be 30 in a few days, so I'm freaking out a little bit. But yeah. So yeah, and like he said, you know, I am currently getting my MBA in University of St. Thomas in Houston, Texas. I am a singer, a speaker, and all these things happened because of an amazing support system that I've had around me since the accident happened, and just really God's grace. So without further ado, I'm going to kind of just delve into the meat of what I want to talk about today. So basically, like he said, I was in a plane crash in December 2005. I sustained third-degree burns over 65% of my body and had to be flown to South Africa to get treatment from the moment that the accident happened. I was there for 7 months, and then I was flown back to Nigeria briefly, and then eventually to America, where I continued to receive reconstructive surgery for my burns. And America is really where life restarted for me in many ways. It's where I restarted my education, where I restarted my life, where I got reintegrated back into society and started to live life as like a normal person once again. So I was there in 2007, and for the next 2 years, all I did was surgery. I didn't do anything else because I couldn't do anything else at that point, and it was literally in and out of the hospital every week. At first, surgeries were like every week, then every month, and every 2 months, but that was my life for the next 2 years, up until 2009. And by 2009, I was definitely getting better, stronger, more independent, and therefore very bored. I was getting very idle and not doing anything. And I suddenly started just to become aware of the fact that life was still going on around me. And even though I was in this vacuum of like healing at first, now I was noticing the world and I wanted to be part of it. So my dad was actually the one who was like, you could always go back to school if you want. And to me at that moment, that sounded like such a fantastic idea because it was different from what my regular life was now. I just wanted something that was different. So I was like, yeah, I want to go back to school. And so that was how I restarted high school in America. I had to start like SS3 all over again over there. Now my reasons for deciding to continue school the regular way, because I had the option of being homeschooled or having a teacher come over to the hospital. I wanted to go right back out there and be in a classroom and do all that stuff. My reason was, there were two main reasons. First was I wanted to be able to keep up with my peers. Quite simply, I did not want to dull in conversation. I wanted to be able to have reasonable arguments, reasonable conversation, sensible discussions with people I respected, with my friends, with my family. And I didn't want to be left behind. I wanted to be able to keep up with the world in current affairs and just not leave my brain to be idle. That's what I wanted. Second thing was that I didn't want to use my accident as a reason to not do school. Because the truth is that it affected only my physical body. But my brain was fine, my mental capacity was fine, there was nothing wrong with my head or my mind or my psychological well-being. So I didn't want to, I felt like if I decided to not continue school, it would be because I chose to, not because I couldn't. So I didn't want to use the accident in that way, as a crutch in that way. So I felt like I had no excuse, really. That was what it was. So I continued school. I finished high school. I was very determined to do very well because I wanted to get scholarships and not stress my parents out too much. So thank God I did pretty well in the SATs, got scholarship, got into University of St. Thomas, Houston, and I got my bachelor's degree in economics. And it was really important to me to graduate as excellently as possible. My reason was that my degree was not just for me. There were 60 angels who had passed away in that accident and didn't get the second chance that I did to continue school, to continue life. And so I didn't want to waste that opportunity, to waste the second life. I wanted to make them proud. I wanted them to feel like I was doing something with my life if they were watching me, and especially their loved ones. I wanted the loved ones to see me and to be proud that I was doing well with this life that was saved. So I was really, really grateful that after all my hard work, I was able to actually graduate with a first class in economics, University of St. Thomas, and gave my commencement speech, and I even got like the outstanding graduate in economics. Like I worked super hard for all those things, and I felt very fulfilled on that stage that day when I got my graduation cap and gown, because I knew that all my hard work had come to fruition, so I was happy. So the reason why I pursued my education so voraciously was, there were several, but two very important ones come to mind. Why I feel like education was something worth, putting my all into, even though the world had given me an excuse not to do this. Number one was soft skills. So, we all have something that we get passionate about, at least that we go to secondary school and then we figure out what subjects we like better than others. Then we go to college and then we try to pursue that particular preference in more detail. Mine was economics. My goal was always to somehow end up on the UN platform. I wanted to work for the United Nations somehow. And everyone told me the route is economics. So I studied economics, and so that was what I did in school. So in the classroom, you learn all these different technical skills that you need to understand your major, to understand the course of study you choose. But then what also happens, at least for me, was that I picked up soft skills, very critical soft skills that helped me in every way in life beyond the classroom. So things like effective communication, things like understanding how to make like an elevator speech where you know how to pitch yourself to potential clients or employers within like a minute. Critical thinking, these were things that are not necessarily taught like courses in school, but you pick up just being in that kind of academic environment. So let me ask, anyone here ever do like group projects when they were in school or now that they're in school? Anyone like any group projects? So I hated group projects because you have to like get to know people and understand like how their mind works, understand their schedules, and like just basically get to know strangers just so you can get your A like in that group project. But after doing this for years and years and years, because you do it in high school, you do it in college even more, and basically what that did for me was that it taught me to, I'm like not afraid to like walk up to a stranger and strike up a conversation. I have no fear talking to people that I've never met before. So it's that kind of, like, I think that's what like group projects did for me, to give me that confidence to just walk up to a person I don't know and just strike up a conversation. And I think we can all agree that that's something that we probably do every single day in our lives, regardless of what profession that we are in. Second thing, what about presentations? Anyone have to do any presentations in front of like the whole class or in front of, yeah. So not a fan of those either, but you find yourself in school or in an academic environment, you have to do a bunch of presentations. I had to do a whole bunch of them. And that basically just took away my fear of public speaking. Like because there was nothing I could do. I had to do it for school. But over time, I just kind of got used to it. And then before I knew it, years and years later, it was like literally part of my life. Like when I'm standing on this stage today, it just became something that was so good that I learned because it became so relevant to my life later on. And another thing I would say, anyone have any like hobbies, any extracurricular activities that they did while they were in secondary school, in university, anything like clubs that you enjoyed or anything like that? Just me? All right, there we go. Okay. So mine was obviously singing. I loved doing it. I loved anything that had to do with it, music, whatever. So that was my extracurricular. So I loved doing it, and I did it a lot in high school, and I tried to do it a lot in college, but I was very focused on like school. But eventually, I actually ended up applying to be part of this talent show that my college was hosting. And this happened a few months before America's Got Talent happened. So I was on this talent show, and they actually eliminated me from like a list of like 9 people. They were like, I was number 9, so I can't be part of it. So I was like, okay, that sucks, but cool. Then a week later, I get an email. They were telling me that, they saw that one of their singers, like one of their talents had like dropped out. So there was like a spot for me now. And so I was brought on last minute. And then I ended up actually winning the thing, which was really cool because like a few months later, America's Got Talent happened, basically. And that was because one of my friends, hi, Wumie. Hi, everyone. Look at Wumie, the silver hair. She's the one who signed me up for America's Got Talent without telling me, you guys. She's the one who changed my life, okay? So yeah, so she basically had been bugging me to do this show for a very long time. She eventually just did it herself, signed me up online. And I took that step to continue to push on and see where this went. And before I knew it, this hobby of mine had become something that was being celebrated on this amazing platform called America's Got Talent. So I guess my point is that, soft skills are something that regardless of what kind of career we choose, we all have to have them. For me, developing them within that school environment was the best way for me. But there are many other ways. We have access to, like everyone has this in their hands, meaning that they have access to Google, they have access to YouTube, and we use it mostly for social media, myself included. But like there's so many other things that we can use this phone for, and that includes learning like how to, like that. I think elevator speeches are like something that I hated doing when they asked me to do it in school, but like I feel like I've pitched myself so much to so many people in such short amount of times that I'm really grateful I learned that. That was literally just from like reading something, a link someone sent me online, literally. So I think when we make use of like the resources that we have today, like tech, things that I know I didn't have access to when I was a kid, and I went to a pretty good school, I went to Loyola. But like having this now makes me realize like I just feel like I have so much knowledge at the tip of my fingers, And so we we realized that, yes, I appreciate my formal education and everything, but, it's definitely not the limit to what we can learn. If you don't go through that exact, streamlined education, it doesn't mean that all hope is lost for you. Because there's a lot we can do with our cell phones alone. Forget computer, like even just our cell phones. I think that when we just know how to access that information, and then we have access to it, we can learn so many different things, so many skills, soft skills especially, at like just picking up your phone and reading. And once you do that, you just equip yourself to have better conversations, to network better, and before you know it, opportunities keep coming, and then you find that you can actually fill those opportunities because you're prepared. So that's what school did for me. That's why I really wanted to be a part of, this education system, because for me it worked. It was something that I had access to, thank God. I know it's a privilege for sure, and I knew because it was a privilege I couldn't waste it. I had to make use of what I had and appreciate it. So that's one important thing for me about education. Another thing is that the more that we know, the more we realize we actually don't know. And that really drives me to keep trying my best to just know as much as I can. I feel like the most intelligent people are those who realize that there's no ceiling to learning. They understand that you can literally keep learning for the rest of your life. And people that we call experts in their fields are experts not because they graduated from high school or college and then they just stopped, they were done with learning. No, but every year, every month, every day, they learn more and more about their fields so that they can stay fresh and know what's going on currently in that field. And that's how they remain experts long term. So I feel the importance of reading. We just need to, my dad says, read voraciously. Read voraciously. He's always just educate yourself. Ever since I started speaking, he says read as much as you can, because when I inform myself, I get a chance to inform people better as well. So really, I think learning soft skills and reading as much as we can on this little device can help us in whatever profession, whatever thing that we want to do with our lives, honestly. That's how I feel. And also, I had to study economics because I wanted to end up in the UN, but I'm singing and speaking now. You might think it's totally two different ends of the spectrum. But funny thing is, life has a funny way of doing things, because even though I am now singing and speaking, I have this degree that I felt like I would never use, but I always had the U in the back of my mind. I still want to do something there. And 2 months ago, I was reached out to by this organization called We Day that had an event at the United Nations in New York, and they wanted me to speak and sing to this group of children. And all because every time I talk about how I want to speak at the UN, and they saw one of my talks and then they invited me. So I feel like there's nothing like wasted education either, wasted opportunity. Everything matters, and putting yourself out there with this thing that we're always on can help so much, because that's how I'm able to put myself out there, put my dreams and hopes out there, vocalize them, and people see that, and then before you know it, I'm being approached by the right opportunity. So I really hope that within this short time, you guys have picked up something from my personal experience to help with just your own approach to education. So thank you guys so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure we can do much, much, much better than that. Last time I checked, I don't think I know anyone who survived a plane crash and lived to talk about it. So we really appreciate the fact that God has given us the gift that is Katie herself. Another person I would love us to celebrate, I think well-deserved, because without her, we wouldn't have witnessed her on America. Where's Wumi? Wumi, please get up again. One more time. Please show some love. Please look at your neighbor and say, please be the Wumi in my life. We need Wumis in our lives. People that will go ahead and believe in you even before you believe in yourself. Thank you very much. You can have a seat. She brought joy to her friend, and our moderator is a man who has dedicated his life, especially more recently, to bringing happiness to a lot of people. He believes that human beings flourish better when they are happy. Am I right? Are you all happy? I know Lagos can be stressful. Don't lie. You don't have to give me correct answer. Are you all happy? Is Lagos stressful? Why is the stressful louder than the happiness? And that's why he came together with a group of people and he set up Joy Inc., which is a benefit corporation that mainstreams in the research and evidence on human beings flourishing with positive emotions to transform culture and build a new generation of Africans focused on the greatest happiness of the greatest number of people. He's a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, a CNBC Young Business Leader of the Year winner. He is also an Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow and a World Fellow at Yale University. He's the author of 2 books. 2. I'm counting. 2 books, one of which is Are We the Turning Point Generation? And the second one, How to Win Elections in Africa, Parallels with Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we have this man with us in our midst, a good friend. And if you want to be happy, just stick around him for a while. A round of applause to Chude Chidonwo. You people are not happy. This is not how happy people clap. Oh.
Hello? Right, fantastic. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say aha, aha. Aha, aha. Fantastic. Okay, so Kechi, great to... We're good? Okay, well. Great to finally meet you. I was telling you that I feel like I've met you, but I haven't. It's a privilege to meet you.
Thank you.
What I liked about your talk was typically when people... I figure that when people hear you speak, they often expect you to talk about this one experience and kind of stay there. Yes?
Typically, yes.
Typically, yes.
Definitely, typically.
Yes,
Yeah.
but what you did was move us into, and there's something you said about while you were on the bed, your mind was still active.
Extremely.
And your mind was bored, with doing nothing.
Yep.
And I just wanted to delve into that because many of us, we sometimes think that we are all body, and then when something fundamentally happens with our bodies, that our entire lives have ended. But you have experienced the idea that our minds are actually more powerful and active than our bodies.
Yep.
Can you share about that a bit more?
So even before I delve into, being bored and just wanting to continue school, after the accident happened, before I woke up in South Africa on hospital beds, I had been in a coma for 5 weeks. And during that comatose state, I remember not being able to move my body, but I remember that my mind was wide awake. And I know this because I would hear my mom's voice. She would be talking to me, telling me that I was in an accident, I was in a plane crash, and I'm now in South Africa, I'm in this hospital in Johannesburg, and I'm going to be okay. And I would hear this on repeat. I thought it was just, dreams and just weird stuff. But after I woke up, I realized that, it was my mom speaking over me. Every day she would come and tell me the same thing when she came to visit me. And so when I woke up, I knew where I was, I knew what had happened, and nothing about the situation shocked me from, waking up in a hospital bed. So that's how active the mind is. I mean, I don't know if it's definitely not always like that. I know that. But I know that I remember not just hearing my mom's voice, but also hearing music. She would play, because music is something I've always loved. I mean, we all love music. But she knew that it would have the effect, an effect that would actually bring me, maybe keep me on this side of things and keep me from going too close to the edge, And I feel like that was something that definitely tethered me to this world, because I could hear music playing when I couldn't hear her voice. Yeah. And I actually woke up knowing songs that I didn't know before the accident, which was really strange, but also something that taught me how powerful the mind is. So, I mean, it's definitely we are definitely, body, mind, spirit, yes, but I feel that we are so much more than our physical appearance, so much more than our physical bodies. And, that's why you can have people who go through the worst kind of injuries, they can lose limbs, lose all their limbs, in fact, but, I mean, they are still out there doing great things than those of us who have all our limbs can't even dream of doing, So it shows that the mind is really, when people say mind over matter, that's really what it means. The fact that your mind, as long as it stays active and as long as it has, you have no issues with it, then I feel like your body can't stop you from accomplishing things. It can only do that if you let it, basically.
Yeah. Fantastic. There's something you said that I hope you can hear. There's something you said that struck me, because the research on resilience and etc. shows that when a person goes through a major life event, maybe a person loses an eye or loses a limb or something, people assume that the quality of the person's life will drop, you know. And usually it does drop for the first 1 week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, because you are adjusted. But after the person adjusts to their new reality, their happiness points go up to what it was before the adversity. And so when people are looking at you and saying, hey, yeah, we are sorry, and you're like, I've moved on. You know, I mean, it's not as if you're denying your reality. But it's that, look, my life is still going on. And there's this book by Sheryl Sandberg of Facebook about option B. So it's like when you've lost your option A, you move quickly to your option B, and your option B is as valid as your option A. Is that something that you have also confirmed by your experience? Because this is what the research says. But then I'm looking at you and thinking, well, that is the research. Moving, walking, talking.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So I think there's definitely a lot of truth to that, for sure. Like, there's a lot of truth to that. I think that, yeah, I mean, for like the first few months, and then eventually the next maybe couple years, there's definitely a standstill. Like, I guess depending on the level of adversity you go through, then that level of standstill can adjust and change, you know. But having gone through what the doctors called huge insults that my body went through, I had a very long recuperation process, like a very long journey ahead of me. So there was no rushing anything. And so I definitely feel like my life I was just kind of like in a stalemate for a while. I was just there in limbo, you know, where I had this vacuum of time to recover, you know. But once so the interesting thing about, like, you know, pain, and there was a lot of it, obviously, from the injuries that I sustained, is that in the beginning, you're completely numb, and when I woke up, I had no feeling. For like the first month or so, I was just like in this floaty, weird place, barely conscious, maybe sometimes conscious. But as time passed and I got better, I could feel more, and that meant I could feel more pain. So it was a double-edged sword, though, for the doctor, because on the one hand, pain sucks, but also it's a very like loud declaration that you are alive. When you can, the more you can feel in this world, the more alive you are. So the more my feeling came back, the more tethered I was to this world. I was definitely not going to go anywhere, and that's how the doctors saw it, basically. So once I started getting better like that, and then the pain started to ease off, and then the itching came with the burn scars, and then, you know, I started basically once your mind starts to like wander out of your situation, you're ready to like move on, basically. That's what it is. Because when you're stuck in that moment, there's nothing wrong with grieving that moment. Let me make no mistake. You should, in fact, it's healthy to acknowledge the sadness, the tragedy, the pain, and deal with that, because that's healthy. You should do that. But there's a point you reach where you're making the choice to stay in that place, you know, and it's not something that I was like, you're catchy, you know, get out of this place. Like, it wasn't like I had this just random, you know, revelation by myself. I had the right kind of people around me too, who were talking to me and feeding me love and showing me God's love and making sure that I stayed grounded. And so, you know, I didn't have any moment to even feel like sorry for myself or anything. The moment I felt like my mind was wandering, like, I wonder what's going on there. I want to go see a movie. I want to go do this. Yeah. That was a sign that I was actually ready to like get myself out there, and I was getting restless, basically. So once my parents noticed this, they were like, hey, there are options. Like, what do you want to do? And my dad's like, there's school, there's music. I mean, he got me a karaoke machine, you know, and so that was like my favorite pastime. But then I also wanted something to get my mind off my current situation. I wanted any distraction. Music served that distraction, and so did studying, reading. I never would have seen myself as someone that would be excited to go back to school ever. Let me be real. But like, in that moment, like after years and years of surgery, it was like, please give me something to read. Like, So of course, if I had chosen not to, no one would have said anything. They would have been like, yeah, you do what you want. You went through a lot. Do what you want. But I just felt like, can I live with that? You know, it would definitely be a crutch for me. I would definitely be holding on to what I shouldn't be holding on to. So, so I think there's a lot of truth to that study for sure. There's always option B, and you have the choice.
Right. I mean, if they leave me and you here, they'll chase us out of here. But then the thing you said, which is powerful, is that we take our minds for granted. But then you said something that was powerful, that when your mind could wander, then the options you had were limitless. Which is really the crux of your talk, which is when you have a phone and you have your mind in this generation, then your opportunities really are endless.
For real.
I think that I'd like you to re-emphasize that, because I took that. It's like your phone, basically you're saying your phone, your mind.
Yep.
And the world is opened up for you.
For real. I mean, I wouldn't be saying that if that was not my direct experience.
Yeah.
Literally, you know. And I understand the need for social media. I mean, social media is what's helped me, like, grow my brand and get noticed by people, like, for sure. You know, if not for that, people would be hearing of me, like, word of mouth, you know. So definitely it plays its role in our lives, for sure. And I'm definitely on it way too much, too. Like, there's no doubt about that, you know. But it takes discipline, you know, for real. Something I'm still learning, I'm still working on heavily, you know. But that discipline, the same discipline we have when we have to do our assignments on time, to submit on time, like from primary school to secondary school, where like you have to like study to get these grades, to college, if you're, you know, privileged enough to actually end up going to college, having that responsibility to do your work because no teacher is going to tell you what to do anymore. I feel like that's exactly what that's about, basically, you know. And you know, I also feel like, you know, even though you know we have this distraction in our hands, you know, you can do that, you can be distracted by it, because, you know, sometimes take your mind off the like things that are like important in your life, so you can just like chill. And then also when you step away from things, you can also kind of come back to it and have a different perspective later on. So I do that. I go online, I do this, and then I go and do what I'm supposed to do, kind of thing. Yeah. But like I feel like, yeah, I mean, having that cell phone in our hands, having access to Google, and just a wealth of information out there, you know, it's really up to, we are the ones responsible for how we use that device, you know? Yeah, we have the power, So I feel like, you know, when we realize that, of course, this is easier said, you know, when you live in a country like America, where like, you know, you can see opportunities and then you can go somewhere and then they actually pan out. Like it's, and I know that. But I think Lagos is also a thriving, you know, metropolitan, like it's a place where like a lot of opportunities exist too, if you know where to look, you know. But I think that we are definitely in Nigeria getting to that point where like what you see on your phone matches what is in reality as well, depending on what field you're in. So I would definitely encourage people to, you know, use their devices, just divide their time more wisely about how they use their device. And I think you can, you know, we don't have to be controlled by it. I mean, it's supposed to work for us, you know, not the other way around. So I think we can do that. I think we all have the opportunity to do that,
Thank you.
Great.
I want to continue this conversation.
No problem.
But not today. So we're going to hand over to Oscar, and then some people are going to ask you questions.
We'll be here till next year. Chude can talk for Nigeria. So do we have any questions? I'm going to take about two questions. So let me know if you have. Okay, we'll take one there. And one at the gentleman over there. I'm sorry. You have a question? No, you work for Union Bank. You're not allowed. So we'll take a question here. So please, I want my balance to be paid. No vex.
Kechi,
Yes.
amazing, really inspirational. I'm so glad that you were able to come and be with us here today and speak. I think one of the things, amongst all the things you said, that caught me was you really wanted to go back to school, and you chose going back into the traditional setting over being homeschooled, which most people would have thought, well, maybe that's the easy option to take. And we all know that they say high school is the worst, especially in American high schools, and kids can be mean. I wanted to find out if it was smooth sailing, or if there were any challenges that you had reintegrating yourself into a traditional setting, and how you sort of overcame that. I know that you're an anti-bullying activist, and I want to know if that played a role in you becoming that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for that question. So going back to high school, definitely there were challenges. I mean, I encountered people who, you know, stare, you know, and maybe point. To be very honest, I don't even remember their faces. Like, and that's the thing, you know, it's about where my mind was. You know, I was not even See, to me, I had one more year, and I was 19. In my mind, I'm not even supposed to be there. Like, I'm meant to be in college. Like, that was my view. So, going through that year of high school was a stepping stone to get to where I really wanted to be. So I didn't pay anyone any mind. I went there to learn, and that was it. And that's frankly where my head was, you know. So I went in knowing that I looked different, and for sure, and you know, I look much like, as time passed, you know, scars get better. So at the time, it was really bad. I was well aware of that, and I knew when they made the option available to me to be homeschooled that, you know, they were trying to prevent, you know, any issues like that I would face, because there's a lot of issues with reintegration for burn victims going back to school, and it's the younger the worse, really, because kids are mean, like, frankly. But like, I feel like I went in there knowing all that, and I just had this mindset of pay no mind. Like, what I want to do there is learn from those teachers. And the thing about teachers is that when they see a student who has come to school to learn, that's all they want to see, because that's why they're there. And so once I gave them my full attention, I got the same thing back from them, and they were the people I went there to meet. They're the ones who have the knowledge and the information that I wanted. So I went in there with that mindset, and I can say 100% that I personally did not experience bullying. If they were trying to bully me, I did not notice it. It's that simple. Frankly, that was it. So, but that being said, I did see bullying happening around me. You know, my sister, we all moved, my whole family moved down to America after my accident, and she was 6 when we moved down. And so she had a really hard time integrating, because she sounded different, the way she spoke was different, and the way she, not even looked, because I mean, she just, when she gets over there, she's black, that's it. But like, she sounded different, and that was a huge thing. And also, because of the moving around, because of the accident, she had no stability. So she was really like craving friends, and she wanted to be part of something. And so, you know, kids see that weakness, and they pick on that vulnerability, and then they use it against her. So she went through a very hard time in elementary and middle school. And my mom and I and my dad, we worked so hard to reinforce her inner strength, to have her understand that, you know, you don't fight for friends. Like, if you have to fight for it, then it's not supposed to happen. Let it go. And once she stopped that fight, when she realized that she stopped fighting and she just went to school to learn, the right friends came to her, and it just happened very naturally. So I saw that happen to my sister, and I didn't want that to happen to anyone else out there. Like, I didn't like what I saw. I hated it, you know? And I wanted to be an example to her, because I looked like someone that would be a prime victim for bullying, and I simply did not let it happen to me. So I wanted her to see strength in me, and I wanted to deliberately show her that she can do it too. And I feel that it definitely worked somehow, I think, because definitely not by my own power. I mean, we prayed a lot, we did everything we could to help her just be herself. And now she's just a blossoming, beautiful, smart girl, you know, and that's what I want to see with every other kid out there, you know. I feel like they all deserve the same access to that knowledge about inner strength.
Fantastic. Just a quick announcement, there is an acting clinic going on right now. So for the children especially, for the acting clinic by Kiki Hammond, if you'd like to go, you can go now. It's happening now. And also we have the emerging technologies that will be coming up soon. Just wanted to throw that in. A second question.
All right. Thank you, Kechi. I'm Kachi. My question is with an observation, yeah. From your story, what I got was you were a child in school, coming out of school, you know, looking forward to a better life, then the accident struck.
Yep.
Now that spot, everyone, which is everyone around you, your parents and those that care about you, knew about the situation. They were fighting for your life.
Yep.
No one was shoving education into your throat, and no one was telling you what to do. All was just looking out for you for what you want.
Exactly
Even
right.
mom got you music, what will make you feel better and
Happy.
give you. Now, you were abstained from school, from learning, and you knew that something was missing. So you realized that you needed an education. So you went for it with all zeal and with all passion. Now my question is, for those who have mental problems, psychological problems, there are children, tons of them that don't have food to eat, and these things affect them psychologically. So how do we, you know, recognize or notice a child that is sick mentally or psychologically? And how do we help such a one? Because you had a physical injury.
Yes.
Some of us might have, you know, mental or psychological, but none can see. It is not physical, except for a psychologist or someone who is trained in that aspect to see. So how do we recognize these people, and how do we help these people? And not shove education to that road so that they can see the need for education. Thank you.
Wow.
Is it just me or you don't love her? You don't just love her energy.
Love, love. Wow, that was such everything you said. First of all, about how my how my loved ones approached me with love and things that I love, so that I could come naturally to education. That's exactly true. That's exactly what happened. No one had to tell me how important school was. I just naturally drifted to it. So that's very true. And I definitely also have to say that I was also very lucky, and it was just a miracle that, you know, I didn't have any like mental disabilities that resulted from my accident or anything psychological that I went through, because I had so much love around me and just the right people around me feeding the right things into me and helping me understand that what happened to me, you know, doesn't have to become a psychological crutch. You know, it didn't have to cripple me, you know, rather it could allow me to, I could learn how to draw strength instead from the tragedy and look at things in a way that would allow me to live my life as well as I could for the benefit of those that passed away. For me, that was my drive. My drive was, the way I dealt with it psychologically was, hey, I survived this, and you know, all these my friends didn't. I wanted to now live my life on their behalf. I wanted to, if they were here, I want them to see me and be like, yeah, I make her proud. She's making us proud. And I wanted their loved ones to also see me and be like, yeah, we're really, you know, rooting for Kechi. And they already were, even without me trying to impress them. So that was my drive psychologically to help me get into that mindset of going back into life and enjoying life as much as I could for their benefit, you know.
Okay.
So I was really happy that I was able to have people around me to do that. So I guess what I would say to you is the fact that you're already thinking like this, I think is going to open your eyes to when you see a kid that might be different from other children. Because you're already looking out there you're already looking out at those kids with understanding that they're not cookie cutter. They're not all going to have the same, you can't approach every kid with the same style of education or the same style of, you know, teaching, you understand? So understanding that as an instructor, as a teacher, I think that is already the first step to understanding how to approach a kid that may be going through a mental setback or anything that might be holding them back from getting the education that they need. You know, and a lot of times this manifests physically in like grades. You know, maybe a kid who used to do well suddenly isn't, or a kid who just consistently doesn't do well, you know, or a kid who always comes late to school, or a kid who comes looking shoddy, dressed weirdly, or maybe they used to be dressed well, now they're not. Like, there are little things, like little signs here and there that kind of can show you, I think, that maybe someone's dynamic before they even get to school might be different from the other kid's dynamic. And so I think when you're already looking out for the fact that some kids might be going through something different, then you start to pick up on the signs and factors that may be causing that difference. And I think from there, you start asking the right questions, and then you can find out whether or not your hunch is correct. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for being someone who is so passionate about, you know, including every kind of child in education. I think that's so important because you obviously care about every child, however they come. So that's so cool. But I think that you're already on the right track, and you know, look out for those signs. You know, in my experience at least, I think those signs can manifest in very physical forms. And once you see something that may strike you and you're just like, I don't know, maybe it's nothing, follow that, because typically our intuition is right. Once you follow it, you find out if there's anything going on there, and then you can maybe try to start fixing the problem behind the problem.
Fantastic. In fact, our next speaker will be addressing some of the issues, which is unique, not odd, parenting kids with special needs. But we have a final question here from a student. You can stand up. I wish we need to really speed up now. Okay, what's your question?
My name is Cordiale. I'm from Tosfanu College. My name is Cordiale. I'm from Tosfanu College. My question is, in your school lifetime, do you not face any difficulties? And also in your 6-month surgery, how do you adapt? How do you survive?
Okay, so while I was getting my surgeries, how did I also manage to be in school while still getting surgery, basically? Okay, I have to keep coming back to this support system. Like, the people that we have around us are. You are who you have around you. You basically adapt the personality and the lifestyle and the mannerisms of the people that you have in your friend group, in the people who just are always close to you. So whatever kind of mindset they have, you don't even realize when unconsciously you start adopting that same mindset, whether it's positive or negative. And it wasn't that I had extremely positive people around me or negative. I just had authentic people, genuine people who were there to tell me the truth, whether I wanted to hear it or not. Whether they think I'm like being too into my feelings, or if they think that, you know, I'm losing focus on what's important. Like, these people would tell me what it was without sugarcoating it. And I think that that was what kept me grounded. So it helped me to know that I had that kind of stable home environment to come back to whatever I faced in school, you know. And my hospital, Shriners, in Texas, that hospital felt like a second home, because the kind of the approach they had to medical care was very holistic, where they care about every part of you, not just about, they don't just treat your physical injuries, they care about everything else that makes you happy. So they included music therapy as part of my therapy. They included like singing and reading and things that made like life fun for me. You know, that was all part of it. So they treat, just like we're talking about with looking at every kid like as individuals, they treated every patient as individuals. And so I had that stability at home, in the hospital, and so whatever kind of surgeries I had, I would recuperate, and I had people, I was in a system that was willing to adapt to my situation as well. So if I had to come to school wearing like my braces and my everything, whatever, they had the ability to allow me to still learn what I had to learn and have access to my meds if I need them, when I needed them, even in a school setting. So it was really a kind of group effort to allow me to have that stability in both my medical life, so to speak, and my academic life.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Kechi. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please once again show some love to Kechi for a remarkable session, a very inspiring
one. A standing ovation for her, please. A standing ovation.
Thank you so
her,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
A quick announcement for the children here. If you're interested in storytelling with Grandma Wura, that has or will commence shortly in the other hall. So please, you can make your way. That's the exhibition hall. And also, you have the acting clinic by Kiki Hammond as well. So make sure, if you're a kid out here and you want to be part of that, you can make your way to the exhibition hall right now. So let's have a quick photo up and move on to our next speaker. You can't just take our gift and go like that. Snap this picture. What's the proof that you came? All right. Excellent questions, and of course, audience, you can have your seats. Thank you very much. The questions I want to ask. We need to bring you back in 2020, after you've won America's Got Talent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up is a presentation, and a very timely one that is very well needed. You will, this shall not pass me by you. Wait, all of you, hold on there. We can't just be, oh yeah, please come. People, please be angry. All right. Everybody say Edu360. Don't worry, they enter the pictures. All right, so our next speaker is someone that we're very happy to have with us, and she is phenomenal in terms of what she's achieved so far, but more importantly, the issues that she will be addressing during her session. She is the founder of T-Off Media, specializing in entertainment consultancy. She's also the author of Ugo and Sim Sim book series, her inspiration being her children, Ugo, handsome and curious about everything, and Sim Sim, his outgoing younger sister with Down syndrome. Through her journey of creating the book series, Tonya has noticed a lack of entertainment representing Black African children as well as special needs children. Thus, she has turned her entrepreneurial drive to children's content, creating Simeon's Oasis, a soon-to-launch platform that educates, inspires, and entertains through books, cartoons, music, and more. Here to talk about the unique, not odd parenting kids with special needs, please, a round of applause to Tonya Falugi Ekezie. Ladies and gentlemen, are you selling applause? Show some love. Once again, for those of you, the kids especially, please, if you're teachers or caregivers, please, can you escort your children to Grandma Wura at the exhibition stand? Our section, please. It's an interactive session, and it's really nice. You don't want to miss that. So if you're a child here or a kid, please just make your way to the exhibition hall. Once again, a round of applause to Tonya.
Hello, everybody hear me? Okay, hello, my name is Tonya Falogi Ekezie. I am extremely nervous, so bear with me. I think that God has sent an angel today. See, my hands are shaking, my stomach is going, but Kechi, my biggest phobia is public speaking. And I feel like God sent me an angel today. You see? The message I have is extremely important, so I'm going to ask all of you to please help me in doing a grounding technique which helps with nerves, centering myself. So please, can everybody stand up? Sorry, but no, I'm not sorry. So the first technique I'm going to do is called a body shake. So everybody just let go. You're just going to shake your body. So just follow me, okay? Hey. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is just some inhales and exhales. So you're going to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. Close your eyes if you wish. I am. All right, ready? Let's go. In through the nose and out through the mouth. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Completely exhale. One more time. In through your nose. And this time when you exhale, stick out your tongue. Ah! All right, everybody take a seat, take a seat, take a seat. So I've been asked here today to come and speak to you, to share my story of how my life is an example of education beyond walls. I don't even know how to work this clicker. What do I press? Sorry, Oscar. Oh, sorry, got it. So, how do I go back? Okay, so, I'm a wife. I'm a mother of two amazing children, Ugo and Sim Sim. Thank you. And when I had my daughter, Sim Sim, everything was fine. I had her in the US. But at 4.5 months, when we came back to Nigeria, she unfortunately was diagnosed with Down syndrome. This was a complete shock because obviously I'd had her abroad, and we always think that the abroad doctors are better than the ones we have on ground, but that's not always the case. So since 50 to 60% of kids diagnosed with Down syndrome have some kind of congenital heart defect, the next step was to have an echocardiogram. And the results were devastating. She was diagnosed with heart failure and given 6 months to live if she received no treatment. So we bundled and we went to the US, and at 6 months she underwent open heart surgery. Yeah. So post-surgery, she was put on 4 medications. The surgery was a success anatomically, but her heart function was actually slightly worse. So she got transferred to the care of heart transplant doctors, and we were told that she would need a heart transplant. God put it in my spirit to reject this. And I begged and begged and begged the doctors for more time, and I must have been convincing because they agreed. So while we waited for her heart to get better, her incision wounds healed, and I put all my focus to learning everything I could about Down syndrome. So I had to decide in that time, because I learned in the hospital that early intervention is crucial for children with Down syndrome and with learning difficulties. So I had to decide on what attitude to take. You see, everything was unknown. There was no firm footing. I had to just wing it. But one thing I did know is that children are incredibly intuitive. So I had to surround little Sim Sim with an environment of love. You see, love is the foundation for anything and everything. It has the power to heal and give strength to endure. And today, I'm here as a witness to that. And thanks to Obamacare, she was given regular therapy treatments, and she blossomed from a sickly, skinny child to a real agbero. Yeah. At 12 months post-surgery, her heart function drastically improved. She was taken off 2 of her medications, and we could leave the United States, but we still couldn't come back home. She was not well enough, so just in case something happened here, we didn't want to risk it. So we compromised with the UK. And my son, Ugo, joined my husband back in Nigeria. So it was difficult. I won't lie. We had actually been a little spoilt in the US because she was receiving multiple therapies several times a week. But in the UK, we were lucky to receive what we received in 1 week in 3 months. So again, I had to learn the system. I had to learn to push and scrap. I was not just her mother, I was her advocate, her therapist, her teacher. I called services over and over again till the people gave in. I was a real nuisance. I joined groups, and anytime we were lucky to get therapy, I absorbed everything and asked a million questions. And do you know what? Less than a year later, she was given the all clear. Her heart was functioning as normal, and we were free to go back to Nigeria. We were free to come home. This nightmare chapter was done. And finally, we really appreciate what it means to be able to hope and plan for your future, something we had not been able to do. So we came back. It was amazing to be together as a family, but of course the Niger factor kicked in. We encountered major challenges. The first, obviously, to do with money. Our finances were in disarray, and it was a shock to realize that insurance here does not cover any therapy services, that we had to come out of pocket, and those costs are absolutely astronomical. But what could we do? Secondly, was the fact that there are very few licensed healthcare professionals. So that's speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists. And a majority are not licensed. So you really have to be careful about the services you're going to get. The obvious one, obviously, societal prejudice and ignorance. And the fact that schools and some individuals are exploiting parents like ourselves who are vulnerable and saying they are providing SEND services when really they're not. They're just taking your money. You see, we are only able, and we're only able, to send both our children to private school and keep up with the weekly therapy sessions for Sim Sim because of our support group of family and friends who help in giving financially, emotionally, and just all round. It truly takes a village to raise a child, and this is not even up to a quarter of the people who have helped us on this journey. You should never be ashamed to ask for help. When we moved back, it was literally all hands on deck. But let me tell you something. We came back, the children were thriving. Simone, she didn't need me as much. And then I was forced to look at myself. What was I doing with my life? I had this major foreboding, this fear. I had to face my own self. Who was I? I had no identity. And I think it happens for a lot of mothers this way. We give everything in raising our children. And I had given everything in getting my daughter well. So I felt worthless, with no direction or purpose. Now let me tell you something. I have a wonderful, wonderful husband. Very fine, oh. But apart from that, he is a blessing and has been with me every step of the way. And he said to me, Toye, take a break. Cut yourself some slack. You have taken everything on your shoulders these past few years. Chill. God just wants us sometimes to stop, wait, and listen. Stop, wait, and listen. You see, this has been the hardest lesson for me. Those of you out there who know me know that I'm very hyper. It's hard to keep still. But I stopped, I waited, and I listened. And one day, small Ugo, my son, in his way, Mommy, who are these people that are always coming to the house to play with Simpson? Why can't I play? And I had to explain to a 4-year-old at the time that his sister has something called Down syndrome. And boy, did I struggle. So I looked for books to help me in doing so, because children are very visual, and I was frustrated. You see, what I found had 100% Caucasian characters. And then they were just one story, just explaining Down syndrome, and then they were done. So I'm glad I stopped, I waited, and I listened, because I decided to write my own book based on this conversation with my son. You see, first, I have never been ashamed, and I never will be ashamed of my daughter having Down syndrome. I wear it as a badge of honor. But this conversation empowered me to openly share pictures, tips, and stories of her on social media. As a result, people began to contact me with questions about Down syndrome and about their children, the struggles they were having. And let me tell you, it wasn't just parents of special needs kids. There were also parents of neurotypical kids too. Secondly, I realized the utter void, complete utter void, of entertainment out there featuring Black African children and featuring special needs children. So I started Simone's Oasis, and this has become my mission: to empower our children through representation and to raise awareness and consciousness for our children through entertainment. You see, raise awareness and consciousness about the great potential of our children, including those with special needs, because to see yourself represented is extremely powerful. And what better way to do that? So we, or I, all our support group, are growing our offering of books, cartoons, music, and videos to ensure that our children can see themselves consistently and have some fun as they learn too. But we also are putting the emphasis on grown-ups, the parents, the caregivers. Access to knowledge is key and should not depend on a parent's ability to pay for it. So, at Simone's Oasis, we are sharing our knowledge, our techniques, and tips. We are raising awareness. So in conclusion, why have I told you all of this so far? Because it's an example of how life can educate you and prepare you for the future if you choose to learn from it. But you must choose to learn from it. Through my experience, it is my intent to do my part to change the landscape for our children. We have to start from their early years. We plan to connect to our children's very sense of self and to establish a new norm of what our African children can dream and achieve or even entertain as possibilities, whatever their ability or disability. We, as parents, have a responsibility in shaping our children, but we need help. We at Simone's Oasis, I will be there to attend to those needs with our community and parent-friendly content. So finally, these are really the points I want you to take home with. That there is so much power being able to share and tell our own stories and to own our own stories. We must be engaged. We must have intent. We must use our minds. That education goes far and beyond the walls of a classroom. And education and learning never stops. Life is learning, and it can change your life. It has transformed mine. My name is Tonye Falugi Ekezie. Follow us, subscribe, and I thank you for allowing me to face my phobia and to share my journey with you.
Fantastic. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Tonya. Thank you so much for sharing that. Just a quick one while she receives a little thank you from Union Bank. 4 things I was able to just pick out. Number 1 is surround yourself with an environment of love. That goes specifically to parents and teachers. You need to really give love to these kids. Never be ashamed to ask for help. That's another important thing. Stop, wait, and listen. Take time to stop, wait, and listen. And last but not the least, this is the most important of all, is that she has a fine husband. So thank you very much, Tonya. A round of applause to her once again. And thank you for the work you do and the sacrifices you make. Our next speaker is going to have a very intense session. This is a session and a topic that most people usually run away from: having the talk and reading the signs. Our speaker is the founder of the CCR Foundation, an award-winning not-for-profit organization which established Nigeria's first free child helpline and first child advocacy center, providing free emergency intervention, legal, medical, and psychosocial services to sexually abused children. A corporate lawyer and partner in the Nigerian law firm of Olajide Oyewole LLP, that's a member of the DLA Piper Africa, where she leads its corporate practice. She's a chartered governance professional and the only chartered director in Nigeria. She has also been granted fellowship of the Chartered Governance Institute UK and the Institute of Directors UK. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to Mrs. Bola Tinubu as she makes her way to the stage.
Everyone. Thank you very much, and thank you particularly Union Bank for inviting me here today and giving me the opportunity to listen to the 2 amazing speakers before me. I actually had to dab my eyes a few times through both presentations. Now, the subject of today's talk is one that I know everyone in this room would rather not have. But unfortunately, avoiding it only makes the problem worse. If we don't talk about child sexual abuse, how can we help children who are experiencing abuse to heal from that trauma? How can we ensure that perpetrators are held accountable and they're brought to justice? But more importantly, how do we even ensure that child sexual abuse does not even happen in the first place? Now, if we're going to do all these things, we must begin by acknowledging the problem. We must recognize that our silence allows it to fester. Because our failure to talk about child sexual abuse means that children who are experiencing it don't understand what's happening to them. It means that families, their parents, they don't know how to recognize the signs of abuse and how to deal with the problem. And it means that the abusers are able to continue to harm these children with impunity. Now, I'm sorry to say that most of us don't know how bad the problem is. We don't know the prevalence of child sexual abuse in Nigeria. Now, the official statistics will tell you that at least a quarter of girls in this country, and women, would have been sexually violated by the age of 18. That's 1 in 4 girls. And for boys, it's 1 in 10 girls. But if I were to take a rough poll, and I'm not going to do that, of everyone sitting here, and I ask a hypothetical question, and ask how many of us have been inappropriately touched in a sexual manner as children, I can bet you that almost everybody's hands will go up. And what makes the matter even worse is that less than 4% of children who are affected by sexual abuse actually get the help that they need. And what this means is that children are left to deal with the secrecy, they're left to deal with the trauma, and they're left to deal with the long-term abuse of sexual abuse by themselves without any help. And that's why I founded the Checheyara Foundation. And Checheyara means save the child in Hausa. And that's what we do. At our foundation, we literally save the children, one child at a time. And through the foundation, we set up the first child helpline in Nigeria. And from the first day that we set it up, the lines have been going non-stop. It's 24 hours. And we get calls from children all across Nigeria, even from outside Nigeria. We also provided the first child advocacy center in Nigeria. And what that does is that it provides a holistic support service for children who are experiencing sexual abuse. And that means that when they come to our center or when they disclose abuse, we'll provide them all the legal support, the therapy they need, the counseling they need, the medical support, everything from treatment through to investigation, through to prosecution, and through healing and justice. Now, these are all vital services, and I'll talk a bit about this. Later. But if we're really to deal with this problem as a society, it can't be left to the work that NGOs like ours does. It requires a big cultural shift. And at the heart of this shift is what is needed is a willingness to talk about the issue, to have those uncomfortable conversations, to break the silence. And I can illustrate what I mean with a very personal example. My mom was 85 years old when she finally found her voice and disclosed her experience of sexual abuse as a child. When she was 12 years old, she had a passion for singing and playing the piano. And she was enrolled in the church choir and had the choir master teaching her piano. And this went on for about a year. She was very happy. And then one day after her piano lesson, the choir master asked her to put away the piano books at the vestry. And she skipped along, took the books, dropped them off, and before she could turn around, she'd been grabbed. Now, she didn't know what was happening. She didn't understand it. But she knew that it was wrong and that she had to fight. And that's exactly what she did. And when she told me about this just a year ago, She said she could still remember the sound of the books coming crashing down as she fought. Eventually, he had to let her go because she was also making a lot of noise, and she was freed. It took her 70 years to talk about it. I also experienced inappropriate touching as a child, like many other people. And I never told anyone for 20 years. And the first person I told was my husband. But the question is this: does it have to be this way? For children to hold on to the trauma, the secret, for 70 years, for 20 years? It doesn't have to be this way. So you can imagine when I had my own children, I was ready. And I have 5 children. But what I did was I made sure that I empowered them. And I empowered them by making them aware of child sexual abuse, that it happens. I showed them how to recognize it, and I taught them not to keep secrets, but to speak up and always find help. Sorry, the lights are disturbing my eyes, so I just need to clean them. So I taught them not to keep secrets, but to speak up and to know where to find help, to know how to identify the trusted adults in their lives. So inevitably, when my 8-year-old was inappropriately touched, she didn't try to guess whether it was accidental or not. Unlike so many children who have never been warned about the dangers of child sexual abuse, she did not torture herself with worry, wondering whether she had done something wrong, whether she had brought it onto herself. Instead, she knew exactly what she needed to do. She knew exactly how to remove herself from that situation. And it took her less than 2 minutes to come and find me and tell me exactly what had transpired, and for me to give her that reassurance, the comforts that she needed. Now, what I want is for all children to have that same level of confidence so that they don't suffer in silence. And that is why sex education has such a vital role to play in that culture shift that I spoke about, the culture shift that we so badly need. So you see, the question is not whether our children receive education about sex. Whether or not we like it, they will learn about it. The question is, what will they learn? How will they learn? Who is going to do the teaching? With the advent of the internet, what it means is that we've got a lot of sexual content around us. And anyone with access to a smartphone can potentially be exposed to explicit pornography. And with that comes that distorted, dehumanizing view of sex. And it is heartbreaking when you think about it, that some young children and young people, for them, pornography will be their sex education. Before they know anything about the proper role of sex within a loving relationship marked by mutual respect, they're exposed to images of abuse, of exploitation. How can they be expected to manage their own emerging sexuality? That hormonal roller coaster that is puberty in a healthy way. Even these young people who are spared the worst excesses of pornography, they are exposed to emotionally and morally confusing messages in popular culture. So whether it's music videos or movies or even cartoons. So sheltering children from any kind of knowledge about sex is simply not an option. In fact, an excessively sheltered child is a vulnerable child. Now, I'm not arguing that children need to know everything about sex from an early age. No. It's important that the sex education is gradual, and it's important that it is age appropriate. But even young children need to understand that if an adult makes them uncomfortable, that they have the right to tell somebody that they trust and that they must talk about it. They need to know that nobody has the right to mistreat them. They need to be encouraged to speak up if they're abused. So age-appropriate sex education has to begin very early. Toddlers are interested in where babies come from, and that curiosity is perfectly healthy. But of course, they don't need to know everything. But they should know their private parts, if only so that they can accurately describe any inappropriate touching. They need to know that their body is private and that some touching is inappropriate. As they grow older, children have to learn when it's appropriate to be naked and when it's not, how to behave respectfully around other children and adults. They need to learn that their body is nothing to be ashamed of, and that nothing that anyone else can do to them can make them less worthy of respect. You see, abusers use shame to silence children. And because that's the only way that they can make those children complicit in keeping their secret. So we must ensure that all children understand that the shame in abuse belongs to the abuser alone, and that they have nothing to fear if they tell somebody. And that is the basic idea that should be communicated to all children. Some people fear that sex education will spoil our children's innocence. But I say that age-appropriate sex education is the best way to protect that innocence. And it does so by ensuring that children have that basic sense of self-respect, which means that they refuse to suffer in silence. Children who are empowered with information on how to recognize abuse, they will know how to speak up. They will know how to seek help. And that gives them that critical primary level of safety and protection from sexual abuse. When children are older, they can of course be gradually introduced to the facts of life and reproduction in more detail, so that they have more of an accurate understanding. And then again, the point is not to put these things before them before they are ready, but to protect them from the myths, the rumors, the misinformation that will take hold when sex education takes place in the playground instead of at home or in the classrooms. In addition, all schools should have compulsory life lessons, teaching children about relationships and abuse. So at the Chichera Foundation, we've developed a program called the Safe Kids Awareness Program, and we go to schools to provide training for free for private schools and small public schools. And it's a tool that empowers children against sexual abuse. And it provides targeted training for various ages between 0 and 18. And it basically teaches them how to get help, recognizing sexual abuse, and being assertive about your body boundaries. It's also important that young people learn the morality of sex.
Welcome back to Culture Report, a very special episode. Yes, on a Saturday afternoon. Yes, it is almost 1 p.m. and we are still reporting live from Edu360 here in Surulere, Lagos, organized by Union Bank.
Exactly, and it's capacity for, it's a platform rather for capacity development, discussions and collaborations in the education sector.
Exactly.
And recently, Tony, right, has spoken in the conference hall.
They just watched it on television, and now she's going to be sitting down here. But I'm going to give Rashina a little bit of time to ask him what he has been up to today.
Well, Way to put me
yes,
on the spot.
Of course, way to put you on the spot, right?
But I'm not going to tell a lie.
Exactly.
I have not been available, but yes, I have been preparing questions for people that I'm not.
Oh my God, I was hoping you had something interesting to say other than I've not been available.
I've not been available actually, but yes, I'm going to ask you one of the questions that I brought up.
Well, I did take a walk around the place and I see kids playing. I see a lot of kids in the playground. I went to the food court. That's where you can find me. I did a little bit of touring. I've listened to a couple of panel speakers talk, and they've actually had quite interesting things to say.
Everybody has quite interesting things.
Well, not everybody, to be honest. Sometimes you're just not interested in what they're saying. But
really?
Yeah.
I've been interested in everything from, monetizing creativity to special needs to how we can actually, create an enabling environment for kids to learn more outside the classrooms. And the, most important thing basically is how technology can, enhance teaching abilities, teaching skills, and skill sets of kids in general.
Well, when I was talking about not being interested in what people were saying, was what happened behind the scene when you were there chatting up and down, actually. So yeah.
Well, I was listening. It's just I was on my phone.
You don't get it.
Listening.
Wow, you don't get it. That's okay. I've had conversations.
True. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. So yeah, that's fine.
I've had conversations with a bunch of people. First, I spoke to Kechi Okuchi.
A survivor.
Yes, and then I also spoke to Bola Tinubu, and it was.
What did you get from that?
Well, she did have, one thing I liked about what she talked about was when I said, what should we do about education? How should we make it better? And she said, yes, indeed, there's a decline. Let's take it back to the WAEC results, from back in the day when we're writing WAEC, everybody's is hands-on, and when the results come out, it's absolutely amazing, but now there's a decline in it. And then she thinks that we should focus on the secondary schools more than we focus on even the universities, because secondary is where it builds first off. Primary schools, yes, but secondary is the one place that everything you decide there and then.
Well, I beg to differ actually, because I feel like a bedding ground is actually very important. Good foundation,
great foundation.
Lamide said something yesterday, which was a takeaway from me. She said something about if you asked, how can you fix? Is there something that you could fix? Where would you start? And then she said she would start from the beginning because we already operate in a broken system. And then also, you were speaking to another panelist who's also a teacher. Who was
a teacher back in the day. She was actually just attending.
Well.
She was just attending because she's more interested in children with special needs, which is what Toyin was talking about.
So basically, she's an educator.
Yes, she was there. I think she was there basically to listen
needs.
to Toyin talk.
But yeah, she said something as well. She said something about how we have a reinforcement strategy here that's negative. We're teaching these kids, but we're not telling them that they're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Appraisal is very important when we're teaching. People need to know that they're doing better, and they have to be a motivational. Exactly, it has to be a motivational factor when you're teaching or reducing knowledge. But
well, all that chattering from you, I wonder what you were doing behind there.
Because I was in
We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, I will not be here anymore. Rashina will take over with some of the interviews that is going to happen. Why did you have to do that?
Edu360
Who are you blowing kisses at?
To all my fans out there watching. I'll be seated here with someone who is dear to my heart.
How is she dear? You don't even know her. You didn't know her until she walked into the place.
I knew that that's what you were going to do. I just wanted to.
I think we'll be spending too much time.
But yeah, we'll go on that quick break. But we're still live and broadcasting from Edu360. It is Pop Central and it is Culture Report as well. Stay on the channel. We'll be right back.
We've been spending too much time together for you to not think that you know what I'm going to say after I say it.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up.
We're Team Laura and Rash.
Okay, go next.
Oh my goodness, you're so tiny.
Oh, yes, I am. You didn't think that was that tiny?
No, y'all stay here.
Oh, sorry.
Right?
Everybody's always so. No, stay there.
Because continuity, you're there. Guys, let me switch off TV production.
Okay. You're stay here, that's right. Okay.
Wow, so you were quite surprised that when I got up. So I'm bigger when I'm sitting down.
So
I should always sit down.
Okay.
All the time. So I'm going to sit down right now.
Alright.
Yes. Now I look big again.
This thing is very weird.
Why?
Oh, I'm jealous.
Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there. Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there. Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking education is so boring, then it's time to think again. Because at this year's Edu360, we're exploring education beyond walls through digital, original, and really progressive learning experiences for children from primary all the way to tertiary levels. We're covering science, technology, arts, visual and creative arts, and even sports. There'll be lots of opportunities to network with training and conferences and workshops as well for adults. There'll be tons of things to win as well, thanks to our local and our global partners, including educational scholarships. Not forgetting the close-out concert every day. This year, we're holding the event at our Union Bank Sports Club on Bode Thomas Surulere, which is really central for everyone. And it's on the 24th to the 26th of October. We look forward to seeing you and your entire family there. Hi there, I am Ngozi Akinyele and I manage the Union Bank brand. If you or your kids have heard about Edu360 and you're thinking,
Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so, go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank. The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so, go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Boys and girls to Pop Central TV 189, and I am still broadcasting live from Surulere, Lagos State, Edu360. I'm having fun conversations. As you know, Laura has just left us, but I'm here with someone who was on the panel. Yes, her name is Tonye Falogi.
You're just going to finish my name. Toyin Falogi Ekezi.
Falogi.
Don't forget any aspect of that.
Okay, Ekezi. I think I'm just going to go with Ekezi. But how are you feeling?
Very well, thank you.
So I listened to a bit, a tad bit
Only
actually, because we had to also study exactly. But I listened to a bit of your speaking session inside the conference hall, and I listened to how very thoughtful you were about teaching. Yeah, because you were not watching yourself, but I could see that you were very passionate about what you were talking about, and you were able to put people on a standstill, even if they weren't literally standing, but they were sitting, and they're like, oh wow, And that happened yesterday as well. Someone who was speaking about insecurities in the academic sector and how this proper security system is not provided for them, and she was crying about the Chibok girls. But yeah, moving forward, how do you think we can teach kids in their creative capacity?
Well, I think it's important that we understand as grown-ups that the creative side of learning is essential and should be compulsory because of the way children's minds are programmed. If children are able to explore themselves through art, through music, through play, it's not just play, it's not just drawing. You can actually instill learning through those things, and their brains are wired to absorb better when you approach learning creatively.
Fantastic. We're talking about the report. It's called Unique Not Odd. What is that about?
I actually don't know what that's about.
You don't know what that's about?
No, I do. Don't worry, I'm just messing with you. Okay, so unique, not odd. We tend, when things are different, to put them like this. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's weird. Person is a witch. This person is weird. Spirit. It's not. We have to understand that people are not cookie cutters. You can't peg people always into these boxes that we've provided. Human beings are not wired that way. And what I would say is that we are all unique. And it just happens that some stand out more than others. It's not about being odd. People are different, and we should allow that uniqueness to stand out.
So beyond 360, Edu360, what are you doing to enable kids with who need special learning or special needs in general?
Well, we'll be launching our platform soon called Simone's Oasis. But currently you can find us on social media at Simone's Oasis. But I partnered with Rainbow Down Syndrome Foundation, the Down Syndrome Foundation of Nigeria, and Astotes.com, as well as other people who have approached us to collaborate in kind of raising awareness of how learning is important for all children, including special needs children. And I think what we've realized is that we as adults are the ones putting restrictions on their learning. They are capable of so much more than we think, and we're the ones that decide, oh, you know what, this child is different, let me send them to the village. Oh, let me not bring them out, they just learn at home. And we're doing them a disservice because we have special needs people who have Down syndrome, who have autism, who have successful, thriving businesses, who have graduated university, who have had their own children, who have become doctors, who have been married far longer than, say, someone like I have been married. So I think we as grown-ups have to change our own perspective and perception because we need to raise members of society that are independent and can flourish, and that's really, really important.
Okay, thank you very much, Tony.
You're welcome.
Fun discussions. Well, I hope to see you, some other time. Hopefully, we'll have more discussion, but we have to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we have more fun conversations about the Edu360s. Don't go anywhere. Culture Report and Pop Central will be right back.
And in print media for over 12 years in Nigeria. He currently produces and presents Seriously Speaking, which is a weekly chat show broadcast on Channel TV, and of course the TW Conversations on Africa Magic Showcase. Added to her portfolio is the foray into publishing via the lifestyle magazine TW since 2007. Today's Woman has become the prime choice of discerning readers. It's a lifestyle family magazine which is proudly targeted to the cosmopolitan woman. So if you're a woman and they say women support women, show some love, ladies and gentlemen, to the one, the only, the ageless, always getting younger and younger and younger, the one and only Mrs. Adesua. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate the time you've taken to be here with us. Come on, guys, show some, especially the women in here. If you're a woman in here, let her know that you are here with her. Always ever so radiant, and of course, we're looking forward to all she has to say. Our next panelist is an internationally certified Enneagram personality coach, as well as an experienced telecoms, media, and technology consultant, as a specialist in facilitator and consultant. His unique blend of skills to offer powerful frameworks that help organizations deal with leadership and organizational development, team dynamics, and conflict resolution.
Thank you very much.
He also works with individuals and couples who are looking for
So I sent to her, she sent to you. Yeah.
Sorry. What's the one that we took? Yes. You really like games.
You know, sometimes I don't realize how talented I am. As many men and women in this hall. That's why the applause is very small for Brother Nadi. Please, let's show some love. Women, help us with your applause, please.
Tag me up for this.
Thank you very much for being here as well. Our next panelist is a mental health professional. Her experience spans over 30 years as a guidance counselor for children and teenagers in several federal unity schools in Nigeria. She provided therapy as an intern psychologist, military hospital, to ECOMOG soldiers from the Liberian War going through PTSD and their families. The doctor has also experience in multicultural and multinational counseling from Toronto, Canada, where she worked for several years with immigrants, providing therapy to abused young children, women, and children. She holds a doctorate in general psychotherapy, MSc psychology, BA in guidance and counseling, and a diploma in social work. Please do make welcome Dr. Joy Obona.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of closed deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Underscores the fact that today we are opening up the fact that children are emotional beings. And in this panel, we'll just be exploring how to understand when and how they are experiencing challenges and how to help them work through it. So for starters, of course, I'll just start with the experts in the field. I know you have worked with so many children across the years, Dr. Obona. Where do you actually start in unearthing when a child should actually be allowed to have an emotion? So from what age do children actually start developing emotions?
When we talk of emotions,
when you talk of that, that's what you get at every level. And the three of them are very important. You can't leave us one to discuss the other. And when you talk of emotion, you are looking at a state of mental state combined with some chemicals and the nervous system, and they found themselves being expressed in our behavior. And right from even in the womb, before the child is birth, you have the child exhibit an emotion. Has been wired with emotion already. So it's not when does the child now acquire emotion. Some emotions are wired already because you find out that the first thing the doctor will say, if the child doesn't cry, they say, you smack the child. You got to cry so that it can suck in oxygen. And so the emotion is there. And when the child is hungry, what does he do? He cries. When there is pain, and that's what pain is. When you smack the child, that newborn baby, that pain makes the child to cry. So they can suck in oxygen, and the doctor can say, oh, that is right. So I think it starts with some emotions already in children. And as they grow on along, they develop. And then the part the mother can, or parents can do is to, we'll get to that later, to validate such emotions. They're already, it's wired already. It's for them just gradually. It keeps on coming out, as a toddler, as a teenager, and as they grow up. It's already there. And along the way, they just acquire it because it's already inborn with each and every one of them.
Indeed. So, Ladi, now, let me go to you. You work in a very peculiar field, right? It's not every day that someone decides to go and become a counselor. So just walk us through your journey into that industry. Why did you decide to go into that? And what has been your experience managing parents as couples and, of course, unearthing issues that they face with their children as well?
So, in terms of what led me down this path, parenting actually did. I have 3 kids, and probably when we had our 3rd child, and he was in that terrible age range, that's actually when I realized that not only were these kids all different, but the way that you have to parent them also has to be unique to their personalities. What my wife and I discovered was a lot of the things we were trying with the older 2 kids, it was just not working for the 3rd child. It was just not compliant, and it was all because he had a completely different personality than the rest of us. So, I mean, that's the short answer to what led me into this. But just to piggyback on what the previous speaker said, and to also to tie it all together. The thing is that we all have, I mean, emotional intelligence is kind of like a buzzword that's floating around these days. Now, the reality is that we all respond to stimuli. We all respond to life in one of 3 ways. What do I think? How do I feel? What am I going to do? You're going to respond in one of those 3 ways. And the reason we do is because we actually have 3 different centers of intelligence. We have our emotional center of intelligence, we have our thinking center of intelligence, and then we have our instinctual center of intelligence. But then, even if you look at what you said at the beginning, and how parents tend to make kids feel like they're not allowed to have emotions, let's actually talk about the impact of that over the course of time in a child's life. When you're out in the world, what you're trying to do, and this is all of us, you are trying to get your own way. You're trying to get this world to work for you, okay? Because at some point you come into the world that you think everything is perfect, and then even as a child, a reality hits you. You have some experience or the other that lets you know that this world is not working like that. That's not a reality. It's not always going to go my way. So from that point on, you have a reaction to that. It's either you have a reaction of anger, and what do I do with this anger? Or you have a reaction of sadness, what do I do with this sadness? Or you have a reaction of fear, and the question then becomes, what do I do with this fear? And from that point on, what you realize is that, okay, I typically respond to life in one of those three ways that I described earlier, either by thinking, either by doing things, or by my feelings or my emotions. And you're going to pick one of those three because one of those three is going to work for you. Okay? One of those three is going to work for you. One of those three is not going to work for you, so it becomes repressed. The one that works for you becomes dominant. And that is now the one that you use every time. So what ends up happening because of the way we culturally raise our kids, when we're giving them the impression that it's not okay to have emotions, especially boys. I mean, if boys are playing football and the boy falls down and hurts his leg, you tell him, stand up, my friend, and continue playing. Be a man, because you have now said to him, he's not a man if he's hurt, if he has an emotion, if he cries. But if it's women, if girls are playing football and one of them gets hurt, the entire team will huddle around the girl and they'll be, but then when we now all grow up into adulthood, we now wonder why women are able to manage emotions better than boys. And it starts from childhood. But the bottom line is that one of the reasons that our kids struggle with their emotions is because as they come into the world, as they experience the world, as they experience us, our parents. Now, keep in mind that they experience us the most, so they're most concerned about how we feel about them. If they realize that their emotions are not going to work, if they are not going to get them what they want out of us, they stop using them. And if you stop using something, it doesn't develop. She made reference to the way we're wired, and the neurons there's a popular saying in science that says neurons that fire together, wire together. The parts of your brain, the parts of your intelligence that you are using, especially from childhood, they are the ones that will grow. They are the ones that, but if you do not use them, they eventually become suppressed. And then you're going to get to some point be it later in your teen years or even in adulthood, when you realize that, okay, well, these other things I've been using, they're not working anymore. They're not getting me where I need to. And then you now try and go back and get your emotional intelligence. But your emotional intelligence is mature. So it's now a journey for you. And it's not an easy journey. So you will find yourself just defaulting back to what works for you, which is either my ability to act on my instincts or my ability to think my way out of situations. So that's what we find with a lot of our kids. We find that a lot of our kids are not emotionally mature because we as adults, as we're raising them, we are not giving them that opportunity to express those emotions and figure out what those emotions mean.
How powerful. Thank you so much. Nowadays, I know you've had a very dynamic career over the past decades, but mental health, particularly with children, is an area that you're really passionate about. Is there a story behind that? Why have you picked on it as an area to drive your work over the years?
Well, I'm not sure if it's true to say mental health is an area for children. I feel strongly about mental health for everybody is important. But with the instance of children, a personal example, a personal experience made me realize how sometimes, no matter how we say our kids express themselves or not express themselves, or they are emotional beings or not emotional beings, I believe different ages produce different kinds of kids. What we have today is, in our time, what we couldn't tell our parents, our children probably can tell us. Probably, I say, because they can also deceive us, because they know the expectation we place on them, and they want to behave, they don't want to upset you or do something, or they just have learned not to exercise that emotional side of them for one reason or the other. I'll give a short example. I have a son, my fourth child, my third son. He's the one that opened my eyes to how a parent's little comment or no comment can turn everything around, right? This young man is an A student, was an A student in high school. His siblings ahead of him were A's. In fact, the siblings just before him was head boy in his school, A student, got a scholarship to Harvard. Then who came after that, he was an A student, was a head boy. He was great as a scientist, A all the way. And then they graduate, and he was not the valedictorian. His brother before him was the valedictorian. I mean, it didn't seem like a big deal, but that had upset him first of all. Then they finished. I didn't go for that graduation. It was only Daddy because I was in town. They're driving home, and Dad says, "Oh, so what are you going to do? What would you like to do in future?" And the boy said, "Music." And the father laughed. So, but we didn't know about this incident until fast forward to 4 years down the line. He'd done 1 year of post-graduation because after school, my kids, I keep them back home for them to learn the things they didn't learn when they were in school. To cook, to drive if they're interested, to follow mommy and daddy to work or whatever for a whole year while they apply to school. So I'd been home for 1 year. He'd done a first year of computer engineering, second year of computer engineering, third year of computer engineering. And if you study engineering, the first 2 years, because you're naturally smart, you will pass. By the third year, you have to be focused. This young man wasn't focused. He was worried about calling us to say, "Hey, Dad," because he was calling in America. You can't access their grades. How are you doing? "Oh, well, I'm fine." But there's something that all mothers here will identify with, and I believe that never ignore it. When what as Christians we refer to as the Holy Spirit moving you in one direction, just act. Someday I'm driving home and I feel, call Kachi, that's my son's name. And I just dial and say, "Kachi, how are you?" "I'm not feeling too good. I want to come home." Where did that come from? You want to come home? He says, "I'm just tired." I say, "Okay, where are you right now?" "I'm not happy." "Where are you?" "I'm in front of the pond." I'm like, and I panic. "The pond? What are you doing there?" He says, "I'm unhappy. I'm blah, blah." I said, "Okay, you know what? What you need to do is find the medical center. There's one in your school, right?" That was about 12 at that time. It was about 6 p.m. our time. Find the medical. Just go to the bed and seek help. Something must be wrong. He says, "I don't know. I just want to come home." Long story short, we began a journey to his mind. Because at the end of the day, it goes for counseling, it goes for treatment. We find that his vitamin D levels are very low. Now, I didn't realize how important vitamin D was. Now, vitamin D, we get it from the sun. This is a young man from Africa. He's gone to the US to go and school. I've raised 3 other children that had gone before him. We didn't see all of these things. So the doctor says his vitamin D levels were so low. Ordinarily, you should have somewhere between 36 and 50 for normal kids or normal people. This young man had 6. So there was a problem. He had very low vitamin. So that meant it was affecting his moods. He wasn't happy. And now these moods coupled with the fact that this boy wasn't doing well in school. He was no longer A, he was now B. From A to B plus to B. So he didn't know how to tell us. So we found out that he had been struggling. But even at that stage, you paid school fees for 3 years. And he was too scared to tell us that actually, "I don't want to study engineering." But he didn't say. And so we battled another year, paid the 4th year of school fees. And his dad, when he was getting better, his moods were better, but he wasn't still doing well. He was struggling. His brothers, they'll talk to him. His father went, America is not near. I didn't go that year. His father went and talked to him. But not man to son. You can do this. Just finish it. You can finish the degree. And he tells her, "Yes, I'm going to do it. Just 1 more year." But the truth is, I would like to do music. I said, "Okay, just finish this first, then you go and do music. You have already paid school fees for 4 years. So you can do it, you can do it." And this young man says, "I will do it," right? And Dad comes back home. And things are still not doing okay. The young man got introduced to Indian hemp, started to smoke, though he was now dependent on that. Long story short, eventually, we went back to that pond one day. And this was a call. Parents must be careful. Now, why was I able to know these things? The family created a WhatsApp group. And so we chat from time to time. So when somebody's not talking, "Hey, you haven't spoken for how many? What's wrong? Where have you been? You're hiding?" Everybody pulls. So somehow the chat comes out. Now, this young man had disappeared from WhatsApp. "What's wrong with you now? Why are you not talking?" "Oh, nothing." The next thing we hear, someone gives us a call. A friend of my husband's, we're driving home and says, "Hey, look, have you checked your son's Facebook page?" I'm like, "What's going on?" Then we go to the Facebook page and the guy has poured out his heart. I'm tired of life. I can't go on anymore. I've been in my house for the past 6 weeks. I've not been going to class. I've just been smoking. His father was livid. But I felt a huge sense of relief because he had already spoken his mind. We now tried to reach this guy. No way. We finally Snapchatted. Through Snapchat, his siblings were looking for him. They found out that his last port of call or response was in front of that pond. You know what I mean? And so I said, that pond again, we dispatched somebody straight away from New York because in Massachusetts, drive straight, just take that boy out of school. Today, he's back home. Now, as a parent, the first thing I worry is that, it's a thing of shame.
Welcome back to Culture Report and education sector. Grandma Wura. Hello, Grandma Wura.
Hello, darling.
You look amazing.
Thank you. I get that a lot.
You picked your outfit by yourself.
Yes, I do. All of them.
All the blend of colors are just, stunning.
Oh, yes.
And I've never seen, I'm not a yellow person, so when people do the color yellow and they pull it up so graciously, it makes sense. So, moving forward,
yes.
You have spoken in the conference hall, I believe.
Which one is the conference hall?
It's this one here.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. And you spoke about storytelling.
Yes, we did storytelling.
You did storytelling.
Yes.
To the kids.
Yes, to the kids, the teachers, and the parents. Because the sessions is for everyone.
It's for everyone.
It's a program that is geared towards leadership and nation building.
Nation building. So all the stories have to revolve around that.
Yes, it revolves around anything you want the children to learn about. So if you want them to learn about entrepreneurship, you put the lessons in a story. They never forget. If I want you never to forget something, I'll just give you a hot gist. And you will never forget.
True that. So can you say that that's a strategy for you educating these kids?
Oh, yes. It has always been a strategy from our ancestors. Our ancestors used storytelling, and that worked. And we turned out well. And so it wasn't because they had nothing to do under the moonlight. It was deliberate. It was intentional. They wanted to put in some values into you, and they put it in a story.
So basically, it is essential that we adopt storytelling into our curriculum.
Very, very essential. Very, very essential.
So I'm going to ask you, what do you think an effective classroom should look like?
An effective classroom should be full of adventures. It should be colorful. It should be motivating. It should be something that the children want to come back to every day. An effective classroom doesn't have to take place in a particular location. It can take place outside the classroom itself. And that's why you have the theme you have for the year, which is very apt.
Beyond the classroom.
Yes, beyond the walls.
Well, thank you very much, Grandma Wura.
Thank you very much.
And I hope that you tell me stories sometimes in the future.
It will always be a pleasure.
Thank you very much for speaking with me. We'll go on that quick break, and when you see me and Laura, we'll probably be doing something else. But stay on the channel 189, and we'll be back from this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Younger children, like let's say maybe from 5 years, 6 years, like she said, it's a matter of the first thing is love, observant. Make your children to be your friend. If a mother is observant, you'll be able to know. And it is also very important at that age to start validating their emotions. That is how they'll be able to know which emotions works for them. For example, if a child says, you look at a child and they say, oh, John, you are not happy. He might say yes. Or he might be able to. That means you have observed something and you are validating. Or he comes to tell you something. It's about validation. If that child, if he tells you something, you don't just wish it away. Like my sister said, the father laughed. If you had said, oh, music, beautiful. So we will have a music in our family. Just in another way. You could have validated his opinion and then later follow it up.
Like you say, you know, music. We'll have a music person in our family. You have validated that child's, you know, a dream, and then later on you can find. The first thing is love. Pull them near you. Know your children. No two children are the same. Don't compare. Each child is unique. Treat them uniquely.
As parents, say that, okay, if one parent is doing something wrong towards the child, then that is you know, that's how we run things in this house. That's not what I'm doing. You need to still create that realistic expectation of how relationships work. for, within the home for your children. But it's also very, very important that the entire time you and your husband or you and your wife are working towards an agreement on how you are going to parent those children. And if there is disagreement, please find someone that the other party respects that can moderate that disagreement or that conversation so that you can arrive at a compromise, because it is just too hard to do it when you are on different pages.
Thank you for that.
Sometimes, mothers argue because, just for the sake of argument, we don't want to admit that daddy was right. Honestly, daddy was right. So especially when, but when you are right and daddy doesn't admit it, you don't like it either. So what I must make parents understand is that our children shouldn't see us as being in competition. That this daddy is better than mommy, or mommy is better than daddy. Because we agree, so it's beyond who is better or who understands more. So when my children tell me things like, God, they tell me, you are always siding daddy. Daddy just says everything and you agree. And you let him get away with everything. I say, you don't know what he lets me get away in private. You know what I mean? I let him get away because the truth, and you shouldn't belittle your husband in front of your children. When my husband was complaining, I never said it. I didn't say so. I let the thing go. Then I called him and said, Ike, it is possible that I know that you didn't mean to scoff. I know why you laughed. Because it's an A student, you wonder, what's an A student going to do in music? Because you don't understand what music is about. So I understand why, but he doesn't. So you must make him understand why. Today is his greatest fan. His daddy is his greatest fan as a musician. So women, please, let your husband, if he's wrong, tell him outside and make him go and correct it, not before the children.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Okay.
Hold on. Women, we are more hyperactive. And because it's our children, we want to fret. We want to, you freak out because something is happening. Let us be sure, so that you don't label that child. So be sure of what you are saying. Observe. That's why I say always engage your children with love. Pull them, make them your friend. Observe it for some few times, and then mention it to your husband, before you can, blow it out of proportion.
Thank you for that. When the issue of respect to the men, there are two men, I won't mention their names, but they clapped very hard when you said, women, don't point at them, please. Don't point at them. Oh, is it you two? Oh, I didn't know. Another thing, just to throw it in, please, for parents, is depending on the generation of parent that you are, the older ones preferably need to unlearn a lot of things to cope with the younger children. Just wanted to throw that in. I have one more question here.
My name is Apollos Treasure. I am an early childhood care education practitioner. I have worked with a couple of children, and I used to speak a lot of grammar then. But when I had mine, I understood better. All right. As an early years teacher, I understand that we have what we call nature-nurture controversy. Now, I also want to ask, how does the environment a child is born in, affects this child's emotion? That's one. The kind of adults that live within that environment. A lot of us sitting here today are probably primary and secondary school teachers. Now, what is the role of teachers sitting here today in, what's it called now, enhancing or helping children with some of these emotional issues? What do we do in education? We have 3 domains: affective. What is affective? So what are we doing it right enough? We have a class of early years 0 to 5 crying, and you cannot help them. And she just said crying is emotion. So what is causing that? How do we become better as teachers, as caregivers, and as parents? Secondly, I have a daughter who doesn't smile. Trust me, she doesn't smile. And people want to ask me, sorry, I'll say this in pidgin, your pikin know they smile? I say, is it your smile? So I've tried as a person I try to touch her tummy. You know those things we want to do to make them want to at least give a faint smile. And I discovered that it's just not working. Really, I don't know how to help my child to smile, you know. But some other people come around and they try these things and it works for her. So what is wrong with me? Why don't she want to smile? You know, I'm talking about the emotion now. But then she loves music. I really observed that. She wants to shake her hands and she's 1+. Maybe she's just too young to smile. I don't know. Please help me.
Thank you very much. I guess it's a question for the experts.
That smiling one is the one I want to hear.
The smiling one. You know, when you talk of emotion, okay.
Sorry, no, I have a question. How old is this child?
1+. She said 1+.
1+. Madam, wait now. The child is just... It's a bit early. I wouldn't just, relax. It's not time to start raising alarms. So what do you think?
What I wanted to ask, she said 1+, 1 year plus. And then, children are different. Maybe by the time it's 2 now, you will able to be saying, oh, you are laughing too much. So give the time child, as long as she is meeting everyday need. You are observant, and because it might be, please, I'm querying this, it's not fine, I don't know the child. Is it an onset of, let's say, dyslexia, onset of ADHD, all those ones, we can query it, but then give it some time. But if we are still worried, by 24 months or 36 months, then you can take him or her to go and see a professional so that she can be properly diagnosed. Then the first question about
the environment,
the role of the environment. Nurture controversy. It's a controversy. So what do you do with controversy? Some people say nature is supreme when it comes to upbringing, of raising a child, of making up the composition of what a child will become an adult. Some people say nurture, that's the environment. But a school of thought has been able to prove that both of them have parts in making us what we are today. For example, get a twin children, maybe born in a village, bring them down to Lagos, raise one in Ikoyi and raise one in Ajegunle. Twins, same gender, that's male. Raise one in Ikoyi and raise one in Ajegunle. They can never be the same. Because the environment of Ajegunle and the environment of Ikoyi, they are not the same. So remember, both of them are twin boys, but their genes, they can never be the same. The gene one, might have more gene from the father, and the other one might have more from the mother. So I think both the nature and the nurture contribute to making us what we are today.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was just going to comment on that nature and nurture. I think there's a dichotomy. You can never ignore nurture. Nature only affects our physical. It's nurture that affects our emotional. I think it's nurture because the example Madame gave about Ajegunle and Ikoyi, the difference in the two, they'll probably grow up, maybe they will eat different food, so one will be bigger than the other, right? But the point is they still have the same looks, possibly. What they look like will be the same, but how they respond to things will be different. Because the person in Ikoyi only sees African Mnet. The other one doesn't see Mnet. So that one is more likely to be grounded in the Atilogu dance in Ajegunle. While Ikoyi will only be seeing that, what do they call those ones at the dance? The one, Rihanna and Co, they'll be watching that one. So they will be speaking differently, and that's where, but they will respond to the same thing, right, in different ways. But they are the same people. So nurture will affect their minds. Our children's minds are being nurtured by the smartphone. So whether it's Ajegunle or Ikoyi now, they are all experiencing the same nurture. Social media.
Okay, I'm going to just pick up from... First of all, give her a hand. That's a very profound answer. So I'm just going to pick up from where she left off and say that, using that same exact example that she gave, that child that's in Ikoyi, If you put that child in a home where the parents are always fighting, they don't give the child any attention, they don't care what the child is doing in school. If you want, send the child to CIS or any school there. But then the child in Ajegunle, the parents are very, very intentional about everything related to that child. They're showing that child love. They're letting that child know that they belong. They're letting that child know that they're valuable. They're letting that child know that hard work pays off. They're teaching that child commitment. They're teaching that child values that matter. At the end of the day, who is going to progress? I think we all know the answer to that. So, you know what? Nature is as for God. I got to do that one now. You know, that's not for us to control anymore once it's done. Yes, it plays its role through the entirety of life, but we have so much more control over nurture. So let's just focus on that.
Yeah.
And then that now brings me back to the point about the child that doesn't smile, that is not yet smiling. The thing is that a child up until the age of 2, they're still developing. Even in terms, even their level of intelligence is so underdeveloped that the only one that they really, really function with is their ability to just use their instincts. Okay? So even a lot of things that we see them do, it's all learned behavior. Okay? So a child cries because we respond to the child crying. Okay? In the same way, a child might smile because they see that smiling gets them what they want out of this world. So what you can do, because you asked us, you asked for some very practical things that you can do. Just continue to show the child behavior that she can mimic. You just put the child in front of you and just keep smiling at her. Just keep smiling at her. Just keep smiling at her. You understand? And eventually she might find she might see it as a necessary behavior to mimic. And if she sees it as a necessary behavior to mimic and she starts to do that, and she sees that it garners a good reaction out of people, then it becomes a behavior that he or she will continue through life. And then just to some of the more potentially psychological points that she raised in terms of certain potential deficiencies the child might have, those are, as far as I'm concerned, those are learning deficiencies. And if you're doing things like what I recommend and they're still not responding to things like that, then there's the potential that might exist there. But again, do what you can control within your environment, within the resources available to you for now, and understand. I think that's one of the biggest things I can leave with you. Understand that children mimic behavior at that age. So do the behavior that you want them to mimic. Create a home where everyone is laughing, where everyone is smiling, where there's love in the environment. It'll eventually affect that child.
Yeah. Thank you. Where is she? Can she just stand up, please? Can you get the camera on her face, please? I want to try something. Please, can you just smile? I want to see the smiling. Can you get it on? I just want her to... Please smile at least 10 times a day to that baby.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause, please, for our wonderful panelists. Thank you for the very practical experiences that you shared and also the wisdom that we've gotten. I think if there's one major takeaway, I can see there are many adults in the room, whether you're a parent or you're a teacher. The fundamental thing I've taken away from this panel is that we all need to be very intentional. We need to be very watchful, and we also need to create a supportive and loving environment to unearth challenges when they exist. On that note, I would like to say once again, thank you so much to all of our wonderful panelists.
Come on, if you enjoyed it as much as I did, show some love. That was a remarkable session. Thank you so much to our panelists. Up next is the education financing options for parents. This has to do more with what Union Bank also has in store for our parents here when it comes to financing options for the parents for their children. Okechukwu Ugoji will be handling this, and of course, still up ahead, we have the online safety training and help. My child wants to be a vlogger as well. You have been an excellent, excellent audience. Please, I think you also deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much for the very apt questions, very, very, very valid questions as well. For those of you, don't forget, we also, that's those of us staying till the end, would implore you to do so. We have a spectacular performance by Falls, who's also another testimony to children chasing their dreams, if you know his story very well. Thank you so much. So if you've been following Falls' story, he's also you also share. You also know about how he's come around, and then his father is now his biggest fan. So while we set up for our next speaker, please do take the time to visit the Edu360 bookstore, where you have the literature books. All our speakers who have been here the last 3 days, heavily discounted over there, and some interesting books that you might want to get your hands on if you're a parent out there. Also, we have activities happening in stage 2, and of course the radio booth as well. So please feel free to take a stroll when you are less busy. The children's section, that's the kids zone, is still very much active. It's still very much active, so please, if you have your children and they're getting a bit restless here, just take them there to stretch out so that they can have a little breather. Thankfully, we have good weather, good food, so please enjoy yourself. It's all about food and fun on day 3 of Edu360. Our next speaker is a gentleman who holds a master's degree and a BSc in business administration from the Ahmadu Bello University. He's also a member of the Chartered Financial Analyst, CFA. Hold on. CFA, and he joined Union Bank in October 2016 and currently heads the retail lending team. So basically, he's going to be talking about education, financing options for parents. And if you're a parent out there, money is very critical. In as much as you nurture your child, you need to manage your finances and also where to get your finances and how to make your finances work for you, for your child or children, as the case may be. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to Okechukwu Ugoji as he makes his way. This picture is it not you? He's denying his picture. So, over to you.
Very insightful and informative. Hello? Okay, I hope the sessions have been very informative and insightful. I was pretty excited about the one for the Nkechi story and the same story. At Union Bank, we're very aware of the deficiencies that exist in the educational system, and we are committed to providing value for stakeholders that exist within the ecosystem, be they parents, teachers, vendors, even school owners alike. For us in the retail space, we have several products in the liability as well as assets that help you to meet your respective needs. Do you have a plan for the future? Take, for instance, maybe you want to buy a house, you want to buy a car, or you want to secure your child's future in real terms. We have a target savings product where you can save in a very disciplined manner on a month-to-month basis over a 1-year period, a 2-year period, a 3-year period, a 4-year period. And you have a twin benefit of gaining a higher interest rate, higher than what we currently pay on savings account, which is about 4.1%. And you have the chance of also being a millionaire. Very true, being a millionaire. What happens here is that if you, since the beginning of the year, we rewarded over 1,000 customers, and 20 of them are actual millionaires, despite they had economic hardship, right? So if you open an account and you save continuously in either of our target savings products, you can have a chance of being a millionaire. Now, if you sit on the other side of the divide, where you have a need and you want that need started today, that means you want funds to help you buy that car now, we as well can help you do it. So for us in lending, we have two views. We see our customers in more as payroll customers and non-payroll customers. So a payroll customer will be a typical school teacher who earns a salary or works in a school. He earns, sorry, 1 second. Nope. Okay. Okay, a typical payroll customer will be a salary earner who works in oil and gas, or he's a civil servant at the federal, state, or local government level, or he works in telecoms or telcos. The idea here, he earns a salary on a month-to-month basis. At the particular date of the month, he earns a salary. Our definition for a typical payroll customer. On the non-payroll side, customers who exist more of the larger space. So the 90% of the market of the adult population who do their own businesses, more mom and pop businesses, who typical fashion designers who own their own schools, for instance, who are engineers or lawyers, but who largely own their own businesses. We have loans for them as well. So typically, for a payroll customer, we can give him a personal loan, we can give him an overdraft, a credit card, or mortgage loan. Here, customers here can take as much as 50 million naira and pay over 60 months, that's 5 years, okay, at very competitive, or I rather say very interesting interest rates. For the non-payroll bit, which is more interesting for us, you have customers who can take loans like our cash flow loans, self-employed loans. These are loans largely where we look at the customer's cash flow in terms of how much he pays into his account, how much he withdraws from his account. On that basis, we use that to give the customer a loan, non-collateralized. We're not going to ask you to bring your CFO to your house. We're not going to ask you to bring your certificates. We're not going to bring your Peugeot 504. None of these. No. It's very simple. We'll just ask you for a letter of undertaking. You fill out an application form, and we will give you a loan on the payroll side. On the self-employed side, application form as well, and you just give us 1 or 2 guarantors, and we'll give you a loan as well. Largely, the idea is to give you loans based on the behavior of how much you pay into the account and how much you withdraw from the account. No collateral is collected on these loan types. The benefits that accrues to you is, 1, you have an option to pay flexibly. See, this guy is splitting. It's very flexible, right? So you can pay either weekly, either monthly, either quarterly, either half yearly or a full year, depending on how you choose to want to repay the facility. In addition, I know you guys know that women behave better than men when it comes to money. Do we agree? Women are more creditworthy than men. On that note, we give women lower interest rates. I thought you guys would be clapping. We give women lower interest rates, right? In this market, we are the only bank that does what we call a repayment reward. If a customer takes a loan from us and repays without any form of default, we'll give the customer back something in return. Take, for instance, you take a loan and you're repaying maybe 10,000 naira every month. At the end of 2 years, I will give you back 1 month. That is 10,000 naira at the end of 2 years. At the end of 3 years, I'll give you 2 times that amount, 20,000 naira. And anything above 2 years, that's 3, 4, 5 years, I'll give you back 3 times that amount. So again, the idea is to encourage the right behavior. We enter into a contract. I tell you, I'll give you a loan. You say you repay. If you repay, I'll give you back something in return. Again, in this market, we're the only bank doing or offering such a return for our customers. Lastly is our interest rates. On this campground since Thursday, I'm sure you see some of our guys wearing gray T-shirts. If you take a loan from us or you indicate an interest that you want to take a loan, we're offering the lowest interest rates in the market today. 1.9% per month, please. 1.9% per month, which is much lower than any other bank is offering in the market. So at the end of this session, I encourage us to go into the Smart Center within the complex, ask any of our agents, fill the form. You may never know that you may require a loan before the end of the year. Thank you very much. God bless. Questions.
Anybody with questions?
Questions.
Please raise your hand so we can see you. Okay.
An idea is a beautiful thing, powerful enough to disrupt culture, evolve humanity, and create a new way of life. Our way of life, one that strives to be more, try more, achieve more, and become more. Relentlessly pursuing innovation, excellence, and greatness must be nurtured, which is what the Union Bank Tech Ventures platform does, to nurture your ideas to fruition. The Tech Ventures platform by Union Bank has 3 packages. The Nurture package provides young tech companies with collateral-free loans, a mentorship program, access to technical and business mentors from Union Bank and their Tech Hub network, as well as access to office space, utilities, and fast internet. And when greatness has been nurtured, it needs to be scaled. Our Scale package helps tech ventures looking to scale their business models by furnishing them with business advisory services, funding, and access to relevant partnership areas to scale their business in areas like accounting, human resources, payroll, and logistics. And when greatness has been scaled, it becomes strong and sturdy like the unicorn, ready to take on the world. Furthermore, you can still bank on us to keep you going with our Unicorn package, which provides mature tech companies with unique partnerships as well as access to our distribution channels and customers. This package also provides business advisory and a mix of credit options to drive your business. Working with our specialized team will keep you focused on what truly matters, changing the world with your idea. Because Union Bank is ready to go with you and enable your success all the way. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Thank you, sir. My name is Gabriel. What's happened if your employer refuses to sign the form? Because I know bank with documentation. Yeah. Oh no, you need documentation.
Okay, so as part of some of our loan products, where you have that kind of scenario, we would expect your salaries to stay a minimum of 6 months. If it stays 6 months, even if your employer refuses to give you a letter of undertaking, we will grant you a loan. It may not actually be as high as you expect, but it will be between a particular bandwidth. Do you understand? Yes. So everybody gets a loan. Everybody gets a loan. As long as I see inflows into your accounts, as long as I see amounts coming to those accounts, everybody gets a loan in real times. Thank you so much.
That's okay, Chico. Don't forget, if you have any more questions, the Union Bank stand is in the exhibition hall where you can get a lot more information. And those of you who do not have a Union Bank account yet, you have an opportunity to fast-track the process at that center as well. It's been quite interesting. So far, so good. Is everybody okay? What happened? Some of the partners, which I'll mention after this, will be helping with some free drinks and some samples, but you also have food that you can get there as well. So if you've not been to the food court, just go to any of the food stands and say, Oscar sent you. All right, so you say, Oscar, repeat after me.
The buzz of alarms hails you. captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so, go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
The 2016 starting block fellow, 2015 U.S. Consulate Carrington Youth Fellow, and a 2014 nominee for the prestigious African Future Awards Education category. Please do make welcome Adeniyi Oluokun. Sorry. Please, let's do much better. Please, show some love.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say a special thank you to Union Bank for making this a reality. Like you said, my name is Adeniyi Oluokun. And of course, we all know that the web world is becoming increasingly a must for everyone. And, you know, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your social background, irrespective of your status, it's something you cannot do without. And, you know, with so much power that we have in this world web, you know, it also comes with so much responsibilities. And, you know, the panelists have done justice to the fact that our children go online like every now and then. And, you know, everyone is afraid of what they do online. Whether or not they are doing the right thing, we don't get to know. And, you know, Google is now saying that how can we ensure that our children are safe online? How can we ensure that, you know, we can even monitor what they do online? And that's why we are here today, to really show you how, to really show you the kind of tools that are available to ensure that you are safe and your entire family, you know, is safe as well. All right, so I would like you to stay with me as we do this. Being online is part of everyday life. I mean, it's becoming like the reality, like everyday reality. We can't do, if I do a queue now to find out the number of us that have gone online today, it will almost be 100%. Do I have a witness? Like, we all go online. So, and the number of young people that, you know, go online every day outweigh the number of old people, right? So we are very sure that the children are online, right? So let's see how we can work with them. So what do your children actually do online? For some parents, they believe they actually know what they do, and children don't think so. They don't actually think their parents know what they are doing online. So I want you to speak to your neighbor, speak to someone beside you, and, you know, ask the person the same question. What do your children actually do online? I'm giving you 2 minutes to do that. So 1 minute for A, then the second minute for B. Okay, so you can switch now. Switch. Get to ask your partner that same question as well. Okay, so let's move on. So here's the thing. I'm sure some of the responses you must have received now would align with this. 64% chat online with their friends, yes. 52% watch video, yes. 53% play online games against friends and strangers. These are many more things they do online. Let's see, you know, the other thing they use tech tool for. 76% use the internet for homework and research. It's a positive tool, right? 45% research, work, and study opportunity. 33% created and uploaded their own music. Yeah, so, of course, they use it for so many things. we cannot exhaust the list. So what we are saying is that whether or not we like it, these children use this tool. These children use this tool, and it informs their decision sometimes. It forms the way they act. It forms the way they even react to situation. Our panelists just said that, you know, digital age now, our children are being nurtured based on the content they get online. Some parents don't get to see their parents in 2 days, right? And they consume so much information online. And that form, you know, whatever they do, whatever decision they take, you know, that form the basis for that. So what we are saying is that they do all manner of things online. So this is another discussion point that I would quickly want us to do. I have some swags in the room, and I will also get our responses from these sessions. I would like to know our biggest concerns, you know, in keeping our children safe online. What are your biggest concerns in keeping your child safe online? So I want you to also have this conversation with the person sitting beside you. Peradventure, you don't know the person, introduce yourself, and, you know, also ask that question. What are your biggest concerns in keeping your children safe online? I'm giving us 2 minutes. Okay, so just because of our time, if you would like to share the response you got from your partner, what did your partner say? So I would like to hear.
Okay.
Okay, someone is here. Another person is there.
Where are you? Is anyone here? Okay, let me start with this. Judging by this smile, your partner said something very funny.
Yeah, she said she's scared of pornography.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else?
We have another person here. Please, I would like you to give her a gift.
Terrorism, scared of children being introduced to terrorism online.
Okay, we have another person here.
Anyone here?
My partner said that we should be able to look at our kids and then know the kind of areas that they are, you know, actually into. Yes, because they can be trickish. She's scared of, you know, friends they chat with, you know, the kind of friend they chat with.
Thank you. All right, that's fine. Yes, so all these concerns are going to be addressed, right, as we move on. My slide. Okay, so I'm glad to explain this to you, that you guys are not alone. These are some other concerns that we have received in the past. You know, my children are more tech savvy than I am, right? Sometimes you don't even understand what they are doing. You don't know the site they are visiting, right? It's a big concern. You know, people can pretend to be anyone online. You know, we have some people we call catfishers, right? They upload fake profiles, and, you know, they get into the hearts of these young people, and unknowingly they do whatever they want to do with them. So these are one of the, some of the biggest concerns that we have noticed. So we are really moving very fast into the agenda of the day, and the very first thing we want to do is to set digital ground rules for the family. That's the very first thing we want to do, to ensure that our children are safe online. I want us to take these 3 points. We want to set digital ground rules for the family, discover and manage family-friendly content, then protect your family's online privacy and security. So the very first thing you want to do when you want to set digital ground rule is talk about the screen time. I want you to give so much attention to screen time. I'm going to explain to us what screen time is all about, the kind of information they share, and the way they behave online. Those are the three key activities that we need to give more attention to. So what kind of ground rules do you currently set for your family online? I don't know if some of us already have these ground rules, right? So I would like us to share. If you have a ground rule that you already, set for your family, and, this, it's peculiar to you because individual families with their own individual things. So if you have set a digital ground rule in your family, I would really want you to share with us. Do we have anyone? Okay, we have someone here.
Where is it? Oh, she? You, sir? Okay.
Like in my home, there is nothing like night browsing.
Okay.
You are going to browse. There is a time limit between an hour from evening time, maybe till 8:30. Anything like night browsing is cancelled in my home.
Great. Great. It's helping us. Okay, you have, okay.
My kids are still on the lower age range, but for their gadgets, they don't get to use it until weekends.
Until weekend?
Yes.
Okay, so if you are not around, you keep it, you withdraw the gadget from them?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Okay, we have someone here as well.
Okay, let me just take one from the back.
Good afternoon, all. My kids are still young, but the basis for my cousins mostly, you don't use sites. In fact, there's a setting. There are some sites that you can't go through. If you try to log in, it goes off. So there's a precaution that you use on your phone. If you have gadget for your kids, you can also set that. Anything contrary to what you have assigned for them, it won't go through. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you need more?
Okay, we have, let me just take two more, then we'll move on.
I monitor them on my phone.
Okay.
So what site they go in or the one they don't go in, I know. So there are ways in which the one I don't want them in, they can get there.
Great.
Okay, it sounded like witchcraft. How do you know this?
Okay, so one more person.
One more.
Don't talk to strangers on online.
Great. All right. So let's just quickly move on. So someone already said anything beyond 8, it's a no-no. You have already established what we call boundaries around screen time. So the other thing is create family rules about what to share. So I mentioned 3 key activities that we need to establish. Number 1 is the screen time. Number 2 is the information they share. And number 3 is the way they behave, right? So the screen time, let's quickly have a discussion around this. So like we mentioned, balancing screen time is a very, very good thing that we need to really, really give adequate attention to. It can be used for positive impact. Children can take their homework, submit assignments remotely, answer some questions remotely, and they can as well use it to connect with friends and family. I mean, it's very, very good. It's a positive thing. On the other hand, it can eat into their sleep period, bedtime. The blue light that comes out of the screen, there's a way it tricks our brain, and it makes us to be lively, like, the day is just breaking. So that can be a negative thing, and of course, it controls the number of time they even spend outdoor. It makes them to spend lesser time outdoors, so they don't get to associate with people. They only associate online. So So it has the positive and it has the negative. But where we are really going today is to really establish this tool that Google has created, has developed for the family. And this gives us complete control over what our children are doing online, over the sites they are visiting, over the applications they are using, the time they do it. So you can manage the activity of your child from anywhere you are. You don't have to be there every time. I mean, sometimes we try to police them. We try to monitor, when they go online and everything. But we cannot always be available. We cannot always be around there. Just imagine you being in Kaduna and your child is in Lagos. So there is a way.
She's hailed for her beauty. She's celebrated at marriage. She's praised at childbirth. And she's serenaded on Mother's Day. She's all those things, but she's also more. She's a career woman. She's building an empire. She's blazing trails. She's chasing ambitions. Let's empower and celebrate all that she is. Introducing Alpha by Union Bank, a platform to support and celebrate the woman who aspires to be all that she can be. Alpha offers premium accounts, business partnerships, scholarships, lower interest loans, networking, and mentorship opportunities. Join the Alpha Network. www.unionbankng.com/alpha.
Nigeria we hail. Those who divide our people are getting better at their game. But our daily struggle to make ends meet unites us. We are united in being deceived by those we have trusted with our resources. Corruption no know ethnic group or religion. Oh. Yet, now we they do ourselves pass. Lecturer they oppress student them. Mechanic they dribble kauna. Bus driver they show passenger where. Tailor they make Omogi cry on Saturdays. Mr. Bank manager no go support our common man business. Local government people are terrifying local government people. Campaign people will come and go. Grammar people will remain. So now, many people have become Uncle Thomases, unwilling to desire, believe, or work for a better nation. What will be left for the children of this precious nation if we all continue to carry this Uncle Thomas mindset? We must continue to push and believe, and small, our jungle will mature and our prayers will be answered. This education, you go get them. That house, now you go build them. That girl, you go marry them. These children, them go grow and prosper. And this business, it not go spoil for your hand. Because this bank, Union Bank, understands what it means to push through challenges and yet still believe. And so, Union Bank is ready to go with you. And together, we go clear every doubt when they are our way. Don't be an Uncle Thomas. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Know what you don't know, what you don't have, you can't give. You yourself as parents, we need to understand, all these specific sites, the applications, which one will be very, very suitable for our children, which one will not be suitable for their age. We need to understand this. We need to be digital moms and digital dad. Don't say, oh, this is not my own age. There is a shift in our culture, right? What we were exposed to when we were growing is not the same thing they are currently exposed to, right? There is a way the thing they have access to on social media nurtures them, and they become it in no time. So we need to understand the sites that will really, really help our children, that will really, really help them grow. What kind of content are children exposed to online? Of course, we cannot exhaust it. They are exposed to different content, and it's our responsibility to ensure that, they have the best of the content. So we have different ways that we can ensure that the privacy settings are kept intact online. We have the one for smartphones, so you have a parental control, button on your smartphone, so you can enable this. You really need this for your children. You can enable this, and again, we have the other one which has to do with the family link, right? So this is the family link, and this will help you to create, content that will really help your child grow positively. You can decide on the app they have access to and where they visit. And this is for your Chromebook as well. You can as well control your settings there. There's something I also want to quickly touch on about, the search tool. We cannot overemphasize the fact that this is one of the greatest resources that we have available, in this world, right? So our children go on search. They search for different things every day. How can we ensure that they are only exposed to information that is meant for their age, right? So there is a particular tool online under settings, if you are using Chrome, it's called Safe Search. Safe Search. So it will only help children to be aware of the information that would help them, that is meant for their age, right? So you can activate that, you can turn it on his or her device. So, like the MC rightly said, he did part of my job, right? There is something we call YouTube Kids, and that is exclusively for our children. They won't be exposed to, some form of content that we don't want them to see, right? So we need to make use of this as well, right? So, I mean, you have parental control on this. Okay, so like we said, start a conversation, think before you click, supervise if you can. You need to have a conversation. Don't shy away from your responsibility and start the conversation early. Don't think they don't know. They probably know more than we do, right? So we need to start that conversation with them and ensure our families are protected. Okay, so we have some security threats online. We have what we call stranger danger. We have identity fraud. We have cyberbullying. I will quickly touch on this because of our time. So for us, what to look out for when you are still trying to figure out how you can have this conversation with your child. The very first thing is when you realize your child is being secretive or your child is beginning to use some sexual languages that you feel it shouldn't be using, or is trying to switch screens. How many of us have seen that before? So as you are coming in, the child is trying to switch screen. Of course, we need to start a conversation with the child. You need to try as much as possible to see how you can, talk with your child about this. So the increased use of mobile devices and greater access to broadband internet has made children more accessible than ever through unprotected social media profiles and online game forums. I mean, these are the things that we have already alluded to. So all of these social media platform, they have their privacy setting. Please, it is your responsibility as parent to help make this setting work. Because of our time, I really want to run. I read a story about an adult pretending to be a child online. Do you know if any of your friends have experienced anything similar? If you want to start a conversation with your child, it's best to start it by telling him or her a story or explaining your own personal experience to such child. He will be able to also freely talk about his or her personal experience. So we have identity fraud, we have different people online who are there to, swindle or deceive our children online. So we need to really help our children. Next slide, just because of our time. So check their online privacy, check their device setting, find out what is already out there, take action and go incognito. So just in case they are using public devices or they are out there browsing, teach them how to go incognito. It's very, very good so that their identity would not be hijacked online. So whenever they are using a public gadget, then teach them what strong passwords are, how they can create a strong password, what a strong password is, and strong password comprises of 8 to 12 characters with symbols, capital letter, and so many other things. Make sure you teach them that. People are fond of using their name or date of birth as strong password. It's not good enough. Make sure you teach your children. So cyberbullying. Cyberbullying, bullying is not physical anymore. It's on the line, on the internet. Cyberbullying is people threaten the lives of your children online. Make sure you still sit with your child to have conversation. And don't get upset whenever you are having this conversation with them. You know, make sure you have it in a way that will not be harmful, or don't make any negative comments about it. All right, so these are words that are existing: harassment, fishing, roasting, outing, trolling, griefing. We have a pamphlet that we have already shared. You will see some of this there. And if you need more questions, you can come over to our booth because of our time. All right, so what to look out for, we already said it. When you see your child, he or she stop using the device, or is jumping around, you know, or it's reluctant to go to school, I mean, please be on your guard. Make sure you really, really watch over your children, right? Next slide. So, of children, 47% of children interviewed reported experiencing some form of digital harassment. So this thing is very, very real. So stop, speak, support. I mean, that's more like our campaign. You know, stop this bad act. If people are sharing negative things online, don't join them in sharing it. You need to educate your child on that. Speak when it's right time for you to speak. When you are experiencing something that is unusual, make sure you talk to them how they can speak out, and make sure you provide necessary support. Don't talk down at them. Don't make them look unreasonable. So how to talk to your children about bullying. We already talked about it. Next slide. So tips and resources. So like we said, talk early and talk often. Choose the right time. Open up and share too. Create a safe space. Choose the right time. Don't talk with your child, you know, in front of other people. Don't say anything negative about them. You can bring them into your room and have this conversation with them. These are some of the tools that will be helpful. And I can assure you, once you go on that family link, you will see these tools that you can really select from. We have some educational tools that will really, really, you know, really be of help. And you can also encourage your child to play a game. Google has gamified a particular game called Interland. You know, your child will learn everything about cybersecurity while playing that game. So they can go online and play that game and really, really have fun. So I'll just take like 2-3 minutes. I'm done, you know, for the question time. So if you have any question, you can quickly ask me before I'm out of the stage.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
An idea is a beautiful thing, powerful enough to disrupt culture, evolve humanity, and create a new way of life. Our way of life, one that strives to be more, try more, achieve more, and become more. Relentlessly pursuing innovation, excellence, and greatness must be nurtured. Which is what the Union Bank Tech Ventures platform does, to nurture your ideas to fruition. The Tech Ventures platform by Union Bank has 3 packages. The Nurture package provides young tech companies with collateral-free loans, a mentorship program, access to technical and business mentors from Union Bank and their Tech Hub network, as well as access to office space, utilities, and fast internet. And when greatness has been nurtured, it needs to be scaled. Our Scale package helps tech ventures looking to scale their business models by furnishing them with business advisory services, funding, and access to relevant partnership areas to scale their business in areas like accounting, human resources, payroll, and logistics. And when greatness has been scaled, it becomes strong and sturdy like the unicorn, ready to take on the world. Furthermore, you can still bank on us to keep you going with our Unicorn package, which provides mature tech companies with unique partnerships as well as access to our distribution channels and customers. This package also provides business advisory and a mix of credit options to drive your business. Working with our specialized team will keep you focused on what truly matters, changing the world with your idea. Because Union Bank is ready to go with you and enable your success all the way. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Welcome back. Yes, it's me again, Laura. This is Culture Report, a very special episode from Edu360 right here in Surulere, Lagos, organized by Union Bank. I'm sitting down here with the head of corporate and marketing for Union Bank, Ogochukwu Ekezie Ekaide. I have been practicing that name. How are you feeling right now?
I'm good. It's the last day.
Yes.
We're ready for it to be done, but it's been exciting. Today has been very inspirational, great talks, and I'm looking forward to closing out with files. So.
Well, let's talk about the beginning, when you guys started planning for this year's edition.
Yeah.
The roller coaster, everything to the very first day it started, and you realized that it's finally here.
Yeah. So I feel like we've been planning for a year. So last year was the first time we had our first Edu360. Right after we were done, we started thinking about what we wanted to do this year. But I think things really kicked into high gear at about the middle of the year. And you feel like you're giving yourself a lot of time. But then you get to the day before and you still like, there's still a whole lot of stuff to do. But it's been a lot of hard work. But actually, I was just thinking last night, like, there's work and then there's work. And this work, as hard as it is, and as difficult as it has been, and as stressful as it has been, it's good work. And I feel good about the work we've done here for the past 3 days, the value we've sort of added to the people that have attended, and it's just a good feeling to have when you feel like you've impacted people over the last couple of days. So it's been tiring, it's been grueling, but it's been very rewarding, I would say.
Now it's the final day, but let's take it back to inception, when you guys first conceived the idea of Edu360. What was the plan? What was the idea behind it?
So I think for us, we're a bank that looks at ourselves as the bank for the 99%. And when we say we're the bank for the 99%, we mean we're the bank for the average Nigerian.
Yeah.
The everyday people that are out there grinding. There's a tendency to live in a bubble. In Nigeria, when you're in a certain class, you think that that's the way the whole
everybody
world
else
is. But we recognize that the 99% of the people in this country, average Nigerians, are just trying to get ahead and make ends meet. And when we launched the Enabling Success campaign last year, that was our message to Nigerians: say we'll be there for you.
Yeah.
And for us, looking at how we wanted to gradually start actually implementing what that being there for you would be, we have to look at different areas and say, where do we see a great need and a great intervention and necessary, and we picked education. There's a tendency today, there are things that are considered cooler than education, be it entertainment, fashion, music, but we just felt like we needed to be in a space that would impact people and would really actually determine have an impact on our country's economic growth. If your people are not educated, this country is not going to thrive. It doesn't matter what we say about government or do this, but if your people are not educated, they cannot be productive. So for us, this is an area that we decided, listen, let's get into this space. But then we're bankers, right? So how do you get into this space? We felt like creating a platform for everybody in this sector to come together and say and discuss and find a level ground to say how can we actually start to move things forward. Government, policy makers, what do you need to be doing to be putting the right policies in place? Teachers, school owners, what do you need to do to make sure the curriculum and you're educating our young people for the future of work? The world has changed. The internet has changed our world. Work is going to look very different in 20 years than it looks today. How are we educating our children for the future of work? And then students and parents that are making decisions about, what they want their children to do, how they want their children to be educated, providing information for them that they can use and that's practical. So for us, it's a platform that we've decided that we wanted to build and just get people in the sector to get together and move and drive conversations forward that will bring real change to the sector.
Now, I do like how the panel was picked, like, different people from different walks of life, or, having to speak on something that relates to education. But how did you guys decide on who to pick and who to put on the speaker, the panel, what you guys wanted? How did that come about?
So, I have a great team of people that have worked on this, and it's been a collaborative effort. And it's just basically sitting down and brainstorming and saying, what do we want to do? Even in coming up with the theme, right? We all sat down and said, listen, what should we be saying about education? What should we be talking about? And we know today that the landscape in advanced countries, the landscape of education is changing, but it still feels like we're sort of stuck in the same place here. So for us, it was like, how can we introduce new thinking? So it's education beyond walls. Beyond walls, whatever the traditional notion of education that you have, education beyond classrooms and things like that. So for us, from coming up with a theme to then saying, last year was only 2 days. But the lesson we took out of that was, even after the parents couldn't really make it, and a lot of kids couldn't make it because it was weekdays. So that's why we added a Saturday. So today, we've curated today to be sort of a family day, and so that's why you see a lot of kids. A lot of the panel discussions are centered around things that do with parenting, how parents can look out for their children's emotional well-being, raising children with special needs. Kechi Oguchi was here earlier today talking about her journey, and in spite of everything else, everything that happened to her, she was still able to get to where she is because she chose to continue her education. She had every reason and every excuse in the world to say, I don't want to engage with I don't want to engage with the world anymore. But she made the conscious decision to further her education. So today it's been curated for parents, to give parents all the help that they need. We on our side had a talk about financing options for parents who need credit for different things, be it school fees, just to get by. We had a talk on that as well. And we have lots of activities for kids, right?
Yes, I've been to the catering,
STEM, robotics. It's packed, and we wanted to make sure that in curating all the panels and all the sessions, that there was something for everyone who came to Edu360. If you come here, you find something that is of interest to you.
Well, let's take it away from the planning and the organizing. Now, I want to know your honest opinions. If you were to change something about the educational system or education sector, what would you do? Let's say you're the Minister of Education tomorrow, and I say, you know what, this is your new office. Well, let's say you are.
I think, for me, access. I think access is the most important thing. Today, you have, education should be seen as a right? It's not a privilege. Education, at least at the primary and secondary school level, should not be a privilege. I think that you can argue about whether a university education is needed, and it's okay to have that argument. But if you get fundamentals, if you get primary and secondary education, I think you can do whatever you want to do in the world. I would work to make sure that education at the primary and secondary level becomes a fundamental right, and it doesn't become a question of, oh, will this child be educated or not? No, you know that when a child comes out of the womb, when they are 3 or 4, they're going to get into school and they're going to start, and that is what I would do, and that would dramatically change the course of our country. Because really and truly, at the end of the day, if you don't have an educated populace, you can't really do much. And it's an educated populace that can pick the right government for themselves, and they can make the right decisions for themselves and be more productive to help themselves, grow and fulfill their ambitions.
Now, do you think like the old method or the method that we've always had as regards to education, the method of educating students has outgrown its usefulness, or do you think that?
Well, I went to school a long time ago, so I don't know what method, but I think learning evolves, right? And I think the way we learned wasn't the way our parents learned.
True that.
So there's always going to be evolution. But the issue now is that the world is moving so rapidly, the technology and the internet. And so we have to keep up, because the fear that I have for us on this side is that we'll fall behind so much that it becomes difficult to catch up. So I think that for us, we should just figure out how to catch up, and so that we don't get really literally left behind. So yes, I do think that the way of education has changed. I do think that some of the methods that we still have in schools today are outdated. Most of the kids, there's a study that showed, there's a picture or video I saw sometime earlier this year, that a magazine, a book was put in front of a child, a baby, and the child started to do this. It was a book, but all they wanted to do was swipe. So from the tiny age of that child was probably 18 months, they wanted to swipe. So if we're still in school teaching children computer science on a blackboard,
that's a problem. Now, moving on from that, what would you think a classic or a certified classroom should look like?
Oh wow, I think interactive, experiential. I don't think kids should be sitting in front of a desk. Or sitting at a desk all day. I think learning should be interactive. Learning should be experiential. Children should learn by doing and not by just necessarily only writing. They should learn by doing, and should learn in practical sense. So that's what I will create, a more interactive classroom setting, using technology and using other elements that drive interactiveness in the classroom. That's the one thing I would change.
Now you, for one, there's got to be something from back in the day in school that you remember that you used to do, like all the mischievous things that you got up to back in the day. I'd like to hear a story of one of them that you always remember.
Wow, that's a long time. I'll tell you that I pulled a tooth just because I wanted to leave school and go see my boyfriend for Valentine's Day, and I told my parents I had a toothache, so I had to go and I got my tooth pulled. I didn't need to get it pulled, but
you a gangster. You are definitely gangster. What? I did not see that coming. No way.
Yeah,
but look at you here now. Nobody would think you got up to something like that.
I have braces now. That's what I'm paying for.
So where's the boy now?
Well, I know. So don't worry about it.
Wow. Look at that. You went through all of that and you can't remember what the pressing is. Well, thank you so much for what you guys are doing. Very appreciated. And we hope that more people take the initiative from you guys and get on to making education better.
So, I mean, all hands on deck to get Nigeria where it needs to go. It's not the government, it's not anybody else, it's all our jobs to get it done. So I hope that everybody gets on board and does their own part in just moving us forward.
Well, big ups to you and Union Bank. Thank you guys so much. We're still here. It's still the final day, day 3. Day 1, 2, 3 has been quite amazing. And we are about to wrap it up. Not here, but the whole day, everything. How are you going to celebrate when all of this is done?
Oh, I'm gonna have a few drinks.
That's needed.
Have a few drinks, and
that's
then
needed.
I'm gonna pass out
that's needed.
Too, and then I'll be good. I'll be good by Monday. Yeah, I'll be good by Monday, but have a few drinks.
And then get ready for next year.
Yes, immediately. The team gets 1 week rest.
Wow, if you're watching, then this is her telling you that, yes.
No, not 1 week fully out, so just 1 week to
relax
and decompress.
Well, one of them is in here. She can pass the message to the rest of the staff. Yes, it is time for us to go. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Have fun. Still Edu360 right here in Lagos, really.
platforms just kind of enhance that and allow you to showcase that quickly. Of course, there are things that, and I know the Google session has kind of mentioned, you know, being safe online and all those kind of things, but I think career paths these days are not what they used to be. I kind of normally argue, so sometimes when we have interviews in the office and someone says, oh, I'm studying accounting, honestly, I look at them dead in the eye and say, computers do your job. You know, I think you're wasting your time. And it's one of those things, and it's conversations I have with their parents as well. So, you know, Please don't offend my parents today. Oh, God. And I'm one of those that got swayed from what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a computer scientist. I told my dad in 1996. My dad sat me down, and at the time, of course, you can imagine, the guy is an engineer, and tech wasn't, you know, then was what it is now. And he points to, there's a supermarket that is at the corner of our street. We grew up in Ogba. He said, you know that thing they press? That's your cashier. That's what you want to use the rest of your life to do. And, you know, he kind of channeled me and said, oh, you're good in technical drawing. And his brother was an architect and said, oh, study architecture, which is what I ended up doing. But I've not used it a day in my life. I love it, but I've not used it a day in my life. So parents, please, you know, listen to your children, but also, more importantly, I think, inform yourselves about what's happening in the world today so that you can better parent them. Thank you.
Mr. Tayo, what I find is, so for a child who wants to study economics, you know, you go to school, there's a direct path. You take social courses, you graduate in 4 years, and you have this degree. Now, being online, I can use myself as an example. So how I started blogging, it was purely accident. I just used to take pictures of my outfits, and I have this thing where I only wear Nigerian designers. That's just my thing. Everything, every day, I'm always trying to wear Nigerian. So what I did is just literally every day just take pictures and share it. And that's happened by accident, but I had what's it called? I had a proper degree and I was working. So I fell into it on accident. So how do you guide parents who don't really know what's happening? Because most times and whenever someone tells me they want to become a vlogger, I always feel bad, because if you wake up saying that's what you want to be, you most likely will not be that, because how it happens is that people come to you because they like how you've been passionate about something. He's sharing video content and this and that. So how do you guide parents who are semi-clueless and do not know what's happening in the space, and they still want their child to still have a career or focus on something?
Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciate this question, because most of the time, anytime you want to talk to a parent, I'm a parent too, I have 2 boys. And the first time my son was asked, is in the audience, he was asked in his school, what career do you want to do? And he said he wanted to be a social entrepreneur. He said his teacher called him to his side and said, what is that? So he had to explain to his teacher who a social entrepreneur is, and said, my dad is one. So that kind of helped the teacher. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Right. So one of the things I always say to parents basically is that you are the mirror of what your children reflect. And most of the time, our children don't just evolve out of nothing. They are a product of 2 things. Is nature, which is things that they took from us, right? Is nurture, which is things that they've been exposed to over a long period of time. So people don't just suddenly evolve. Your son that is saying, I want to be, I mean, he has lived in that world, and he has come to realize that this works. Right. So but for some parents who don't, you do a 9 to 5, you are hardly at home, your child does not even know what you do, does not even have a clue. What does he just come, you pay my school fees, that's all. Now, people like that are going to really have a lot of problem actually being able to kind of allow their children to perhaps take something from what they are already doing and take it to the next level. Now, to answer the question you asked me, how do we as a parent get our children to go towards a particular direction that we think can be beneficial to them? It's about what you surround their lives with. It's about what you expose them to. It's about what you allowed. I mean, I just came in from Abuja today, and I didn't even know this program was this big. And I had to tell my wife, you want to go and swim? I said, swim, okay? No. You need to come here like now. So it's about exposure. It's about even ourselves, just like what she said, be informed. We are not doing enough by just paying school fees. We are the ones that's going to more like kind of lead and they will follow. Now to talk about, even talking about 21st century careers. One of the things I normally say to people anytime we have the privilege of talking to parents and doing trainings that involve older generation is that I realize that the world has changed. When I was taught economics in Form 4, I was told that there are 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. And what I tell people to, that has changed. That was because farming was the main, war when Adam Smith wrote that principle. Today, the first factor of production is internet. And you can take that one to the bank. Because I've been privileged to work with a whole lot of young people, and I've seen people transform their life because of the new love, of the new interest they now have on the internet. So the one I want to say to parents a lot is that please don't stay in your own space. Expose yourself to what is happening. Because it's through that only that you can actually get your children to be able to actually take it to the next level, whatsoever you want them to do. Now, to talk about things like vlog and all those things, if you really, really love your children, I'm very sure most parents don't want their children to suffer what you have suffered. Do you understand? I work in the bank, I work in consulting, I've tasted the two worlds. Trust me, it's better here. It's better on the tech space. I'm writing a new book right now called Youth Entrepreneurship Made Easy. And the reason is that because entrepreneurship today without technology is like winking in the dark. So please, I don't know whether that speaks to the question, but I just thought we should drop that into parents that we need to do more than pay the school fees. We need to get our children to be exposed. Nurture is what you get exposed to, what you eventually do is a product of what you have been exposed to, or what you actually inherited, and you went to a great school, George Washington. I have a couple of guys from there. Okay. Lovely place. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Bukola, my next question is directed at you. So we've been talking about the internet, and the internet is a very great place. Growing up around the internet, kids are exposed to a lot of things, and this is very positive, but can also be negative. Because I mentioned earlier, normally you see a young man in a bank and he will work there for 10 years and he has done this and he's done that. There were steps to these things. But now on the internet, you go online and you see people living extremely flashy lives, and you made a comment about how they can make millions of videos, which is true. But these are things we now see every day. So a child is like, I don't want to go to school to go sit down when somebody made $10,000 from making a video. So as a parent and also as someone who is privy to this space, how do you think parents can manage the societal pressures, as well as peer pressure too, because the kids are together and they're seeing these things online?
I think that's an important thing to kind of think about. So I'll use a practical example. So my kids that say they want to be YouTubers after the likes of Fisayo. So the other day, last week, we had a photo shoot in the office because we're doing something, and I got them in from school like past 4. And they were, there's a fashion photographer in the office, and they were kind of shooting till around maybe 7:30. And I remember my oldest, who is the prime, the one that, this whole life is about. He says, oh man, models really work. Like they work. You're like 3.5 hours in front of you, like they would say, smile, change, do this. After like 3.5 hours, it kind of dawned on him actually that it's not easy, that nothing, no career path. And I'm sure Fisai can speak to that, and everybody in this panel, no career path is easy. And I think the passion points that the children have just kind of need to be channeled, right? So, for instance, because I'm a bit alternative in my parenting style, and gaming is a regular part of our household because I noticed my kids watching on YouTube other people play games. So I got quite interested. What do you mean you're watching people play games? So yeah, I'm watching them play games. You don't even have the game they're playing. Yes, but I'm watching them play games. So I started asking other kids in school, and I've spoken to a few parents here, and it turns out a lot of young kids under 16 here watch a lot of gameplay on YouTube, right? And so that is from Fortnite to Minecraft, tons of things. And one of the things that we started kind of looking into is the interest, because you mentioned something about interest. There's interest, and when there's interest, I guess the doctors tell us that there's dopamine that gets produced in the brain, and that interest can be channeled. And part of what we're trying to kind of help parents start to see is that through something like gaming, there's animation in there, there's coding in there, there's art in there, there's sound in there, there are alternative career paths that didn't exist 10 years ago. They just didn't. Imagine when I was growing up, it would have been impossible for me to tell my dad that I wanted to be a footballer. No, forget YouTuber, footballer. Forget me, my brother, footballer. He will have told you, in whose house? Whose family name are you trying to spoil? In which country?
That happened to me.
Right. But now, fast forward, your child wants to play football. You will book the camp. You will drive them there. So I think that's the beauty of it. And I think part of the problems parents have, and it's a legitimate problem, is that they can't map back. So if you want to be a YouTuber, what do I need to do as a parent, to be able to attempt to help? Yeah, so I think sometimes that is the insecurity that parents have. At least that's what I've found from talking to some parents. And I think gathering knowledge, asking questions, supporting the child, understanding them can help you kind of make that transition as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your response. Fisaya, I'd like to talk to you next. So now we've kind of spoken to the parents and they have an idea of the career path and how to navigate it. Now I want to talk to you from the perspective of someone who's in the space. So in terms of, here we're talking about the security. Paid employment is not really the option here because you're not consistent paid employment. You're an entrepreneur and money comes in and out. Can you kind of explain how this works to some people? Because like I said, I started documenting my pictures. I moved back to Nigeria in 2014. First time I made money off my Instagram page was maybe 2016. So thankfully, I wasn't waiting on that money for 2 years. When the money started coming in 2016, it was now annoying because it was more than my salary, but I had to still keep that job for a little while because it wasn't consistent, and then it kept growing. So how have you managed to navigate that?
So I can actually relate to your story because I didn't make money in the first year I started. In fact, I lost money when I started.
Please say it louder.
So yeah, it is actually a very outrageous sum because I started in 2015. I started freelancing online because I can also design and I can draw as well, and I can sing as well too. Anyway, so I started
multi-talented.
I started designing. I used to design for a firm, and throughout I think the first 6 months, I saved up like everything I earned, and then for the months after that, I also worked. And this is something I like to say, like what she said. If you want to do this entrepreneurship thing, you don't want to do it. You don't want to be depressed when you're doing it. You want to have fun when you're doing it. You want to make money, but you don't want to do it just because of the money, right? You want to do it and you want to enjoy it. So it's not good. It's not good to just like quit your day job and just jump into something like this if you already have a day job. Like it's not really advisable to do that. Like just like out of the blue, you have a passion and then you just jump into it. That's the recipe for depression. And it's very, very hard. Trust me. Even till today, I get so much there's so much problem that I face with working with companies, working with people that I also work with as well. But because of the hedge that you have, that there's something that you can rely on, that's also something that helped me as well, because I used the time that I had away from my employer's time, and that's something that is very important. You don't want to use your employer's time, you want to use the time that you have. So weekends, the nights that I had, all the free time I had, I used it to develop this career, and also doing my job as well diligently. So there's something that she also said, gaming, the top YouTuber in the world, PewDiePie, he has over 100 million subscribers. That's a lot of countries. That's half of Nigeria. So like, he games, he comments, he does commentary on gaming.
Can you please, because you didn't really touch that, but can you explain gaming properly to parents that don't really understand what gaming is and how it works and how the money comes in?
So basically, the way money comes in from YouTube is through the views. If you are making videos about something, so yeah, let me come at it from the angle of value now. You can't make money. I don't think there's anything that you are going to do that you're going to make money from if you are not offering some sort of value for that thing. So if you are giving some sort of value for it, if you are giving educative value, or if you are giving entertainment value, or you are giving, both of them, edutainment, that's like the portmanteau for that. If you are educating people, like me now, I make videos about smartphones. Sometimes I buy smartphones. Sometimes now I'm fortunate enough that companies send me some smartphones. So I make videos about every smartphone that I can get, and I review it. I tell them that this is what is good about this phone, this is what is not good about this phone. If you want to buy it, this is what you should know. It is this price. This phone cannot game for this long. This is how long the battery lasts. So I detail all of that in a video, and sometimes I try to make it entertaining in a way, with visuals, with graphics, with some of the high tech that I was able to fortunately get, and that's educative value with some sort of entertainment. Then there's the comedians that do skits. I don't know if people are familiar with Maraji. She's one of like the foremost comedians on Instagram. She also makes entertainment. She gives entertainment value. She makes people laugh. Companies love this because she has a huge audience, and people also, they also get some sort of entertainment value from this. And there's people that can combine these two as well. So coming back to the money aspect, these people are creating value in these categories. The way you make money from YouTube is through views. So let's say there's a video that has like 1 million views. 1 million divided by 1,000 is 1,000. Then every country has a CPM. So Nigeria's CPM is like CPM is cost per mil, cost per 1,000 views. So in Nigeria, the CPM is like 2. So let's say 1,000 times 2 is 2,000. So the person has probably made $2,000 from 1 million video views, which is a lot of money. But not every view is also monetized. So let's just say half of that, which is $1,000. So imagine somebody that gets 1 million views on a video, they already made $1,000. But for them to be able to get that amount of views on a video, they have to already have been consistent doing that thing. They have to already have been, providing. They have to have given some sort of value that 1 million people decide that they are going to watch this video. And now YouTube is also factoring a lot of other things like watch time. How long do people watch this video? What is this content about? What value is this content bringing? And there's so many robots. There's so much tech that analyzes all these things and recommends your videos to people that watch it as well. So that's just basically how it works.
Thank you so much. Mr. Tayo, so again, I'm bouncing you off because when we met earlier on, you were like, yeah, you young people that are on the internet and this and that. So I'm bouncing off of you. Now that you've kind of heard our side of it and how we can monetize it and all, I love the fact that you're a parent. So what is your advice to parents here who are still iffy about the space? They like that we can make money off of it, but like we said, there's still negative sides to it. It's not something that you snap your fingers and there's $1,000. Like Fisaya just said, you have to be extremely consistent with your content. So if you could just kind of advise our parents.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think, and I want us to take it almost like a takeaway, is education. And I will spell out the website. It's g.co/CS first. This is one platform Google has put together to help us parents to start a journey of knowing what our parents need to know. So one of the things Google started some years back is to actually start thinking about the next generation of internet users. And one of the products that came out of it is this, I believe what's it called right now? See First. One of the things that it does basically is to actually train every single young person, children, on actually how to be part of this coding world. Because, you know, we speak English in our generation. These guys are going to speak coding. You know, and the earlier we begin to actually understand that and let our children be a part of it, the better. That's number one. Number two is that there's a lot going on around AI in terms of content that you can take home. I just want to advise us, you cannot give what you don't have. So you're better off try to learn off. You know, I love it when my wife see her friends and they're talking about the kind of school to take our children to, and they spend a lot of time there. It's fantastic. I want to advise us, also begin to actually talk to people who know about tech. Begin to ask them, oh, this tech is serious. Can you educate me more? Those of us who are here, we're already a step ahead of many parents. I love the question the other lady asked about parents who are marketers, who are not privileged to be here. Part of what Google is also doing right now that we are privileged to be a part of is that there are a massive number of young people right now who are, I'd call them advocates. Our mandate, and the project was launched by the Vice President in 2016, is to get Nigerian youth ready for the digital economy. It's about education, so I just want to advise us, pick some of all those flyers. You know, it's been shared here. Let's take time out to go through it because you cannot give what you don't have. I'm comfortable right now. She's comfortable. You're comfortable to talk about the fact that tech actually pays because we have moved closer to it. If you don't, the only reason why you want your child to read engineering, accounting, or law is because over time you learn, oh, it's safe. And I won't blame you for wanting your child to go through what is safe. It's your responsibility. But the truth of the matter, if you hold on to what used to be safe and you don't explore what will be safe in tomorrow, you will have actually short-circuited the future of these children. So I just want to advise us, there's so many content and a lot of information here. Let's pick, there's a lot of things we can tell you about what a brand like Google is doing. There are a lot of programs now they're trying to do in terms of how to get our children safe online, how to actually learn coding, how to understand the language of the 21st century. But all I just want to say is, please, let's not remain in yesterday. Let's explore, let's ask. Change friends if there is a need. Make new friends. Meet them. Say, look, can I be close? You know? So those are just some of the things I want to say. I just want to advise us. Pick this thing. Don't just dump them when you get home. Study. And I believe that all of us, we are going to give our children the kind of things that they really need.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for basically taking our time to come here and talk to us of everything you've said. I particularly like the fact that the theme this year is education beyond walls, because now we're even talking about education online. You had said instead of land, it's now online. It's like online land. That's another way to think about it, really, because that's the first thing that came to my mind when you mentioned that. I feel like now parents who had no idea what blogging or vlogging is have a better idea of it. They know that this is a possible career. I hope in the future when parents are talking about, oh, I want my child to be a lawyer, a doctor, you say, I want my child to be a vlogger. I want my child to make that $22 million they're making online because it's possible. Thank you so much. If we have any questions, please, for anyone on the panel.
Okay, so let's see, any questions? All right. But let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was great, especially that 1 million click. I just had dollars and I just lost focus. Who is the person? Okay, you.
I'm the one asking the question. Okay. My name is Temilolu Adioye. My own question is this. What is the place of counseling in all these things with the way the world is going? Because these days, schools hardly have counseling. They just, kind of push you to meet one teacher. And with the way the tech space is right now, that's, I just sense that there's a gap that is missing. And it has to be an interface between both the parents, the teachers, and then this tech space itself. Most of the schools don't have all these kind of things. Parents don't really know what tech space is about. Who then counsels the parents about all this YouTubing, all these things we see around? And then let's not also forget that while we have many successes actually about all these career things that people are wanting to be independent about, or children want to be independent about, let's not also forget that there are where or still there are still some failures in some aspects because they didn't get the right direction. So I don't know, how do you think we can, marry all those things together?
Thank you very much.
Sorry, if I can just speak to that very, very quickly. One thing that we need to really, really appreciate, and it's not because we are on the platform of Union Bank, this Edu360 is one of the biggest intervention any organization in Nigeria can put on the table. The truth of the matter is, this is a conversation we need to have periodically, because the current structure of schools are not in a position to address the need of the 21st century. I don't care how much billion you pay for the most expensive school in Lagos, all right? And I'm not taking that away from school owners here. Many of the proprietaries even cannot catch up. Talk less of even actually embracing it. The first opportunity we had, for example, to take some technology issues to one eyebrow school in this place, in this city, it becomes almost like a parent-teacher association problem. You understand? Because even the people don't understand, the proprietors don't understand. And the future of education is digital. We had a conversation recently about what do these teachers do self, i.e. the role of teachers in the new generation of education is not going to be blackboard and chalk in classroom. It's going to be guidance. This is what you want to do. This is where you can find it. The future of content, education is content, is online. The earlier the parents get to appreciate that, the best when you are choosing school, check out schools who say, hey, you know what? We have this component of CFS, all this technology-based kind of learning that we have actually adopted as part of our curriculum.
Fantastic. Just to add to that, I read an article recently. I can't remember the country, so I don't want to misquote. But the principle was they're going to scrap classrooms, they're scrapping syllabuses, and they're going to teach children how to solve problems from the grassroots. So it wasn't about what's 2x plus 4y. No, it's about this is a hole. You have a brick wall. How do you get this egg from stuff like that? So it's about solving problems. And I think the onus is on the parents to educate themselves more. I think parents are not as, they're not bringing themselves up to speed. So you, as a parent, young or whatever age that you are in, you need to invest in yourself for the sake of your children. So let me just take this question.
Before you take the next question,
yes,
Ms. Bukola would like to add.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. So what Oscar just explained is computational thinking, and computational thinking is, as a base level, part of a computing curriculum, right? And the idea, like you were saying about coding being the language, versus like English, is kind of what every single curriculum needs to be built on. And I know, for instance, the British curriculum has a very strong element of computing at a base level. And for one of the things that we are doing is trying to introduce computational thinking into the market through games. And we have a partnership, but that's not the point. I think the main point is that computing concepts can be learned in an unplugged way. You can teach computing concepts, you can teach algorithm through dance, you can teach algorithm through play. And I think that is one of the things that we need to kind of take on, that even if our schools don't have computers, it doesn't change the fact that we can still teach computing concepts, which are the kind of like the base level language now for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Adigbite Fumilaya is my name. Yeah, what I'm bringing up this afternoon is about closing the gap between the rural and urban sensitivity in technology. You know, it's sweet now because you are in an urban setting. Now, let's take it down to states as rural areas. Okay. Thank you. So, like I said, how do we close the gap? Like in Lagos State now, from my experience, I know that many schools are aware of this tech-based education. But what of the people in the rural area, the communities? How do we sensitize them? about this. Thank you.
Hello? Hi. And that's a very good question because the digital divide, I think, is ever increasing. However, I think the strength of mobile devices has kind of, to a large extent, helped. There's still, of course, we're still way under 50% in terms of mobile penetration and access, but I think that is, a more likely way for this to expand. And I know that there's a national broadband plan, but more importantly also, I think there's a lot of investments through the tech companies that are trying to get access, as in trying to get rural areas to have access to the internet. And the reason why access to the internet is important is if we look at, for instance, the ability for people to learn quickly, especially whether you are in a school or out of school, when you have access to platforms like YouTube or Google or other educational platforms, you can learn on your own and grow up quickly. So the first thing I believe, apart from government intervention, so I'll put that aside, is access. And I know that there's a lot of investment coming in from Google, from Facebook, into a lot of the local tech companies, tech telecoms, to try to get more rural areas to at least have access. And you'll be so shocked. I know nobody sat a lot of people down to teach them how to use YouTube and Instagram here. It's once they have the access by nature, it's an intuitive platform. So I think access is the main thing, and there are people pushing that agenda from a policy level, and I think that needs to continue. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also say this also. This year, particularly 2019, has been interesting for education and the kind of education we need to do. I work a lot with a lot of young people. The International Youth Day this year was actually talking about transforming education, which was more like kind of challenging young people to take on the responsibility of really transforming education. The last Teachers' Day, your World Teachers' Day, was also saying young teachers is the future of education. So one thing that is happening right now that I know of a surety is that there are a lot of young people who are now taking on digital education as a career. They're now, we train a lot of people through the Google Digital Skills Project we do, and we tell them that, look, the problem you just described is a job opportunity. All this thing we're describing, oh yeah, there are no quality learnings in the rural areas. Some people are taking it wholesale and taking these, digital learning to some of all those rural neighborhoods. And because you don't need the infrastructures, just with a mobile phone, sit a couple of young people around, and bingo, people are learning. I saw one innovation the other day about it. It's a speaking book, which, when I saw the innovation, it's fantastic. You don't even need a teacher. You take that book, put it in front of a book, and it's reading to you. You are reading after it. Then I'll say this also. Google released a new app called Bolo. If you don't know, I advise you. It's one of the things we're taking, for example, to a lot of rural areas. Once you can actually get a parent or one uncle in the rural area to download that app and just put it in front of all these students. They are reading, and it's telling them, oh, you are reading very well. Continue. And it's rewarding them, it's giving them maps, it's giving them marks. Those are beginning to happen right now. A lot of things are actually happening. So the concern is real, but people are actually getting, interventions, just like what you said, through the intervention of platforms like Google. They're doing a lot. And I think all of us here can actually join that and, take it to the next level.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you all for being so patient and listening through and asking questions. We really do appreciate you joining us today. And Oscar, over to you.
Yep, a round of applause to the panelists. Come on, this is like the final panel session after 3 days of Edu360. You need to be screaming and shouting and throwing books at us. Preferably not. Let's have a quick photo op, and also final remarks by the head corporate communications and marketing for Union Bank, Ogo. So ladies and gentlemen, how has it been so far? exciting, educative, interesting, rewarding. Any other adjectives? Enriching. Which other one? Let's see all the teachers. Oh, yeah, you're a teacher. Oh, yeah, it's time to show your skill. Which other one?
Unioning.
Unioning. I'll check the dictionary. Engaging. Which other one? Inspiring. Which one? Awesome. Which one? Revealing. Motivating. Emotion. Which one is emotional? Very emotional, actually. All right. Wow, this is a very nice picture. You want a selfie? All right. Okay, while the selfie is going on, don't forget, Falls the Bad Guy will be here in the next couple of minutes, right there to my left on the stage, to perform and close our event. How many of you are looking forward to Falls? How many of you are his fans? Falls is fans. Let me hear you say, huh? Huh? Somebody's asking, what's a Falls?
Hey. Do you need time? No, I'm okay. I'm fine. Hello. I'm doing right for you. Wow, we've come to the end of the road. I feel like I need to start singing, although we've come to the end of the road, please. Still I can't let go. It's unnatural. You belong to me. I belong to you. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of Edu360, or just about the end, at least the end of all the official sessions. And now it's time for us to go off and party. I hope that you guys have gotten value from the last 3 days. I think that in putting together this program, we did our best to make sure that everybody that came to Edu360 had something that they could attend and something that was for them. If you are a parent, if you are a teacher, if you are a student, if you are a child, a school owner, even government people, we made sure that we had something for you, and I hope that everybody was able to take something away. Just today alone, and for those of you that started with us, we had Kechi Okuchi on the stage. I'm sure that all of you would agree that her story has been inspirational, and that she made a deliberate decision to continue her life and to continue her education in spite of everything. We listened to Tonya talk about discovering that her child had Down syndrome, and through it experienced her own learning, and now is trying to teach other parents how to handle children with special needs and created a platform for them. We heard very much about sex education and sexual abuse. It's a really important topic that we all need to take seriously and try to figure out how we can have more open conversations about that. We just finished our session today on wanting to be a vlogger. Well, we all just have to manage how our kids end up in life. We've heard so many times today that we cannot tell our children what to be. All we can do is try to guide them. So if your child wants to be a vlogger, good luck to you. But I think, I can't mention all the sessions, but all in all, we've had 55 sessions over the last 3 days. We had 3 keynote addresses. We've had lots of trainings, activities for children. It's been fully packed, and if I may say so myself, I can't thank the team at Union Bank enough. It's been grueling. They haven't slept in weeks and days, and I really have to appreciate them. And I really want to appreciate everybody that is here, that you took the time. We've created this platform, and our hope is that everybody who is in this space, and even outside this space, can take advantage of this platform to learn and to collaborate, because there's a lot of work to do. We're saying that Edu360 is not just a conference or an event. We're hoping that it's a movement, and we're hoping that it will help people really come together to drive new thinking, drive partnership, collaboration, that can help us move the education system forward. For those of you that were here on the first day, our CEO in his opening remarks said, you know, if we don't have an educated population, you cannot have a productive economy. No matter how much we want to cry about what government is doing and what government is not doing, and government certainly has a role to play, but we have to figure out how to educate our massive and growing population so that in turn we can have a productive economy, which will benefit all of us. So without much further ado, it's time for a concert. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our partners. Thank you, Oscar and TT. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the students. It's a wrap, and we'll see you this time next year.
They've muted. Hello. Don't mute me. Oh, that's mutiny. I wanted to do a quick selfie, so please gather around. Please, can we switch off these lights, please? It's not helping the ministry. Can we switch off these lights? Is it possible? No, I mean the light. Oh. Please, don't spoil my selfie. I can't wait 1 year for another one. All right, are we ready? Much better. Are you ready? Edu 2020. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Edu360 2020. Take all your items, your personal items from this hall. Nothing is happening in this hall. Falls will be here in a couple of minutes, so make your way to the performance field. That's to my left, okay? That's at the field. That's where we're doing the closing ceremony. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the time, for the show of love, and of course, the questions, the contributions. We all appreciate you. On behalf of Union Bank, I am Oscar Onyison. And Titi Onyison is also on the other side with Edewo. We've all been trying our best, and hopefully we've made an impact with you to usher you through the 3 days. Have a wonderful trip back. And there's a quick message from Bolt. They have a code for those of you going home. Let me just read out the code very quickly. If you're taking a Bolt back home, they're one of the partners. The code to put into your phone so you can get 50% discount is Union Bank Edu360. All right, that's the code. Union Bank Edu360. That is the right code. You get as much as 50% off your trip on Bolt exclusively courtesy Union Bank Edu360. Have a wonderful evening. See you on the field. Let's have some fun. Till next year, Edu360 out.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
An idea is a beautiful thing, powerful enough to disrupt culture, evolve humanity, and create a new way of life. Our way of life, one that strives to be more, try more, achieve more, and become more. Relentlessly pursuing innovation, excellence, and greatness must be nurtured, which is what the Union Bank Tech Ventures platform does, to nurture your ideas to fruition. The Tech Ventures platform by Union Bank has 3 packages. The Nurture package provides young tech companies with collateral-free loans, a mentorship program, access to technical and business mentors from Union Bank and their Tech Hub network, as well as access to office space, utilities, and fast internet. And when greatness has been nurtured, it needs to be scaled. Our Scale package helps tech ventures looking to scale their business models by furnishing them with business advisory services, funding, and access to relevant partnership areas to scale their business in areas like accounting, human resources, payroll, and logistics. And when greatness has been scaled, it becomes strong and sturdy like the unicorn, ready to take on the world. Furthermore, you can still bank on us to keep you going with our Unicorn package, which provides mature tech companies with unique partnerships as well as access to our distribution channels and customers. This package also provides business advisory and a mix of credit options to drive your business. Working with our specialized team will keep you focused on what truly matters, changing the world with your idea. Because Union Bank is ready to go with you and enable your success all the way. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Nigeria we hail. Those who divide our people are getting better at their game. But our daily struggle to make ends meet unites us. We are united in being deceived by those we have trusted with our resources. Corruption no know ethnic group or religion. Oh. Yet, now we dey do ourselves pass. Lecturer dey oppress student them. Mechanic dey dribble cow. Bus driver dey show passenger where. Tailor dey make omoge cry on Saturdays. Mr. Bank manager no go support our common man business. Local government people are terrifying local government people. Campaign people will come and go. Grammar people will remain. So now, many people have become Uncle Thomases, unwilling to desire, believe, or work for a better nation. What will be left for the children of this precious nation if we all continue to carry this Uncle Thomas mindset? We must continue to push and believe, and small, our jungle will mature and our prayers will be answered. This education, you go get That house, now you go build them. That girl, you go marry him. These children, them go grow and prosper. And this business, it not go spoil for your hand. Because this bank, Union Bank, understands what it means to push through challenges and yet still believe. And so, Union Bank is ready to go with you. And together, we go clear every doubt when they are our way. Don't be an Uncle Thomas. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
She's hailed for her beauty. She's celebrated at marriage. She's praised at childbirth. And she's serenaded on Mother's Day. She's all those things, but she's also more. She's a career woman. She's building an empire. She's blazing trails. She's chasing ambitions. Let's empower and celebrate all that she is. Introducing Alpha by Union Bank, a platform to support and celebrate the woman who aspires to be all that she can be. Alpha.
Welcome. According to Talatu of Coach Reports, according to Talatu of 360, but this is a special edition of Coach Reports, live from Edu360, organized by Union Bank in Surulere, Lagos. Yes. Sitting now right next to me at the moment is one of the speakers today at the event, and her name is Isina Andrew. I didn't have to practice your name because I've been in a long time. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
But all I could call you is Isina, all of that. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Now let's talk about, Edu360. When you hear education outside walls, beyond walls, what does that mean to you?
It's basically telling us that education no longer ends in the classroom. Now you can get education every and anywhere.
Yeah.
The panel I was talking about was about parents whose kids want to be vloggers because they see there's the space online.
Yeah.
And we're basically educating parents that listen, there's a space online as well. So beyond walls basically is the best way to talk about it now, that education doesn't end in the classroom but it goes beyond that.
So let's talk about you. Let's say today or tomorrow morning we wake up, breaking news, it's the new Minister of Education. What is the first thing you're going to do?
First thing I'm going to do is make sure education is free, because right now that's literally the only barriers that people can get in classrooms. Yeah. So we need to make sure that it's free, and people, obviously I know there are barriers and reasons why that's not the case now, but you just created the scenario. But first thing I'd want to do is make sure people have access to good education, free and good education.
Yeah, alright. Now would you say that our old method of education, like from when we were both younger, in nursery school, primary school, secondary school, would you say that the method that they used in educating people back then has outlived its usefulness?
No, it definitely has not. There's still things from our childhood that's still relevant today. Definitely it has evolved and we should introduce these new methods. I was at my cousin's house and she was doing homework with her daughter and she was doing it on an iPad. And I thought that was pretty cool because I didn't have an iPad when I was in school, but the same elements and the same ideas are still taking place. The difference now is that they know that the kids use the iPads very well and they're allowing them access their homework and assignments on it.
Now, from where we've been to where we are, how far do we need to go from your perspective? Like if you've been through education back then, and maybe
back then, like 100 years.
Well, let's where did you finish primary school?
When did I finish primary? That's a good question. I started secondary school the day September 11 happened, so 2001.
2001.
Yeah, so that's not that long.
That's a long time ago. It's like 19 years ago, no?
Okay, I guess.
But I mean, 19 years ago, I'm thinking we've evolved so far, but there's still a lot of things missing. But from your perspective, what do you think the government should do to like make it better? Not you now, the government. What do you think that they should do to make it better?
So I feel like the first steps are being made. Having events like Education Beyond Walls, where people see that education is a key factor and education is going to help grow the future. Because really, though, you're leaving Nigeria to the youth, and you need to make sure they're well equipped. Yeah. There's a time where parents were very uncomfortable sending their kids to school in Nigeria because they felt like the standards had dropped. So we need to regain the confidence of the parents. How do you regain their confidence? By taking things back to how they were before.
Okay. Now, what would you say you've learned outside the walls, like beyond the walls of the classroom?
A lot. I feel like the classroom kept me grounded and, gave me skills and tool sets. But online and being in the online space, I started a career online because I had access to the internet and possibilities of growing a business online. So I definitely feel like outside of the classroom, I've learned a lot and I've been able to monetize it with what I learned from the classroom.
Back in the day, blogging or having a career in the media wasn't that glorified. Blogging, makeup, there are a lot of things that are new now that we didn't used to have back then. If one of your kids just comes and says, "Mommy, this is the part that I want to choose," or "This is the part I want to go," have you in any way decided that, okay, you know what? This is how I want to train my kids. This is what I want them to. This is how I want them educated. Have you ever had that?
Yes, because I didn't take the traditional route as well. So my first degree is in economics, my master's is in corporate communication, and I started working at an advertising agency, and I started my own agency. However, before I started doing this, I started blogging, and I started documenting my clothes and my style on social media, and I started making money off it, and that was an actual career. The difference was that I just cared more for my regular career path, but I saw the opportunity, and I'm very grateful and thankful that I've been able to, make money out of this alternative career. So if I had kids that were wanting to do other things, I'd be very open to it, definitely.
Okay. Would you say that is the one thing that you remember from when you were in uni, primary, nursery, that someone said having to queue up every Saturday morning in QC for donuts and bananas was her favorite moment? Someone else said she had to get her tooth pulled just to see a boy. Yeah, I haven't got to know that now, but what would you say would be the most memorable things that you did back in school? One you remember, like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that.
That's a very strange question. The first thing that comes to my mind was in boarding school, I used to play sports, and I'm obsessed. Till today, I'm obsessed with football. I'm obsessed with Arsenal.
Did you play? Did you ever play?
Yeah, I played in high school. I got a scholarship to play uni, but my parents, Nigerian parents,
no way.
They're like, no, our only daughter can't play football. But yes, memorable things when I started playing football, and then I started supporting Arsenal. That's one thing I remember, because when I used to play, yeah.
We're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, more conversations to happen. We are just, if you can see here behind us, there's a lot of music going on. At some point, Paul's gonna get on stage. Are you gonna wait for the concert?
Yeah, sure, why not?
And
I will. I like Paul. He's a good guy. Oh, he's a bad guy, but he's a good lad.
I know he's a good bad guy, but are you really gonna say good?
Yeah, I'll say good.
Well, I'm going to use the camera and come and find you next time. But if I don't find you, I'm going to tell the world that Ozina made a promise and did not keep it.
That's fine.
It's time for me to take a quick break. When we come back, I will be sitting out here with Rashida and trying to find out what he has been up to. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We're live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Help Central.
The buzz of alarms hails you, captain of the home, lady of the grind. Through the days of close deals and office politics, the carefree laughter of your little ones drives you. Even with school fees wahala, still you continue to push and believe. And these children where you see so, go grow and prosper. Because at Union Bank, there's a loan for everyone. Apply today. Union Bank, your simpler, smarter bank.
Let's put them on the winners. Let them go. Thank you, guys. Okay, now this time we need the big and buff guys. So if you want to dance from that side now, from that side now, from that side now, you that is like this now, you have to come and show yourself. Alright, if you're a guy and you want to rock my stage and get something. Alright, if you okay. Girls are saying girls. Okay, I need big girls now. Big girls, oh yeah, you there. Come through. From 12 to 16, you're from 12 to 16. Let's go. 12 to 16. Sharp. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming. They are not 12 years old. They are lying. You'll be like 6 or 5 years old. I don't know. They are 10. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I thought wrong. Alright, 12 to 16. You're 16. Don't worry, killing you. Alright, we want all DSAs back to the pavilion. If you're a DSA, we want you back to the pavilion. Union Bank DSAs, please go back to the pavilion. I think you want to be addressed, so please go back to the pavilion. All DSAs back to the pavilion. Let the party continue. Don't forget, Fowls the Bad Guys still won't be on the stage. Soon to come, Fowls the Bad Guys going to be rocking the stage. So for my girls, 12 to 16, if you're ready, DJ Jace is ready, and the Man Pills is ready, and we gonna turn this place up. Do we turn it up or what? Do we turn up or we stop? Do we turn up or we stop? Let's keep turning up. Let's turn up. Let's turn up. Alright. Alright. Alright, come through. So all the boys from 12 to 16, get ready. These boys, you are 16 years old. I know you are 16. 16 must come. Alright, only girls. Bah. Hey, please spread out.
Kamba jame aiwe Izu wangi monengowe Izu wangi sangame Zeze Mana zeze
Edu360, this is brought to you by Union Bank, the stable. Don't forget, we do this every year. So, shout out to Union Bank for this one. Shout out to Mahogany too. Mr. Shola, I see you. Shout out. Alright guys, let's go DJ Jason. Let's do this. Hey. We're about to Limpopo on this one. Jay. Are they dancing already?
Baby, please give it to me. I'm going crazy. Let me be your mother. I want to be your mother. Your lover. Baby, please give it to me. I'm going crazy. Let me be your mother. Your mother. I want to be your mother.
I did just dancing. I'll start moving them away. I want to ginger now. I don't have time to waste. Is it this one? This one? Not yet. This one? Not this one. This one? Alright. This one? What I have to say? This one? For sure. This one. Shoot your mama. Okay, so we don't stop. 360, 360, 360, 360.
Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Sexy malato, plenty walato. Big up is getting a lato. Keep it lucky, no lato.
I can't need that go.
I took a mango and let go. It's a beauty loud, it's on echo. That's your DB for the code.
360, 360, 360, 360.
When you with the child,
this is brought to you by Union Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just do on. Everyone stay. We do this sharp. Is this the ones? Everyone stay. Alright, sorry. Thank you. Everyone stay. Everyone stay. This one. Everyone stay. My bonsoir.
She's making me back like a bingo, and I couldn't try to be single. And the way that she's dancing, I don't know. She's making me back like a bingo.
I'm sorry. Tonight, the song is brought to you courtesy of Union Bank. 360.
Put your hands up in the sky, Hey, yeah, you got me dancing a lingo. The way that you move in your window, dancing a lingo. Yeah, you got me dancing a lingo. The way that you move in your window, dancing a lingo. The way that you move in your window. I don't why you find I conquer? Say I shot I conquer. We are rich I conquer. Everything I conquer. I like woman I conquer. Let me dance I conquer.
Everyone stay. Bonsoir.
Have you ever seen a guy like this?
This one. We have to jump. You have fancy. This one. Boss, it's not only you. It's just stay. Boss one. This one, away, stay. This one, away. I'm sorry. No, I like this one. You guys are good. This one. What is that go at me? Did she go? What are we saying? Should she go? All right. Let's get two more. Hey. Let's get Sonny up. Oyana. Hey. You must shake body. I don't know. Whatever the problem is, you must shake body. Hey.
Oh yeah, shake body.
Problem. Hey.
Oh yeah, shake body.
Hey.
Them girls just they feel me.
You pursue them.
Then they feel me now. Anyhow.
Hey. Where else stay?
They want move me around some 'cause I'm young and I'm rich and I'm high.
That's it. All right. From my superiors, I'm sorry. This ain't gonna go, bro. I'm sorry. So both of them away. It wasn't part of the dancing though, for real. You like shaking bum bum. See them, all religious Christian people. You will stay, you would have more. I'll be like yes. Oh yeah, so we're taking them away and making 2-1. Hey, it's not a decision. That's the goal, guys. Everybody's a winner. Yo, sorry. I'm sorry. There's a winner. All right. More girls, come through. Please go. Thank you. This is not my fault, too. I'm sorry. I know you want to have my neck, but sorry, guys. He wasn't part of that, man. For real. Everybody's a winner, actually, though, bro. The old twerking and all, he wasn't needed, though. He wasn't needed, for real. Okay, 2 more girls come through. Let's go now.
Let's Zlatan. I'm killing them shot. Because I swear God to fight, we're killing everybody. Blah, win them like that. Oh, God, let's go, no, be a belly jack.
Bessie.
That's all, yeah.
Follow to the other.
Let the money, na. Money rush just like Indomie. Suppose that you are what the vision but Giuseppe's are naughty. See I'm killing them shot. Because I swear on the fight, we're killing them back. We're going to win them like that.
So this is what we'll do, right?
You are not time fellas, so what's the excuse? It is better there's nothing you can do. We have to say when you tell the fetch a coffee. Bile mo wale the other one for son. Oh yeah, ude. Zlatan, bile bona le wale. One more, one more mission. We are making this move for free. Oh yeah, hallelujah. Rapita le serve it to suya. Male koya le no tipanga rapima. Ebuka la sole God la shiva. La sakuto to wale kumari di body do. Kapak mari di pago. Mo pato mo bezaku wale money coffee shaku. See I'm killing them shot.
Hey.
Because I swear to the fight, we're killing them back.
Ladies and gentlemen, so this is how we're going to do it. I am the Santa Claus, and I'll be moving around. If I see my best dancer, I'll hand you my goodie bag. Is that right? Do we agree? Do we agree? Should I come? Only 4 best dancers though. We get the Union Bank money. Should I come? Are you all ready? Are you guys ready? Do you want the Union Bank money? Do you want the money? All right, let's go then. DJ, let's go. Stay. Just.
Everything just little. Fresh. Go. Ice on my neck, ice on my wrist, you know. That's how I do. If you ain't talking money, please don't call me for a show. That's how I do. 10 million for a show. That's how I do. Never to be caught off fresh. Okay. That's how I do.
always dripping with swag. I pull up in a white Lambo, with my dura, come here Lambo. Jenny, I be the one I be a cool. Tabatiri me, go go my shileku. Style like you talk too much, style like you keep it cool. That's how start do. But if you dead style, style go give you 2 pounds to play. I'm a superstar now, yeah. Sanda Katile send you. Upare so ibi obanyo. Ice on my neck, ice on my wrist, you know. That's how start do. If you ain't talking money, please don't come for a show. That's how start do. 10 million for a show. That's how start do. Never to be caught on fresh. Okay. That's how start do. That's how start do. That's how start do.
Alright, Santa's coming through.
Start do like I do. That's how start do.
DJ Jace, turn the music up one time. Let's go.
That's how start do. How to start do like I do.
I'm not dancing now. If you want the Union Bank money, I need to see you dance. If you ain't dancing, oh yeah, I'm not dancing now. A lot of dancers out here though.
That's my nigga. I'm the band.
Hey. See my mommy, hey. The money and son. Now they're ready for this money. You guys are not ready for the money. You guys are feeling proud. You guys are proud people. People have enough money, Abby. DJ Jace, you have a winner here. They're turning up for you. Rihanna. Hey, see my guy here. Emergency. You never see me coming. You don't see me coming through. How about people that let's go? Where they at?
Emergency. You never see me coming through.
Yeah. Edu360. Are we ready? You guys are not dancing. DJ Jace, you're calling up Adu. Hey, I want the Union Bank money. Oh, I'm not agree. This is not the way. Let's go to another way. Hey.
Unlimited DJ Jace.
Let's go. Hey.
See
brother.
Almost see brother. Brother we move. Brother we no wise. Brother no get size.
Edu360 we sorry now. You better be dancing or else you don't want that Union Bank money. People are proud of you, I'm fighting.
You spend all your money.
Hey,
you get up, say she
owes you
can't be right.
You can't move and go from.
You spend all your money. You get up, say she owes you can't be right.
Hey,
carry woman go club. You spend all your money. You get up, say she owes you can't be right. Carry woman go club. You spend all your money. See
mommy.
See
ladies and gentlemen, are we ready for Fast the Podcast? Yo, it's about that time. Hey, are you ready for Fast the Podcast? We got the international. The only one
start tomorrow. I wanna be enforced. If we share horses, is it too much?
The sweet boy president is in the building.
If I want money,
all my SBAs. We got the the sweet boy president building. International bad guy. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the unstoppable. I wanna be a ladies and gentlemen, found the bad guys in the building. The unstoppable, the international, the incredible, the sweet boy. Found the bad guy. Are we ready for fight? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Billionaire, billionaire. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, we got the sweet boy president in the building. The international, the only barrister in the entertainment industry. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not ready. Are you ready? Oh, you are not ready. Are you ready for South Africa? You are not ready, you are not ready, you are not ready. You are not ready, you are not ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the sweet boy president station in the building. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Yalla, anybody, anybody. I didn't know Lori made you, Lori made you. I wanna be a billionaire, billionaire. Ladies and gentlemen, the international bad guy, the international bad guy, the number one, the only private standing in the industry. You don't know anything in there. You're not drinking yet. Do you want found the bad guy? Do you want found the bad guy? No, this time is not ready. You're not ready yet. Do you want found the bad guy? Ready yet? Do you want found the bad guy right here? Do you want to see the SBA president? You guys are not ready to. You're not ready to. The only bad guy in the whole of Nigeria. The SBA president. The international bad guy. Hey. Edu360. Edu360. Edu360, are we ready? Edu360, are we ready? If you're ready for Found the Bad Guy, scream! Make some noise! You guys are not shouting. Fouls is not hearing you. You guys, he's not changing that up. Fouls, are you ready? No, he's not ready. You guys make some noise. Come on. SBA president in the building. 360, Edu360, turn up. People just say they know the shit. But I know the shit, though. They say they know the breed. Hey, the SBA president, the international, the bad guy. Somebody want to say, hey, the only bad guy. He dripping. Dripping swag. Hey. SBA, Found the Bad Guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Found the Bad Guy. Found the Bad Guy. People just they tell us saying that them be Jesus. People so wicked but they're so religious. We they calculate, you know they show the figures. We they demonstrate where they don't leave us. People to complain but they fear to speak up. You don't want to die but nothing to live for. Christian and corrupt no supposed to be mixed up. Real Muslim not supposed to teach job. Real talk don't be $5. Everybody gets it forward for inside matter. When they talk human rights, you know respect her. Who are we to crucify the homosexual? Most of you don't day for from time. Will not be anybody business in one line. You the form gentleman when we deal with you, but you can still go home, get your wife to sleep. People just do like say they know that. People just do like say. Let me hear you sing. People just do like say they get super power. People just do like say they know the heat. Nobody want to say you know the heat. Let's go, say, hey, everybody is a motherfucking hypocrite. Hey, turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. Everybody is a motherfucking. Hey, Edu360, let's turn up. Let's go. Everybody is a motherfucking hypocrite. Make some noise one time for yourselves today. SBA President, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let them know. Ladies and gentlemen, Asana, come on. I cannot perceive the sounding of a voice. Come on, let's go. Let's go, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, you got a president. President of the Sweet Boy Association, SBA, is in the building today. If you are so much excited, let me hear you say, wahoo. No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. You say what? Say wahoo. Make some noise one more time for yourselves today. Too much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Folari Falana, aka Fals the Bad Guy, aka President of the SBA. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. AKA Oga of the Super Association. You don't know. You don't know. Don't know. Right now, I want to say a big shout out to Union Bank for putting this together. Super shout out to Union Bank in the big shout out. Make some noise for Union Bank. Sorry, I read my book. Yeah, I got. It's not easy. It's very difficult. But I enjoyed it. Preach. Why? Because education is key. Preach. Very important. If you observe Nigeria today, much of our problem is lack of education. Yeah. Or miseducation. So this event happening right here is very, very important to me. I'm so happy that Union Bank put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, in this building today, I want to ginger you. Understand? Let me come close to my people. Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, we got the SBA president in the building. Hey, Edu360, are you having some fun? Hey, the SBA president is in the building. The international Fals the Bad Guy, the only barrister. I love you guys, man. The international bad guy, only one bad guy. I love you guys. Only one bad guy. Ginger you. Stay in school. School is very important. Understand? But I'm sure you're having a talent, maybe something like myself. You want to go into music, you want to go into fashion, you want to go into media, anything. But to find yourself in school, this didn't mean that you need to drop out to understand. Focus on your study, complete your study, at the same time, develop your talent. School is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, Fals the Bad Guys in the building. Right now, if you are so much excited to witness my presence, hey, I want to hear you make some noise! Make some noise! Hey, hey, hey! Anything I talk, quick you talk out my game. Hey, hey, talk out my game. Say anything I talk, quick you talk out my game. Hey, hey, talk out my game. When I'm the shot finish, we don't see him for cause. Hey, hey, we don't see him for cause. Election on the come, they will need your support. Hey, hey, they will need your support. See CSCC boss day, we don't see you for club. And you get legit to walk on, I will tell you talk. Now you talk about, baby me talk about. 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 4 year tenure, 3 year holiday. Hey,
Our senator don't they fight Kung Fu again. Fight Kung Fu again. They never tire, they won't continue to do this. We buy your story, but you don't give us shit. Now you talk about, let me talk about. 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 Anything I talk, make you talk about, my girl. Hey. Say anything I talk, make you talk about, my girl. Say hey. Let's go. Hey, falls the back guy, falls the back. Why you done so much? Hey, make some noise. You the pop us when you take them, but your rent in the hard you to pay up. You didn't owe money since last year. When I brought no Jeep when you drive here, you didn't possible give this fine year. You didn't tell me this year you will die there. So you get 7 babes, you didn't take shine. And you promise somebody at the same time. And you claim that you came from the north side. But your name is James on the hotline. You didn't fall big brother, you didn't jump. Hey, meanwhile you are internet fraudster. According to your friends and your tidings, you were finishing school in the 90s. Oh, you didn't see the paper how you not see. That your present age is 19. Say, excuse me about your problems. This your story that they had. This your trouble in the man go. Who about you taking action? Excuse me about your problems. This your story that they had. This your trouble in the man go. Who about you taking action? So I say, wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Tell us, wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. So I say, wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. So I say, wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Hey, your pastor they go holiday abroad, but you still they pray in the name of God. Make you see food, they make you no faith to death. Man of God they drop. Hey, they the boss. We are small salary. We will pay. Hey, tell us wait for the day. Say sit for night. So you out here looking for more cheese, but the apostles getting off of sleep. Hey, coming on the go. Buy house for John. When man no get the shit buy for hand. He say money no day, but we understand. But his private jet is about to land. Hello long way this time around. Foreign account they convert to cash. Say, you didn't know where you were splashing out. And you say that we know that's crashing down. Excuse me about your problem. Your family know they hard down. This your trouble in the mad down. Say, who am I to be the crash? Who am I to take the high? Excuse me, I beg your pardon. This your story know they hard. And this your trouble in the mad down. Let me hear you say. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Wait on sir. Tell them say wait on sir. Wait on sir. Say wait on sir. Edu360, wait on, sir. Make some noise one time for yourselves tonight. I want to see the real fast bad guy fast in the building today. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up. Turn up, turn up, turn up. It's the body sicker. The money and the fame now coming quicker. Green up the clothes, now they fighting nigga. Say, I'm Karashika. Hey, killer with the flow, cause nobody's sicker. The money and the fame now coming quicker. Green up the clothes, now they fighting nigga. Yeah, send me from Karashika. Hey, I'm already there, I'm in Argentina. Hey, I'm in SA, I'm with Sarafina. Hey, say she want to try, say she got the liver. That's how we do our body work. I'm a planet bitter. They see the high class, they feel the swagger. I'm a golden boy, I'm a jiggy jagger. I kill I no be a murder. This nigga so soft, like you be my lover. Flow city, so indigenous. Steady killing it till I go and see Jesus. I'm still coming to mother, I'm about to kill another. How is that you are there? The barista lawyer. They want to hire me, but they can't afford it. She said she want to travel, I should help her got this pizza. Give me a dollar, but she's a daddy shika. Bad guy, let me hear you say. Got it, go, killer with the flow. The body sick. Hey, the money and the fame now coming quicker. Queen of the cross, now they fighting nigga. Lord send me from Karashika. Killer with the flow, cause nobody sick. The money and the fame now coming quicker. Queen of the cross, now they fighting nigga. You say, Lord send me from Karashika. Bad guys. 360, Edu360. Edu360, we turning up. That's mad though, that's mad though, that's mad. Oh, Jay. I'm looking for a hard track. Honestly, I'm searching for a dancer. Genevieve, you must fair. Please. I need a celebrity girlfriend. Or maybe Toto BK will like me. She make me all her team light skin. Help me find Yvonne Nelson. And Jackie happy, I will be a blessing. My ambition, I don't know if it's near valid. I like with a Dominic, I hope we get married. If you see it from the photo, tell her I said something. I want that chocolate skin with caramel topping. Oh man, Amatola is fine cheese. If only she was born in the 90s. Don't tell me who I like today. As a young boy, like a woman tries to say, hey, my celebrity girlfriend. My baby no mind them. My baby no stand them. Oh, I tell them what it is like, hey. songstress I can party with.
So that with the identity can carry it. I don't really need much to get talent. I just need PDA
on the red carpet.
Hey, city I'm about to be nice shot. Or maybe she did my own fight. Hey, yeah, we got a nigga make sense, right?
She's getting ready for her hand.
Good. On the D-Day, I'm on the first flight. Show up party where you like. Give me my best track. Tell you sure, she doesn't have a vista. I know because I follow her on Insta. Tigati Wopi, smoke from my whisper. Let me hear you say. Like, I said, let me to girlfriend. Say what? Go. My baby no send them. Like,
I celebrity girlfriend.
Say what?
My baby no mind them.
Say what?
My baby no send them.
Make some noise one time for yourself.
Edu360. Let's turn up.
Shit, bad guys in the beat. Sex problem.
I mean this dangerous girl from my guy where she first got her. The body the bad person. I got the phone Porsche based on the gas. But even she don't know.
I did try getting.
This chick cut me up on the Snapchat. She real fine.
She said her name was Agatha.
She know the first time she didn't mean the back. So I did buy her time.
For me, Big Papa.
I call the arranger. This is my new tactics. Where I don't trust you, we think I do. I didn't think the fancy of a true magic. Like I did magic. It was too rapid. Magic don't know why I provide the funds now, man.
Cause you got the junk in the trunk.
And the dress show said I thought that. What that show? Baby, what is it you want?
Hey,
she said, give me something like
what you want.
Apply here.
Give me
something like what you want.
You said,
give me something like.
I'm not really hungry.
Something like what you want.
She said, give me something like
what you want.
What?
She wants something like what you want.
She said, give me something like.
I'm not really hungry. Something like.
That's how she gave them. That's how the day trend. Trying to keep my dreams. He told me that statement. Said she be that. If I be half patient, I wouldn't even touch you. She was stuck. Look, I was in shock. How come you're not talking like? See, I can't give you something nice. All we spoke on the phone. You were something
nice.
I'm a hot pepper soup
of the catfish style.
I dey weave, I dey dodge. When I see trap, you want something like. But you order 6 wraps. Order meat pie.
Order pizza.
And you steam pack take away.
For your sister.
And your eyes on the plate.
The next guy.
1 liter coke.
Please, I don't like the pet size.
You don't have spice.
Yeah, please help me get rice.
If it's not too much.
So you add French fries.
Everybody, let me hear you say.
She said, give me.
What? You said, give me. I'm not really hungry. She said, give me something like. She wants something like. She said, give me something like. What?
She wants.
Make some noise one time for yourself.
Prada, Louis, Louis, suit. Came to dripping about me, you came to nasty about one boom. Can't control me, can't control me.
I'm angry, you can't control me, can't control me, you can't control me. I'm very angry. Everybody say, I don't call you. Wish I could see me, say I can see me. Don't I show to me, don't I to me, don't you want to me,
It's America to me, I like Korea.
Wish I could see me, say I can see me. Don't I show to me, don't I want to me, don't you want to me. Say what?
Let's see Canada to me.
Tell me, how much you have in your account? Look at people pocket with rubber band. How much is even the other man? That's what I'm trying to understand. You have insulted me, you should apologize. Some of Timothy's still come alive. From my long, will some hello. My long tire gone, will you fuck an act? In your life, don't you ever come my side? It's in my phone that you want to come and shine. If you like, well, let me try. Your girlfriend will vanish before your high. All the clouds on my body cause the arm and the leg. You want to ask me if I go right to the check. What's wrong with you? Are you mad?
And the girls no Gucci, Prada, Louis, suit. Came to dripping about me, you came to testy about one boom. Can't control me, can't control me. I'm angry, can't control me, can't control me, can't control me. I'm very angry, can't control me. I like all you. You shall control, you back control.
Hello! And we are finally live at the Fouls the Bad Guy concert here at Edu360. It is day 3 and it is sadly the last day. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's not what we're doing here. That's not what Union Bank is about. That's not what Pump Central is about. And that's not what Edu360 definitely is about. And that is why we have put together this amazing performance that everyone is enjoying. Fouls the Bad Guy has been giving us back-to-back amazing jams. I personally have been feeling some. I've recorded a couple so the people know that I'm here, of course. You guys at home, if you did not come for the event, know that we're streaming live on all platforms, YouTube, Facebook,
Twitter, Instagram, and even in your mom's pod as well. So yes, go on there, get the experience as well. And if you really want to, be here, you should definitely make it down to Surulere Body Thomas Union Bank Sports Center. Edu360, guys. The final finale. Fouls the bad guy. I'm going to talk to a couple people because I can't do this all by myself. So what's up, my beautiful lady? You can't run away. You can't run away. You obviously cannot run away. So it's going to take a couple of questions. So how are you feeling?
Make some noise one time for yourself today.
Yes.
Did you enjoy the program?
Yeah.
What days did you attend?
Yesterday and today.
Yesterday and today. So what's something that you've taken away from the, all the conversations that they've had over time?
Education is light, education is key. Like, education is very important. You can't do without education. And it is a lead way to success.
Thank you very much. You look pretty. Are you enjoying yourself? Okay. So I'm going to move forward once more because it's really crowded here.
And the
people are turning up.
Hey, all the moves you the boss, not China. Now what hell are you the cause? Disgusting. You mistaken. You got a bad guy sing.
Of Edu360. What did you do here? What role did you play here?
I'm here to have fun, then I'm learning a lot.
You learned a lot. Did you attend any of the sessions?
I can't hear you.
Did you attend any of the sessions?
Yeah.
Which one and which one?
I've learned how to blog and many things I learned. I can't even say. I can't name them all.
Okay, are you enjoying South the Bad?
Yeah, I'm enjoying. I'm having fun.
Okay. Come with me.
Say what?
I beg you to be
Yeah, come baby, take it easy on the bad guy. Put it down like you're looking for the last prize. Back it up, then put it on me. Make her pledge you down. Why you singing on key? She said she wants to send me down a gold plate. And then sprinkle salt and hash price. But what's it that they do? We are no wait. You the kind of bitch.
We are gas right.
All the clothes you the wear.
You be chassis.
This your guy drop.
Be like you do practice.
You be too set.
You be rude.
Yes, I don't trip up.
Now you be too fresh.
All the moves in the bus.
We can. I can tell how it happened, so I agree with you.
Okay, we'll leave him alone. But let's listen to the beautiful woman right here. Hello. Did you enjoy the event?
Yeah, very well.
What day and what day did you attend?
Oh, the 3 days.
Did you attend any of the conversations?
No.
Were you part of the team who put this together?
I'm an RM. I'm a relationship manager. So I try to get new customers to the bank.
Okay, so moving forward, beyond 360, what is something you're going to do to make outside classroom environments easier for kids to access?
Okay, personally I would try to contribute for the less privileged.
All right, thank you very much. You have a great day.
I said, chef guy, me I no slack. The first fine, everybody too tough. Give it to me, I need to own that. Make I spend on you, I'm not too bad. Cause any clothes you dey wear,
it be chances.
This a car drop.
Be like you dey practice.
Are you enjoying the event?
Yes, I'm having fun.
It's day 3 and it's Sunday the last day. Did you attend all the days?
Yes, I was there for the 3 days.
What's something that you've taken away?
Education is key.
Education is key. Just that.
Yeah. That's enough.
That's enough. Okay, so education is key, right? Can you spell scoliosis?
Can I what?
Spell scoliosis. Scoliosis.
I didn't hear that.
Spell scoliosis.
Carry over.
Scoliosis.
I can't spell it.
But education is key.
That's for the first time.
Okay, but education is key, so yeah.
At least I've learned. Do you mind spelling it?
I can spell it. I can spell it. But yes, guys, thank you very much for staying with us. We have had fun at Edu360, but now we're going all the way there. All the way there. All the way there. Head on to our...
Girl, I like how you look tonight. Girl, you got me feeling right. In the morning, tonight. Say, girl, you got me feeling right. Girl, I like how you look tonight. Girl, you got me feeling right. In the morning, in the night. Say, you got me feeling right. Oh, yeah. Well, I said, you know, yeah. Anytime you want, I go there, yeah. Hey, yes, you want me to catch you. Oh, my mommy. Like the way that you move your body. See, as I did, I want me to body. Oh, to shake out, I like it to marry. And if you need some loving, I'll be at your door. At your door. And if you need some loving, I'll be at your door. You say what? Hold on. Right about now. I want to change the dimension. Understand? In this front area, I want to know who is the best dancer. Because you are going to dance with me on this stage right now. Coming to select. Who is the best dancer? Dada, are you ready? Let's go. We are going to the stage. I need one more person.
All my best dancers come through. If you know you can dance, we need you. Show yourself.
I need this young lady in the glasses to come up as well.
Oyana, she has one. This is a single. Finally.
But how can we not have guys? We need to spice
it up. All my guys.
This guy with the handkerchief. You already have the instrument. I believe you have the talent. Come true. We are going to break it down right about now. It's going down. When I say it's going down, you say, yeah. It's going down. It's going down. Let me make a special request.
Right. All right. The bad guy has a special request.
Give me Lafayette. Hey. We want to show them.
Edu360, are we ready to turn up?
You have to dance better than me. Okay? I need you guys to watch. Because whoever doesn't dance better than me is going out of this place. But there's a twist to the story. Whoever dances better than me is collecting 100,000 naira.
Oh! Did you hear it? I told you, we got that Union Bank money. We got that Union Bank money, Edu360. We got that racks. We got that racks. Oh, okay, so it's for us guys' money. Hey, but whatever, say Union Bank money.
This is no matter of transfer. The cash is here.
Oh, shit. The cash is ready. Cash I carry.
Union Bank. Why my Union Bank people?
Oh, yeah, see them here. See them here. See them here.
I hope they have the cash here.
Please. They have the cash.
Very good.
They have the cash ready.
It's me.
Edu360.
You want to push it on my head now. Don't worry. I have the cash. It's here.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Let them go.
Turn it up, Lafayette. Let's turn it up.
Hey. Let's go.
Why you guys want to try to leave that beat? Check to the air to go. Come on to ask if I give me dancer. Come see, I know be legal spender. I saw the shit loaded, they're legal tender. I'm thinking that we bet it's not coincident. I can make a life just a little better. Say, have you ever been to Lagos? Have you been with the guy from my city? You say what? I could never. Hey, I like your attack on my city. Hey, le ben tout est magique. Et fini les chauffeurs. Hey, jouer magnifique. Voilà que style est bon. Enchanté, mademoiselle. C'est le moment.
Le moment de faire la fête.
You say what? Le moment de faire la fête. Hey, oh, your neighbor. Let's do my cold magnet. Oh, yeah. Show yourself. Show yourself. Oh, yeah, show. Get Make some noise one time for this amazing kids. Wow.
Make a clap.
So talented. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think
free and fair election, free and fair election.
Free and fair. Democracy by the people for the people. If you think that this beautiful young lady over here won this, I want you to make some noise. Wow. That noise is good. If you think that he won the competition, I want you to make some noise. Wow, good effort. If you think that she won the competition, Make some noise! Well, that's a lot. If you think that this guy who came dressed, ready, gentleman, ready to dance, perfect gentleman. If you think that he won the competition, I want you to make some noise. Make some noise. Edu360. That is yours. You guys rock. 50,000 naira officially. Ose. Thank you so much to you guys. Feel free to step out the stage. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Right now we're about to turn it up to the maximum. If you're ready, let me hear you make some noise. Turn up. It's Sweet Boys in the building. Turn up. If you know this one, I want y'all to sing along. I see this man. Hey. Last December, you said, you won't come close, I say what is in the he said, I'm a soldier, say go fire, if I don't give up, he want to be my lover, I say, I need me time, hey, see, what, I don't tire, I tell my mama, my papa, she said, everybody, let's go. But I see what you want, but don't fall in love with me. Soldier go, soldier come, soldier do. But don't fall in love with me. When you stand at attention, I'm talking to you, you are your spot. Let me walk with the mess up. How can you be asking me question? You know they look face so. It's like you don't know my name, no. If I got a dead though, and you talk any boyfriend, let me say so. See, I stand up balance because I'm a sheep. You don't see my car, you don't see the swag, galant. See, I need to claim my madam, but I don't let this girls from madam. They just want to follow the ladder. They know that nobody's better. She said, why ain't the flex like here between? Maybe they hope they dream. Is it my force to be with him? Is this a military? I be soldier man. I say stand at peace. Jolly dollar, my feet violently. It's only me that's not confetti. I will make it right like it's confetti. Hey, show my body, show till love, baby. I will take you. No mess up, now I holla. I be Hitler. I'm a fascia. You better respect. I dey run the town. Even that ever. No fit turn me down. See weapon. Where you carry? Come and be general. Everybody, soldier go. Soldier go. Soldier do what you want. Right. Fall in love with me. Soldier go. Soldier go. Soldier do what you want. Don't you fall in love with me. She said, Mr. Soldier. Me I don't want that. Say you die first. You dey fall super power. Yeah, I'm super. I get power. I got paper. What you shower? I get everything. What? Hey, don't speak for you now. Hey, fall in love with Union Bank. Are you sure you don't want me to fall in love with you? Fall in love with Union Bank instead. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, the black guys in the building tonight. SBA. Let's go. What's up? Are you ready to turn up? Let's turn. Hey, see first if you can't see us friend. If you see how they come, get respect. All right, I'm better check to relax. First you think I'm too much, first you go back. See sauce dripping, liquor sipping. Chicks on booking, but get them on looking. See sauce dripping, liquor sipping. Chicks on booking, but get them on looking. Sweet boy, you say. Hey, let's go, come on. Sweet boy, what you say? Hey, where my sweet boys in the building? Look at how I fly in my fresh ride. Look at how I shine with no respite. Always on time like the first flight. When I'm a squeeze eye, when I check that. Over on the aircon, put me what's up. You make me pop, don't be your mates, call me brother. Sweet boy association. Hey, you call now, lady. Lady say. Can't see us afraid. Say what? See how they come, get respect. Okay, alright, take that, let's check the return. Because you think I'm too much. See sauce dripping. Liquor sipping. Chicks on booking, but get them on looking. See sauce dripping. Liquor sipping. Chicks on booking, but get them on looking. Sweet boy. Fresh guy. Sweet boy. Fresh guy. Sweet boy. Hey. That's it. Sweet boy. You said fresh cut. Hey, Edu360, let's turn up. If you ain't talking money, please don't come before our show. That's our start do. 10 million for a show. That's our start do. Never to be caught. Okay. You say what? I can't hear. That's our start do. You say what? Like I do. That's our start do. That's our start do. That's how start do. How to see the swag in my shaku. Really beating my boss for the taboo. It's not me you will clash with a baloo. Even this my leg off is scano. That's how start do. She see wood game, she said that's bamboo. We don't really used to do over kaku. Don't bother checking price on the tattoo. Grab to in the bathroom. In the glove compartment of my car too. Anytime that you say you want to pass through, anything you see there, I dash you. It's nice in the attitude. It's not just here in tattoo. Don't show you wait till they can't school. Let's go. I saw my neck. I saw my wrist. You know. That's how start do. If you ain't talking money, please don't come before a show. That's how start do. How much? 10 million for a show. Union Bank, are you hearing? Never to be caught on fresh. Okay. That's how start do. You say what? That's how start do. That's how what? That's how start do. Hey, that's how do. Like I do. That's how start do. That's how start do. That's how start do. How do you start do? Like I do. Make some noise on time for yourselves tonight. Starts the bad guy. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, I want y'all to make a resounding noise. A resounding noise. Emphasis, a resounding noise. For their unmatchable patience. For their extreme professionalism. Spoke it, the barrister spoke it. For the wonderful initiative to put this amazing event together. Make some noise for Union Bank in the building. Whoa. Edu360, make some noise. And for yourselves. This one's for you. For yourself. Make some noise for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. The amazing fans. You guys always keep on supporting. I love you guys so much. Right now, I want you to showcase your rascality. Understand? I know it's in your body. Don't worry. Nobody is watching you. Just express yourself. Don't worry. It's okay.
Fast back guy in the building. But don't fair wale. Obio is coming. Says on the beat. Hey, how they make that shit? Battle. I don't make that shit. Battle. How they make that shit? Battle. I don't make that shit. Battle. They say they know the father truck. Kabako. I will live here. Azu kato kiti senawo. Abako. If you say she will land. Olufufu America. Here, Falano. They will do no me if I did this, show the talent. If I'm out for a woman, show. When I speak, and my jacket, and my great, yellow fashion. Shout out to my ladies, and my homies, in it. I'm sure you don't know we hold back. White Tabata, on my Yoruba. See the black players when we talk to. 25 girls when I put that. They want to try the black guys. You got any shit, this musician. You know, it's having memories, MC. I'm gonna get my trash in it. But I don't make a lady busy, but I'm gonna do my trash in it. But I don't make a lady busy, but oh yeah, but I say but oh yeah, I guess plenty killing. Fresh and freshest. I get like $2 million, maybe assets. Hey. Some people say they're like me, some people want to like me,
I cover magazine, I cover magazine. Say what?
I see you for my gym, I see you for my
Hey,
gym.
hey, mister.
My boy,
my boy. Hey, if you come into my house,
you go see my toys.
I get like 100 niggas.
So they protect me, so
if you love yourself, say, I'm a different session. But, I don't know how to leave it. But, I'm a different session. But, say, I don't know how to leave it. But, oh yeah, but, I say, but, oh yeah, but, I say, but, ladies and gentlemen, flash back guys, celebrating tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. I love you guys. Thank you. Hey, Edu360, make some noise for Funk the Bad Guy. Yes, sir. I told you this party don't stop. DJ Jace. Rihanna, knock them. There you go. Sound it! Sound it!
I don't wanna lose you this time. I want it. No time, I'm gonna winnie wanna your love they do me one time. Oh my, I'm gonna hold me. Show me how you feeling this night. I'm gonna say your love, say now winnie wanna your love they do me this night. Yeah, I need your grace. I never regret. My love no get shame. No matter the case. My music give me this. My sweet bass. So my love no get shame. For you all day. Every night, every day, me will need my baby to call on me, close to me, yeah. By the time that you day, when you day, wake up in the morning, when I did buy you start for me, make you fall for me. Oh yeah, you won't keep it.
Hey, it's about that time to turn on. Hey, DJ Lace on this. It's the DJ Lace on this. International Batman Bills. Hey, let's go.
This kind of love, say you do my body turn around. You did beat me one day around you, no. Dance to my conto, make you banana. Oh la, shut up. Hey, jara, never leave me. When I need you by my side, I'm all just sucker. When you can, I'm all just sucker. Me, I go love you all day, love you all night, all the time.
Okay, this is a public service announcement. If you're looking for your car key, please meet me. If you're looking for your car key, you left your car key at the Indomie stand, meet me. Thank you.
Every night she says she just want to climb.
Please, all the Union Bank corporate communications and marketing team, please, we need you here. Take a picture with Faz the Bad Guy. All the Union Bank corporate